Someone make it make sense.
I'll be a couple.
Hello, everybody. I hope everyone's doing great. And for those of you guys who live in the U.S., if you celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope you all had an excellent one. Winter is here officially in North Carolina. Temperature has plummeted. It was like in the low 20s last night and this morning. And right now it's beautiful, sunny, blue sky, but very cold. It's funny, last year, was it last year? No, the year before, it was the coldest winter that Greensboro's ever had on record. It was wild. It was right around Christmas. It was like the week before Christmas and like maybe the week after. I'll never forget it because it was crazy. There was no precipitation, so there was like no snow, unfortunately. It was just really windy and really cold. And it was like the temperature without the wind chill didn't get like above 5 degrees Fahrenheit, but like I think it got below 0 Fahrenheit without the wind chill. And then when you added the wind chill, like it was like, negative 20, something like that Fahrenheit, consistently for like, and it wasn't like it was like that overnight and warmed up during the day. It was like, that was it. And I remember being like, this is such an order, like to try to even like go and to bring presents to like your family's house and stuff like that, it was insanity. And I got a new guitar that year for Christmas. And I remember being so worried about even taking it from like a house to my car and from my car into my house, even parking right. Because I'm like, I don't know if the guitar will survive like, 5 seconds in this weather, even if it's in a case, But anyway, but the reason I remember it so distinctly is because the wind was so severe, it ripped the front door off my house. So my house, I have like a wooden door, and then I have like what they call a storm, or I used to have what they call a storm door. And the wind was so bad that it literally, at first it ripped the door like half off the hinges. And I remember on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, I was trying to rig it up using like whatever I had in the house to like tie it back on. And I remember because it was so cold and it was so hard to do because you couldn't use your hands. And anyway, but I tried to rig it up or whatever. And I like, and then I remember like that same night it ripped off completely off. And I still don't have a storm door, but that's okay. So anyway, that was wild. It's funny because now, like, even when it's like this cold, I'm like, it's that particular winter 2 years ago was so cold. I will never forget what that felt like. So I can really quickly remember like, oh, but it's not that bad. Like that, it was the type of cold where it's like, it's not even like you feel cold. It's like you would go outside and you're like, this is just, it's like your body's instantly like, this isn't survivable. Like it's like it doesn't register as cold. It registers as emergent, like danger, if that makes any type of sense. It's like so cold you don't feel the cold. It's like you just feel like you I don't even know. You need to get out of that situation. And especially too, the other thing, because there was no precipitation, right? We actually had it was a really dry winter. So we hadn't had any precipitation for a long time. Because even before it hit that really severely cold, it had been really cold. But like, and I remember thinking, wow, it's finally a year like where we would have a white Christmas. We would have had snow for like the whole month had it been their precipitation. There was literally no precipitation. So that's the other thing, is when it's that dry, like, the humidity inside was like 11% or something crazy, and so that changes how your body interprets stuff like that too. But where sometimes it's like there's sometimes where that weather, like when it's right above, when it's like between 34 and 40 degrees and it's raining or drizzling, to me that damp cold feels really, 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 really cold. But other times, like let's say that it's 30 degrees and snowing, right? That to me feels warmer than 40 degrees and raining. There's something about that, where that dew point and where things happen with the water and then the humidity level. So when you've got like, it's like, whereas with 40 degrees, say, right? Like with 40 degrees and raining or precipitation would feel maybe colder than if it's 40 degrees and dry, at least to me. When you get like below 32, it swaps. So it's like, for example, again, like even if you take like 20 degrees, but like, let's say that there's some snow or, it would have to be snow if it's precipitating, right? There's moisture in the air. Then that moisture actually warms it up versus when you've got 20 degrees and then it's super, super dry and there's not been any precipitation in a long time. And you've got that wind chill. So anyway, I don't know why I'm talking that much about it, but I was just thinking about it because I'll never forget that. And so I always put it into perspective of like, this feels cold, but you know what? It's not instant death. So that's good. So anyway, you didn't eat enough for Thanksgiving. Did you bring your, what was it? A seafood lasagna, something like that? So we are here today for the next episode of Casey Anthony. And, y'all, we are getting near the end of the state's case in chief. Things are getting really, really interesting here. Where I'm at in editing the videos are really right in the state's very last witnesses. And there's a lot of surprises. I'm not going to spoil anything. There's a lot of surprises. And we're getting there. So in this episode, the magic duct tape. So, the state has been really, this whole question, right? The state has been really hammering the chloroform, right? As we've talked about, but now they're really hammering the duct tape. And as we know, there were 3 pieces of duct tape found at the scene, but only one of those was actually attached to the remains, like on the head. Like the other pieces of duct tape were like elsewhere. Like I'm sure we'll hear about it, but to my recollection, they were like feet away. They weren't even like in the same area. And so the thing is about this one piece of duct tape, right, is this one piece of duct tape was still attached to the head, to the skull. It was still attached. And it was only on the lower mandible, as in below the mouth, below the nose. So you've got one piece of duct tape that's attached, which, why does that matter? Because it means that like where you put it, it's staying, right? And so it's still attached and it's not covering the mouth or the nose. And then the other 2 pieces of duct tape are just like not even in the same place. They're just like away. So the state now is really trying to rely on duct tape to save them. And at least that's what it seems like. That's what we kind of, we're going to have a recap from the last episode. So maybe that's what we should do. But let's get into that. And that will help us sort of continue this conversation.
It's a house.
It's a house. Oh, no, that's awful. You left lasagna. Oh, no.
You said that there's the beginning of a path.
Yes, there is.
All right. Can you show the members of the jury where that is on the photograph? Okay. Investigator Welch, is this the vantage point looking almost directly to the left?
Yes, to the east.
Okay. This is the crime scene tape that we saw at the end of the last photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And these sheriff's office vehicles?
Yes, that's correct.
There's that telephone pole right there. And there it is. Can you guys see my mouse? You can't see my mouse, but it's right. Hopefully you can see the telephone pole there. So this is the exact area. And, this picture was taken 13 years later, but it's not changed a whole lot. And you even still have these dangly things, whatever they are. You even still have the dangly things, as you can see in the pictures. So,
can you use the?
Yeah, I was really surprised during that last episode when we were we were finding that area, because I was surprised at how much it looks exactly the same, because we all know vegetation changes and foliage and dangly things, whatever, it looks like identical. It was actually surprisingly easy to find the exact path that they keep referencing here. Which is, again, it's been 13 years. So
Telestrator to show the members of the jury the pathway that you've designated.
Here we go, the path. So that pathway, I believe, there it is. You can see it. Is right here. I think this is the pathway right here.
Mr. Hanson, I'm seeing duct tape laying flat on the surface of the ground there.
Due to the counsel's opinion of the
going,
photograph. Your Honor, can we approach?
No. May I ask the question, please?
Finish the question.
Thank you, sir. You're saying that duct tape looks like it's laying flat on the ground. Is that correct?
Object to the counsel's expression of his opinion. Photograph speaks for itself.
Mr. Ashton's getting feisty.
What was the question?
It looks like it's lying flat on the ground. Is that correct, sir?
There is a portion of the duct tape that looks like it is laying on the ground, yes.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir. This is a photograph
There it
of a label on the tape.
Yes, it is.
And was this label clearly visible on the tape, even in its deteriorated condition?
It was.
At what point did your active involvement in this investigation end?
I think shortly after the initial examination, I did have some limited involvement in Dr. Garibaldi's examination.
So remember, this is from actually episode 15, part 1. Wait, sorry, episode 14, part 1. So, so this was not previous live stream, but the one before it. So just to refresh everyone's recollection, this Dr. Yuri is the chief deputy medical examiner, right, at the time. And so they have 2 medical examiners, I guess, in the county, because, Orange County, they got a lot of homicides out there, y'all know. So, so at the time, right, Dr. G, which is Dr. Garibaldi, she has this TV show on Discovery Channel, I think, called Dr. G Medical Examiner. I've never seen it, but I can only imagine the way it would impact you as a medical examiner, potentially, because you realize that the way that that's going to work, right? If I had to try to guess, they're going to explain things from the perspective of a medical examiner, but it's inherent that it's not going to be the same way as an educational perspective, or even as the way you would testify as an expert witness, where it's very much, here's what you do it with staying within your lane, for example, not getting out over your skis, not speculating, not getting emotional, not bringing in other things. Anyway, we'll see her, and we'll talk more about it, actually. But my point is that she was like famous, right? And so she was out of town, and so this guy was supposed to be doing the autopsy or whatever. Or he starts doing it, and then when she gets back in town, they reassign her and kick him off and put her in charge. So we'll hear more about it. So.
Would have been probably on the following Monday, and I had 2 visits, I believe, to the recovery scene over that weekend. But after that, my involvement was approximately the same involvement that someone else in the office would have. It was Dr. Garibaldi's case.
When was it that she returned and effectively took back responsibility for the case?
I believe she returned Friday afternoon.
It's funny because he's the chief deputy medical examiner, and she never started on it. There's a reason they're doing this, right? Yes. Like trying to make it start. What I'm trying to say here, or what I was trying to say last time, Mr. Ashton is trying to gaslight the jury because it was never her case. She didn't take back the case. It was never her case. It was his case. It seemed like she was supposed to be the one doing it, and he's just pitching in when it's like she didn't ever get started on it. He started on it.
From then on, was your involvement just sort of assisting or perhaps seeing what was going on?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
All right. And so
Let's see.
we talked a little bit about this last time, how Mr. Mason does a really good job with these big medical witnesses. In fact, I think he takes all of them for the most part. like all the, the forensic pathologists and the forensic archaeologists, it might help. Jose Baez might take one, but he really brings it home, man. He does a great job. And, we were talking about how too, maybe part of it is simply because Mr. Ashton gets his feisty with his objections. And I will know also, you can tell that Mr. Ashton and Mr. Mason, well, Mr. Ashton hates Jose Baez also, but I almost feel like he hates Mr. Mason more. And here's why. Because when any prosecutor objects to Jose Baez, it always gets sustained. Always. It doesn't matter what it is. And so, but with Mr. Mason, things will get overruled, as they should. But what I'm saying is that Judge, oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? Oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? Judge Belvin. Oh my God. I was almost going to say Judge Hippler. I've had Idaho on the brain. Judge Belvin, it's just that Judge Belvin isn't so incredibly biased because apparently he's friends with Mr. Mason. They go way back. So in other words, it might be closer to fair in terms of actually considering the objection. So I wonder if that's why Mr. Ashton gets maybe potentially more spicy, is because he knows that some of these objections will actually go overruled. They're not used to it, right? Because Mr. Baez has taken almost every single witness. Miss Sims has taken 2, and Mr. Mason has taken, prior to these medical experts, maybe 3, maybe 4, not very many. But he does all the heavy hitting here, and he does a great job.
You are a board certified medical examiner, are you?
Forensic pathologist.
Forensic pathologist. What? You were in charge.
That's correct.
You were the deputy medical examiner on call basically at that time.
That's correct.
Dr. Garavaglia was gone elsewhere.
She was.
Dr. Garavaglia came back into town and took over the case, didn't she?
That's correct.
You know why?
At the time, I believe that she felt that it was important for her to be involved because she had a very good working relationship with the law enforcement and also the ancillary personnel that would be needed in the case.
I mean, what I would say, and this would get objected to, and it would probably be sustained. What I would want to say if this were me, and I've thought this every time I hear this, what I would want to say if I were the attorney is, are you saying you don't have a good relationship with law enforcement? Now, that would get objected to as argumentative and it would be sustained. But it's a weird answer, in other words. It's a weird answer. I would want to ask a question that would kind of be like, well, I guess you could say it in a way of like, well, as a chief deputy medical examiner, would you say that you also have a good relationship with law enforcement? I guess you could say it like that, and then that would maybe not get objected to. But it's just a weird answer.
And I was relatively new in the office, and I did not have that relationship.
Okay, well, that's fair.
And an additional reason you have mentioned is because of the high media profile of this case.
Well, I don't think that alone had a bearing on it.
Interesting answer, because we're going to hear from Dr. Velia coming up very soon. He says, I don't think that alone. That's problematic, right? Think about this. Like, what are the implications here? This case was such a huge, it still is. This case is still infamous. It blows my mind. And it comes up all the time, as I've mentioned. But it's still like so famous, right? But think about the implications of this. This case was getting so much attention. I would say this case is more ubiquitous even than Idaho 4. And here's why I say that. Because there are still people that I meet that I'm like, oh yeah, I'll mention something about, Brian Kober or Idaho 4, and they have not heard of it. But there is not a single person who's not heard of Casey Anthony. Good luck finding anybody. Everybody knows this case. Everybody. But there's some people, so like put that into perspective, right? My God, especially when back then, 2011, of course, technology, there was a lot of media, but not nearly as much as now, like in terms of how fast things spread. So when you think about the ubiquity of this case then and now, and that it supersedes like Brian Koberger, for example, like, that's hard to wrap the head around what that would have been like at the time, because I wasn't watching it at the time. I was in graduate school. So but anyway, but to imagine that, to put it into perspective, that's how high profile this case was. It's hard to even picture it. But you have that. And then you have Dr. G, who's at this time on her TV show. And a previous witness before Dr. Utz has already called her Dr. G. And it was interesting because I pointed it out. Nobody clarified for the jury who that was. No one said, oh, do you mean Dr. Garibaldi? And I don't know if that was on purpose because they couldn't make that connection. And I don't think the witness said that on purpose. It was just that's how everyone calls her. They all call her Dr. G, but it's because of the TV show. And so anyway, the fact that he says, like, let's listen to this again, because this is crazy. Because when we hear from her, and those of you who were here, you've already heard from her, but we're going to hear a summary from the recap here. I'll hold my.
And also the ancillary personnel that would be needed in the case. And I was relatively new in the office, and I did not have that relationship.
And an additional reason you have mentioned is because of the high media profile of this case.
Well, I don't think that alone had a bearing on it. It is a complicated case. I
don't think that alone. It should have nothing to do with it. Why does this matter? Because we're going to hear from her in a second, and the medical examiner determines the cause and manner of death, right? And when you guys see this, if you didn't already see it last time, it's pretty shocking. And so and I am sure that the defense in their case in chief will have another forensic pathologist come in and report their findings. And I haven't gotten that far. I don't know if they are yet. So I'm not spoiling anything. I'm not trying to get it. I don't know. But my point is, like, different forensic pathologists can come up with different results. We see it all the time. So the fact that they put her on this case because the case was high profile and she's famous and she has this TV show, it's like all of this, it just feels so icky to me, because all this shit shouldn't come into a trial, right? Like it's like you do everything to try to keep a high profile case from being impacted by that, right? Like for example, they have the jury sequestered. They brought the jury in from they're doing all these things to try to protect the integrity of the trial. Like we hear in all these other cases, right? They're really, and this one had the biggest job of all. But then you bring in, or you use a celebrity. That's what she's called, a celebrity medical examiner, and she's on TV, and she wasn't even there to start with. It was him, when they could have just continued on with him, Dr. Utz. It's problematic. Hi, Blackwater. Happy to see you, my friend. I have big news in case you haven't heard it.
That requires the use of investigations that are not actual parts of our office. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think in a case like that, where there is the requirement for the use of ancillary personnel and other investigations that are not based in our office, that was reasonable on her part to coordinate that. She would have been involved at any rate, even if it were my case.
But you were fully capable of handling that case, the autopsy, making the reports, conclusions, and opinions, weren't you?
I believe so.
And you've done it many, many times before.
Well,
So Blackwater's asking, so my big news. So my big news is just as of as of last Monday, I am now working in a law firm. And so I'm not doing everything else. Here's what I'm doing. I am condensing my lesson schedule so that it's like all in the late evenings and weekends, basically. I'm actually going to be working Tuesdays through Saturdays, so weekends are funny. But anyway, so I'm condensing it to like the days I'm not there, and then in the evenings. And so this past week, right, we had Thanksgiving night off, but I was there working all day, and then I came home, and then I crammed in a bunch of lessons, and then on the days where I had I still streamed. So so far, I don't know, it's working. I'm still doing all the things I was doing, but I'm also adding like a 40-hour a week. So like I have like multiple full-time jobs, kind of, in a way, if you will. like, you know, and the reason is because, you know, I'm sure you guys can understand why I'm doing that, because y'all know. Thank you. Yeah. You know, you guys do you guys remember when I think it was we were watching a Canton Select Board meeting. And do you remember when you guys, somebody, I think it might have been Kit Smith, somebody in the Squirrel crew just started saying, like, you need to be an attorney. Well, and people have been telling me this. Like, I've heard this for a long time. I got this as a kid. Y'all, people told me this as a kid. You know, I've always gotten this, but, you know, it means more when it's people who actually know what attorneys do and watch trials. You know, and you guys were like being so fun and like saying, like, you know, putting in like super chats, like, here's, you know, a retainer when I need a defense attorney and I'll do the scroll call. And, you know, I don't know if you guys remember that, but like those of you who were there, but at that time I didn't say anything because I didn't want to, like, you know, get ahead of myself. But at that time I was actually earning a paralegal certificate online, and like, well, just on my own through Barbary, which is the same people that administer the bar exam. And so I, like, as that was happening, I'm like, I didn't want to say anything, but like, in my mind, I'm like, I'm actually kind of considering this route, because I've thought about, even when I finished my master's degree, the first thing I thought of was, do I now want to go to law school? I almost did. And then my dad passed away and things kind of changed, but, I've been toying with this idea, not in place of music, but in addition to, you know, because like, I don't know, y'all know how much I love the law, you know, so, and so anyway, I've learned so much, you know, through what? Well, first of all, from watching trials, but then from studying on my own for fun, studying and getting a paralegal certificate, and then explaining things to y'all. I've just learned, you know, every single day I'm doing more research and I'm just learning more that, like, I just really want to put it to use. And it's like one of those things I would always say, like, if I had a past life or future life or a second life, or, you know, could be multiple people, you know, I would want to be an attorney in one of those lives, right? Like a trial attorney, like, and, you know, public speaking is in my nature. You know, I grew up doing musical theater, y'all know, like, to me, that would be like breathing. It's like breathing, you know, it's just, I don't know. So, but anyway, all that being said, I thought the first thing I need to do is just get some experience. And, because going to law school is a whole thing. Like, that would be very different in terms of how that would impact my ability to still teach. And the other thing is, like, from what I've learned from my research, law school is very expensive. And like, when I went to college, I was, you know, in music, it's different. So like in college, I had a full scholarship. And then for my master's degree, you know, I had an assistantship. So what that means is they pay you to go to school. So my college education was either free or I made money to go. So I'm not used to the concept of paying for school. And with law school, there's no such thing of like, from what I can tell, there's very few scholarships available, and they're only like, you know, a select few. And it's like, you know, at the Ivy League schools or something like that. And I don't even think it covers the whole thing. It's kind of crazy. I don't know why law school is so expensive, but, and I mean, we've always heard this, right? Anyone on law too, they're always talking about that. It's very different. In other words, it's like, there's not the same type of, from what I can tell, funding or, you know, whatever, aid, scholar. It doesn't have all that the way other schools do. It's kind of an anomaly. And as most people know, it's like one of the biggest expenses is the books, because as you guys know, everything is stolen. You know, the law is way behind with technology. So yes, you have to purchase all of. In fact, when I was doing my paralegal certificate, same thing. You had to purchase all the textbooks. I've got a huge stack here of textbooks, and they were expensive. It's not as much as it will be for law school if I go, but you know, anyway. So you have to have all the books. And anyway, I'm just, you know, and essentially, I feel like if I really am honest with myself, I will want to try to figure out a way to go to law school and become an attorney. But right now it's baby steps, but I want to be able to, start thinking about that. And there are some firms where they might, you know, I know that it is. So private law firms, they have they're their own entities, right? They can do whatever they want, like essentially, because it's owned by the attorneys, and they're, you know, in other words, they have the flexibility to make decisions. So like, for example, it does happen, and it can happen with, you know, where if a law firm has somebody there that they see them and they're like, we want you to be an attorney for us, right? It can happen where they can say, you know what, we'll pay for law school, or we'll pay for, you know, whatever. This can happen because they see how valuable someone would be once they pass the bar exam, right? You have to finish law school and you have to pass the bar exam. And once that happens, then you can work as an attorney. And so firms will do that on purpose because they see your talent, and it's like they want to poach you. Like for example, the benefit to the firm would be something like, if you're a really talented law student, right, and you pass the bar and you did really well and you got a good score and like blah blah, then all of the different firms are going to be out there making you offers, right? So the advantage to a law firm would be to like guarantee you're going to work for them type thing, you know. And I don't know that it's like a contract. I don't know. It's just there's potential things, that doors that can open, right? So that's awesome. Dark horse, dark squirrel. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, your uncle didn't enjoy it? That sucks. Oh yeah, that definitely makes a difference. That's that. Yeah. So, and for those of you guys who don't know, my dad also, you know, he had a PhD in music, and he actually went to law school when he was in his 40s at UNC Chapel Hill, which is one of the best law schools in the country, and it's in North Carolina. But he commuted. It's like an hour and a half drive each way. It's crazy. So like he temporarily left teaching music and, you know, drove an hour and a half every day and went to law school in person with all the college kids, you know. Anyway, which is really funny. And I think that there's such an overlap, like I've talked about before, with law and music. And so anyway, so that's sort of what's going on. But the thing is like, it's super exciting. And, you know, I can't wait to learn more. And, already like in my first week, you know, you're not allowed to give legal advice. Like the difference between, you know, working like at a law firm, right, versus like on YouTube is like, the difference is like, you know how you're not allowed to give legal advice, right, unless you're an attorney. And even if you're an attorney, like on LawTube, right, you really have to be careful because you really can't give legal advice. So what does that mean? That means like to somebody on a personal matter. So for example, like explaining a legal term or explaining what's going on in a trial or whatever, that's not legal. But if somebody's like, hey, I've got this problem, somebody backed into my car, like now we're talking, they're asking for legal advice, right? So the difference, that's really funny, is like when people are calling the law firm and asking for help, they're asking you, can you help me with this, right? And they're getting into their legal matter that they are seeking representation for. And so now I'm finally in a position where I'm like, oh, okay. And it's like, yeah, you're not like, you cannot give legal advice. You know, and so, but what's the thing that's fun is that in my head, I'm practicing like what I would do if I was their attorney, like in all these different situations. Like I've already had a number of different situations, and I'm like, in my head, I'm like, here's what I would do if I was their attorney. Like I would subpoena this surveillance video, like I'm already like, so I'm kind of like practicing, trying to put my knowledge to use in that manner, because I can't give them legal advice, but I'm like still thinking it. But I'm really happy to say that like it's what you're doing is you're helping people get to the right attorney, you know? And so they're coming to you. I mean, I had this one guy call in that, if all this is true, this is insane. He'd been at a hotel with his wife, and this is in Tennessee. And, you know, again, I'm not giving out enough personal details to where any of this would be breaking privilege. This is the same. Luckily, I've heard this example done enough on LawTube, right? This is just the general story, right? But nothing specific. So this individual was at a hotel, and this hotel like had the pipes burst, right? And so what happened was this individual and his wife was like, they were like on like the second floor or something. And so the people that were up above them had left their faucets on or something. And so what happened was when the pipes burst, it flooded the upstairs, but then all that water soaked down through. And so basically what happened was this hotel room was completely flooded to where the water was like coming out of the door and like they couldn't get shut it off. And it was completely ruined. And so what happened was, so this individual actually, the people weren't even cleaning it up. He asked them, the hotel like manager person, if he could like borrow a shop vac so he could try cleaning it up himself, that type. Like I was like, this is insane. Apparently it got infested with rats, cockroaches. They weren't doing anything about it. Eventually the tiles in the bathroom were peeling off the walls and breaking because it was just water everywhere. So what happened was this individual slipped on a broken tile in the bathroom, fell and smacked his head and whole body on the tile floor and the tub, was knocked unconscious for he doesn't know how long. and then awoke in the ambulance and was really injured in a lot of different ways. And like severe injuries, and was in the hospital. And then I think if I recall, like the hotel was still like, hey, you didn't pay your fee for the week or whatever, something like that, you know? But this story was like, I couldn't believe what I was hearing, you know? So anyway, so it's like, if it's really, you know, I don't know if I ever told you guys the gas station story, but I've been on this other end of this. I've been this person to call. If I've never told you guys the gas station story, you know, this is a good example of how literally people will have all kinds of crazy accidents happen, stuff you would never predict. And they call up and they need help. And they're like, I don't know what to do. And like when this gas station thing happened to me, this was in like 2021. So like I had started watching trials and stuff, but I wasn't studying the law and I wasn't covering it yet, but I'd started watching because that started back in early 2020 with George Floyd. But in other words, I didn't know nearly as much as I know now. If this gas station thing had happened to me now, I would have approached it completely differently. But I didn't know what I know now then. So, but I was in a freak accident at the gas station where, I was pumping gas and it was summer. And so I was wearing like a summer dress and sandals and I had my windows down and my car door open. I was pumping gas and I was like going over my like grocery list or whatever. And there was like a hole in the, you know, the tubing thing that connects to the handle. Somehow there had been, you know, it was normal. And then somehow a hole happened in there, like where there'd been a kink, you know, like there's the kinks that it gets, and that had given way. Anyway, long story short, I'm like, wait, why am I all wet? And I look over and it's spewing out of that hole. If you imagine a hose when it gets one of those holes, and then you imagine that all that pressure comes out, you know how it sprays like that, like a high velocity. It was just like that, but with gasoline at me, all over, like head to toe. And so I'm like, first of all, that's really surreal. And I'm like, what, you know? And it's weird because you're like, you're wet, but you're not, it's not water. It's a really weird thing because you're like, what is, and it doesn't, again, it feels wet, but you're like, this isn't water. What is it? It's very shocking. And so I tried to pull it out of the gas tank thing that you stick it in, tried to pull it out. And the thing is that because of the hole, the gas wasn't coming out of the handle. Like, in other words, you couldn't shut it off, right? It was just coming out of that hole because, you know, the lever is on the handle, but it wasn't getting that far because it was all, so like literally there was no way to shut it off. So then what happens is I pull it out. I'm trying to like shut it off. I'm like, it can't shut off. But then I'm like, well, I need to put it back on the thing. Right. But like, if you imagine in a cartoon where they've got like a hose that's flying around, but like, imagine it's got something really heavy on the end of it. Imagine how heavy that, you know, those handly things are, the pumps. So it was like that because now there was so much pressure coming out of that hole that literally it went flying like that in the air, and it went flying. And so then I was actually worried I was going to get knocked out in my head from the handle because it was flying around uncontrollably. Like, and this at this point, the gas station, this was so wild. It was full of people and I was on the very end, and it was like, because it was a beautiful sunny day. And I'm looking around and there's like people everywhere, but because of where I was on the end, it's like I was in everybody's blind spot and they couldn't see me. And I'm like thinking, what am I was trying to wrestle the thing and I couldn't get it. Meanwhile, I was getting doused in gasoline. My car, because my windows were down, because it was such a nice day, it was getting completely doused in gasoline. And I'm like, I can't put an end to this. And I couldn't figure it out. So no one could see me. And I kept thinking, aren't they watching the security camera? Can they not, nobody saw until, and I was literally like, I don't know what to do. I couldn't wrangle it. It was too wild for me. It was too forceful. And honestly, I was worried about getting another head injury because I've had a number of concussions. And so then finally, after what felt like a long time, there was a guy from the pump next door who didn't speak any English. And he was well dressed. He had like a nice collared shirt on, like a dress shirt. And he drove like, I think, a Jeep. And he was finally getting into the driver's seat to leave. And he saw this. And this guy saved the day. He jumped over. He got soaked worse than I did. He got soaked worse than I did to wrangle that thing and put it back on the thing. He was soaked worse than I was. And especially too, because he was wearing, like, the other thing about the gasoline is it dries really quick. So like while I was soaked head to toe, that's what's crazy is like then it evaporates really quickly so that like you feel it on you, but you can't see it. But because he was wearing all those clothes, like he was wearing long pants, like long jeans and like shoes and like a long sleeve dress shirt. And I was wearing a summer dress in sandals, right? So like his clothes were all wet. And like he got doused and like he didn't speak any English. And he got it on the thing and then when you put it back on the thing, then what happened was then it just dripped from the thing, but it wasn't spraying everywhere. And so meanwhile, this entire thing is a fire hazard now, which I didn't even think of until after the fact when somebody said you could have died if someone had thrown a cigarette butt without knowing what had happened. Because you wouldn't know unless you saw it happening because of the way but anyway, it could have, so he puts it on the thing and I'm looking at him and I'm just like, I'm trying, even if he spoke English, I'm like, I don't have words to thank you. And I don't know how to say how sorry I am because but at the same time, I'm like, why am I it was one of those moments where it's like, I don't even know what to say because, I think I did say like, I'm so sorry. I think I apologized. I'm so sorry. And he just like, he looked really disoriented, which I understand because literally he was like looking around disoriented and got in the car and drove off. And I hope he's okay. I don't know if he went to the hospital. I hope he's okay. Because I can tell you from experience that weird things happen when you're doused in gasoline. Yes. After that, I was like really disoriented. As I learned after the fact, toxic. It's toxic. It's toxic. The fumes are toxic. And then the film is also, and there's all these chemicals in it and it stays on your skin and your clothes. As I learned, it's like impossible to get rid of this. There's a whole lot of things that happened to me after this event, but I had to figure out what to do. And so I went into the gas station and I told them what happened. Like nobody saw it. Like they could see that it happened once they looked over, but no one else witnessed it. Apart from that one dude, right? Like no one like saw it from inside. But I told them what happened and so they like came over and they're like, here's some paper towels. And I'm like, it's already dried up by now, I didn't know if I was going to be able to ever drive my car again because I was like, my whole car is covered in this. And again, it's flammable, toxic, but not only that, as I learned, it didn't take long before I became very allergic to it, the film. And I mean allergic in a lot of ways. My skin became allergic to it. So I started breaking out in hives. Like if I drove my car, I was breaking out in hives. But also I was having respiratory issues, like trouble breathing, sore throat, and then like dizziness, disorientation. Like I was having all of these different symptoms in every type of way. Even if I walked like near my car outside, it was enough to set off like an allergic reaction. So this is when, so after this event, I had a really severe migraine and I was really disoriented. And I did not know what to do. It was a hard time because everything of mine, me, like my person, my body, and everything of mine now is poisoning me. So like, in other words, it's like in my mind, is like the only solution was to get a new body, because no matter how much I showered, no matter how much I washed the clothes or washed the shoes or anything, it couldn't get rid of it. It couldn't get rid of it. So like I was allergic to myself and everything that I had in my car, my clothes, like, and then anything that you brought inside, including yourself. Like if you go, like I need to take a shower. So you go inside the house. Well, now, because you've gone in the house, now the house is a problem, because the stuff transfers. It's wild. It's like the entire house just, oh my God, it was so awful. So after I tried to like wash myself and my clothes, and I'm like, and I realized this was worse than I thought, because you couldn't just clean it up. Like I was starting to get really sick and really from it. And like, so like I called the number they gave me, and like, they put me through to like Sheets corporate, the gas station corporate. And like, anyway, it was soon after all this, right? Probably the next day or whatever, that I did exactly what people do. I said, I don't know what to do. I'm going to call law firms. So I started calling around to different law firms. And so, so I know and so the people on the other end are answering the phone and like, okay, what happened? And I'm describing this event, and every person said the same thing. They've never heard of anything like this happening before, because this is a freak event that is really unusual. It doesn't fit into any category. And that's why it's kind of funny, because the first thing that you do is you figure out, in order to help somebody, you're like, what category does this fit into? So that then you can ask the right questions and provide them with the right next steps and everything like that. And it's like, this is one of those things that's like, doesn't really fit. It's like, I mean, now I know it would be premises liability, but it's not a standard thing, you know? What is swarfiga? So basically, again, I would have handled it differently now had I known what I know now. But you know, it was hard for me also. I will say it was really hard for me also because, you know, some of you guys know that I was in an abusive relationship. I really kind of think of it more kind of like being kidnapped, but you know, for like 5 years. And that was during that time. So one thing that was really interesting, again, it would have been a lot different now for a number of reasons. I know more about you know, the law and stuff like this, but not only that, but also just my situation, because at that time with this whole gas station thing, that was when things were really the other person's paranoia and delusions were really going off the deep end to where it was getting really dangerous. And so, I mean, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Like, so when this whole thing happened with the gas station, okay. I was afraid. This is the life that I had. Okay. I was afraid to call this person because I knew what they would say. This is how normal this was for me. And I knew what would happen. I knew they would tell me I was lying. I knew they would tell me I was making it up. And I knew that they would tell me I was actually cheating on them and not being doused with gasoline. So I procrastinated a little bit, but eventually I knew I had to call. I was terrified. I called, started telling them what happened. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. The person was like, something sounds funny about you. And I'm like, I was just doused with gasoline. And they're like, I don't believe you. And they start trying to be like, you're, you know, anyway, so, but beyond that, the part that got worse was when, I'm going through all this with being ill. You know, I ended up having a lot of issues from this, like health issues, PTSD. On top of the PTSD I already had from this relationship. I was terrified to pump gas for a really long time. I'm not going to get into all of it, but like I was having a lot of fallout from this and trying to figure out what to do, because I actually lost a lot of money, right? Because like I lost, you know, beyond just the pain and suffering and the illness, whatever, medical bills, Like my car, I wasn't even sure if it was salvageable. Like I had to pay a lot of money up front to have things fixed. Like my car had to go through this whole thing. They were able to save it, but I ended up spending like something like a couple $1,000 out of pocket to try to salvage these things and replace the things I had lost. So I was already like, I had to pay all this money. So like, anyway, I had like this legal matter, right? Anyway, but what was really the icing on the cake here, and part of why I just didn't have the ability to fully fight this the way I probably could have, is because, so I didn't have support. It was the opposite, right? Like, for example, again, this person who I was mentioning, the icing on the cake was when they blamed me for this happening. They said, well, it's in terms of the car, they said, it's your fault you left the windows down. I mean, this happened in August. It was a beautiful 85 degrees and sunny. I love having the windows down. I love fresh air. I love the sun on my skin. I always have the windows down if the weather is nice, always. I mean, that's what this person said to me. It's your fault because you shouldn't have had the windows down. It's my fault. And every time I would bring up anything related to this incident at the gas station, I was met with being abused. So what that means is don't talk about it, right? So anyway, all that to say that this is the type of things of this nature, right? Where it could be literally anything. It could be a regular car accident. It could be something crazy like this. But this is exactly what I'm doing now, is I'm doing what other people did for me, which is answering those phone calls and, and providing you with legal assistance. Now, again, I had options out there, and unfortunately, this wasn't due to the law firms themselves. They provided me with help, but just due to my situation that I was in, I just did not have the energy, the mental energy or emotional. I couldn't dedicate anything to this because things were so bad in my own life with my safety that it really came more about surviving that situation and eventually getting out, that I couldn't, I ended up just sort of putting this aside for a long time because I just didn't have the ability to do anything about it. But anyway, but that's what I'm doing now. And so, I'm doing that same thing, and it means a lot to be able to help people. And I know exactly, because I've been in that situation. So, it's like when you're like, I don't know anything about this. I've never used an attorney. That was me, right? I'm like, I don't know I'm calling a law firm. Okay, what is this going to be like? And that's a lot of people that will call, is like people. I had somebody call me from the hospital the other day, and apparently that's really common. They're in the hospital. They call you from the hospital. Incredible, right? Yeah. So Swarfega I don't know if that's available in the US, but I will look into it. I'd never heard of it. But a billion showers. It took a long time for me, personally, to not still be oil or a gas, residue. And big shout out to the place that salvaged my car, though. I'm trying to remember the name. Fayette, I believe, is a place in High Point, North Carolina. Big shout out to them. They did an amazing job and salvaged my car. Now, having said that, had it not been salvageable, then, the gas station corporate would have been buying me a new car. But that would have been another whole ordeal again. That it would have been the type of thing where I would have needed a car. And the only way to make that happen, I would have had to have bought, here's how that would have had to go down. I would have had to have bought the car up front, and then they would have to reimburse me. But that process would take a really long time. So it's like, was I just, you know what I mean? You see, this is why people need help, because that's how this works. You can't be reimbursed until all of the expenses have been paid. And so you have to have that money up front. It's just so messed up, right? What random person's like, oh, sure, I can just front the money for a new car. What? It was bad enough that I'm like, wait, I'm going to have to front like $2,000 to have this cleaned so I don't get poisoned every time I drive. Like what? But they didn't have a choice. Anyway, so that did work out, but big shout out to them for salvaging my car. So Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. You would only be going to court typically unless, something's going to trial, Exactly. Well, and that's the thing is that it really, it's, the point is to find the legal representation, right? And so, because in other words, yeah, I mean, it's for people, they're telling us, we're asking the questions so that we can figure out how best to help them, right? And provide them with the next steps. And the thing is that when a matter meets certain criteria, it's like escalated. And so like, what that means is like, it's sent over immediately and they put you on the phone with like an attorney. And actually every time when this gas station thing happened to me, I called a number of different law firms and every time I called, I was put over through to an attorney. So now I actually know what a big deal that is because it's not easy to meet that criteria actually. But here's the other thing that's super cool, guys. I know you Flash fan, you already heard about this, but the other thing that's super cool is this job is really awesome. Oh, that sucks. So that, by the way, what sucks for anyone who's just listening, Sorfega is banned in the USA. So, but the other thing that's super awesome about this job is that like, you really, have the, ability to just, as long as you're available, like when you get a call, you answer the call, but like when there's not a call, like you can kind of do whatever. So like, basically I can actually ostensibly bring my computer in and like edit videos, like, and then just when a call comes in, put it down, or, work on timestamps or whatever. Like I can still do things. And because the way that it works is sometimes it's like you might not have anybody call for a long time, or you might have only 30 seconds in between. It just sort of depends. It's really funny like that from what I can tell so far. But then there's times where there's like a lot of downtime and like the phones are just not ringing and nobody's calling in. And so people bring in all kinds of stuff. Some people talk on the phone, other people have books, puzzles, some people are listening to music. And so anyway, I'm going to work on my YouTube stuff. So, dude, tell me about it, right? That would be the dream. I mean, the dream would be to be in court, but both, right? I know. Tell me about it. So that would be a long-term plan, 100%. How much would I love to be able to actually be like, yes, I am an attorney. Like, I can't even wrap my head around that, but man. And the other thing that's really cool is like the office, like it's a beautiful building, but like I'm surrounded by like the hard copies of like Westlaw and like all of the North Carolina statutes and like all of like, you picture like those, you see them in video, like the legal bookshop, but all that, but it's like North Carolina case law. Oh, it's so cool. It's like a law library, I just freaking love it, man. So yeah, I'm excited, and thanks you guys for the support. Yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting. It's really funny too, because of like, when everything started, like 2020, right? Fucking hell, that year, 2020, right? Beginning of the year, COVID, George Floyd, there was a lot of stuff going on. Right. But for me personally, again, like I was in that situation that like I was describing. And I remember when COVID happened and there was talk about not, being quarantined and not being able to leave your house. And I thought to myself, I will literally be killed. I will be killed. I will be killed. And I was like, what am I going to do? I can't do that. Like, I can't do that because I was in a situation where it was like, for my own safety, I needed to try to be away from him as much as possible. But also, if I was away from him, like if I went to the grocery store and came back in 5 minutes, it would be like, where have you been? I don't believe you, even though I have groceries in my hand. Where have you been? You were cheating on me. But the paranoia. So it was a catch-22 of like, I can't be here, but also I can't not be here. I'm like there was no solution. But I just felt like if I'm stuck, like if I can't leave that house, like that's it. You guys will never, like, no one will ever see me again. You know, how will I survive this? And I will tell you what, you know, trials is at least mentally how I survived it. Like trials. I watched trials, and it started with George Floyd. I watched it gavel to gavel. As y'all know, that was my first trial, gavel to gavel. No one was covering it, but I watched it gavel to gavel, including jury selection, voir dire. And it was like straight from that into Duct v. Heard. And it's been like that ever since, right? One after another, or more than one. I mean, I watched trials gavel to gavel, and it gave me a reason to like keep trying to survive, to be honest with you, because I wanted to see what happened that next day in trial. And I'm not even kidding. It really gave me motivation to continue trying to survive. That was a hellish situation, to say the least. Dude, tell me about it, right? Please. Dream for me. Interviewing Jose Baez, interviewing Mark Eiglarsh, interviewing Ann Taylor, interviewing Creighton Waters, interviewing Jackson and Unetti. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. Just a sec. My door's... That was weird. My door just blew open. Speaking of the wind on the door. You know, who else though? There'd be other people, but like top of the list would be like Jose Baez, Creighton Waters, Mark Eiglarsh, and Ann Taylor probably. How did the Casey Anthony streams come about? The Casey Anthony streams came about because we finished Ezra, and I really loved the idea of covering these court TV archive trials that no one's covered. I mean, just it's crazy that there are these trials that no one's covered, right? This is one of them. No one's covered it. Blows my mind. And so, but not only that, the thing that spurred this on is this question of does the jury get it wrong? That's what spurred it on. Because this comes up all the time in any trial, right? Did the jury reach the right verdict? And did the jury get it wrong? And you know, the thing is like I've been asking people, if you say what case did the jury get it wrong, most people are going to name one of two or both, and they're going to say OJ and Casey Anthony, and everyone's going to say that. And I only knew about this trial as much as the regular general consensus was, right? Like what I knew about this trial was like, yeah, I can't really remember what the state's theory was, but like she definitely did it, right? But then I'm like, I know logically how rare it is for juries to acquit. That it never happens, right? And I'm like, because I really have a lot of faith in juries, right? And this was also coming out of, you know, we had Karen Reed, and it's like there were a lot of questions like, what's going on with these juries, right? And so, but this is a big one, and it's like I really want to have faith in the jury system. I really do. And so I was like, but regardless of what it is, you know, the only way, you know, and people would ask me, why did the jury acquit her? And I'm like, I don't know. I haven't watched the trial. You know, I haven't watched the trial. I don't know. So, so basically I was like, you know what? I have never watched this trial. I know that there's probably things that are different than what the mainstream media has said. Boy, was that an understatement? My God, it's just blows the mind. Propaganda, I would say. Propaganda. You know, I'm not even calling it misinformation. I would say it's propaganda surrounding this case. And there's probably other cases that have that, but maybe not to this level. This case is very different. The propaganda is extreme, and it's really hard to tell people that the propaganda is wrong when they are really sure that it's correct. It reminds me a lot of like the Soviet Union. It's pretty bizarre. So anyway, but I didn't know what to expect, right? I didn't know. I knew probably less than most people, but if anything, I just knew something about chloroform, something about drowning. Like I didn't know, just like that question we keep asking. I'm like, I don't really remember. How did she die? It's like, in my mind, I'm thinking, I must just not remember. Nope, that's not what it is, right? That's not what it is. It's because they don't know. But anyway, and I was like, yeah, I just don't really remember much about it, except that, you know, I remember she had this reputation of being a party girl, and like, she definitely did it, right? You know, that type of thing. And that was pretty much it, you know? And so, like, yeah, hopefully that answers your question, but that's the point, was to answer this question of, did the jury get it wrong? And to try to go through it objectively from the beginning, gavel to gavel. And, you know, boy, oh boy, has it been eye-opening. Dude, Terrell Brooks, I don't think I would do that. Well, and that's the thing. That's why Delphi was really tough for me. Because I was having more hope. Because this trial was giving me hope. Because I was like, no, the jury got it right. The rest of the general public is wrong. Sorry, guys. I hate to tell y'all. General public is wrong. The jury got it right. But people didn't watch the trial, and that's the problem. So that was like giving me hope again, because I really want to believe in the jury. But then Delphi happened, and I was really depressed for a couple days after that, to be honest with you, because I'm like, I do think the jury, I haven't figured out how to process that yet. I'll just be honest. That'll be a whole other thing, because just like we're doing with this trial, we're going through it, and it's tough because we can't see that trial. Now, here's the thing. Eventually we might get some transcripts. We might be able to like see the interrogation videos and things like that. That will be helpful, because the only way to really fully say, did the jury get it wrong, right, is only if you can watch the trial. Now, of course, we can't see all the evidence, obviously. So we'll never be able to, it's not the same as being on the jury, obviously. But we're doing the best we can as the public of what's publicly available, as in coming in objective, watching the whole trial, taking the information in, imagining as if you were the jury, that type of thing. And it's hard to do that with Delphi because there is nothing to go off of. It's tough because I don't want to believe the jury got it wrong, but at the same time, I think that they have the wrong person. So I don't know. I haven't figured out how to reconcile that yet, but I think it'll take more information to do that. Yeah. I would interview Mr. George, and I would interview Mr. Ashton. I could not interview Miss Green Verdict. I just couldn't. I couldn't do it. Not possible. Yeah. I know, right? I know. So here's the thing, guys. The way that y'all feel about Delphi with like what you can't process it yet, right? The way that y'all feel about Delphi, I feel as strongly about that with Delphi, right? I feel that same way, as you guys know. But I also feel as strongly, let's get into this with Dr. G, because I feel as strongly about how this case, this prosecution should never have brought this case. And they wanted to give her the lethal injection. Like this, I can't even tell you guys how emotional it's been for me to actually edit these videos and watch it, because it's so upsetting. It's as bad. And so it's really crazy when people just like have no idea, but they didn't watch the trial. So let's keep watching some of this.
Not under exactly the same circumstances, but similar.
You had some conversation yesterday with Mr. Ashton in testimony regarding the duct tape.
Correct.
And looked at various pictures.
That's right.
There was no duct tape on the left side of the skull.
Well, what do you mean by on?
All right. You have described in photos yesterday, and I'm going to avoid showing them.
This is going to be a big point of contention going forward here for a good bit with these different medical examiners and forensic I keep wanting to say anthropologists, I guess archaeologists, anthropologists, about was the duct tape on, is it not on, is it half on? That's going to be a big thing going forward.
That there was some duct tape adhered to a little bit of hair, Matt, on the right side.
And by the way, guys, on I think the next episode, maybe the one after that, we'll get to the motion for a directed verdict. And we hear that in every trial, right? The motions for a directed verdict. This is different. This is different. This is really different. Oh man, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. I don't want to spoil it, but we have that. Just be ready for something really different on that.
Of the skull and then laying forward. Remember?
Yes.
All right. There wasn't any duct tape when you found or were presented with these remains on the left side, was there?
Well, I think it extended beyond the midline to the left, certainly, but it wasn't attached. The tape itself was not attached to the skull.
And there wasn't any on the back of the skull either, was there?
No.
So there was no duct tape around the skull, was there, sir?
Completely encircling it?
Correct.
No, sir.
Isn't it true that you found no evidence of trauma of any kind of these remains?
I did not see any evidence of trauma.
You have just moments ago talked about the duties that you have, and that is to determine
Here we go.
the cause and manner of death. Correct?
That's correct.
That's a medical examiner's job.
Primarily, yes.
You do not know from your
Oh, StreamYard.
examination of the evidence the cause of death in this case, do you, sir?
I did not make a determination of cause and manner of death in this case.
Okay. My question is very specific, doctor. You do not know the cause of death in this case, do you, sir?
I do not.
So you know what's crazy? So my understanding was, as we were getting to this point in trial, was that my understanding was that the cause of death was undetermined and the manner of death was homicide. But it's worse than that. Wait till we hear it from Dr. G here in a second.
And the manner of death in this case has been officially determined by Dr. G as a homicide, correct?
That's correct.
Is the term homicide a scientific term?
Objection, cease the scope.
Sustained.
As a medical examiner, you called upon to make the decisions of both cause and manner of death?
Objection, Ashton, answer.
Sustained.
You have not rendered an opinion as to the manner
It's
of death
overruled.
in this case, have you, sir?
I have not.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no questions.
Courses in human anatomy, human skeletal anatomy, human variation, other types of biological courses. For a forensic Sure. The whole answer?
Oh, this one's really funny. I can't wait till we get to the Dr. G replay because I have so many thoughts. But I think we have her right after this guy. This is really more kind of funny stuff that happens in this little clip.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. No problem. Sorry about that.
that's all right. We'll remind you.
Okay.
You're not the first.
Can you please repeat the question?
Oh my God, I can't remember it. I think I was just asking.
Incredible. Incredible.
Between
Yes.
forensic anthropology.
I literally never heard a judge do that. I've never heard a judge do that. Ever. He's answering the question as to what the question was. Does that blow y'all's mind? Because the normal procedure would be for Mr. Ashton to say, oh my God, I can't remember what it was. I mean, normally you wouldn't say it like that. That's ridiculous. What you should do. Okay. What should happen in this situation is if this witness, like he just did, says, could you please repeat the question? If Mr. Ashton doesn't remember his question, which first of all, I think that's terrible and that happens with attorneys. But second of all, what you do is instead of saying, oh, I forgot it, or I don't remember, you just say, Madam Court Reporter, can you please repeat the question? And then they read it. But even if you do what Mr. Ashton did and you're like, oh my God, I can't remember. The next thing that should happen is Mr. Ashton then asks the court reporter to repeat the question. What's weird, this is so wild because Judge Belvin answers this. I've literally never seen this.
Yeah, that's so weird,
this
right?
This is mind-boggling.
Between
Yes.
forensic anthropology and
Forensic archaeology.
All right. As a forensic anthropologist, our specialty would be studying the human skeleton.
All right. I've got some. Did you have photographs? Have you seen photographs that were taken of the process that you could explain to the jury, sort of how the process went?
Say that again, please.
I'm sorry, that was a very bad question. Are there photographs that you've reviewed that show the process of this recovery to help explain to the jury exactly how it was done?
Yeah, I know the sheriff's department, they were the ones in charge of taking all of.
They're going to get in trouble and get scolded from Judge Belvin for talking over each other. I feel like it's just a matter of time.
Photographs. Like I said, I was only there as an advisory role. I was not. Thank you.
Well, there's
I was
that.
only there as an advisory role, so I was not out at the scene the whole time. But this one is sheriff initially set up the main area. They essentially put this, whatever you want to call it, tarp thing over here. They set up over the main area. Excuse me?
Canopy.
Thank you. Yeah, canopy over the main area.
And that is was set up over the main area. You talk about the.
It blows my mind he didn't know what to call that. Like, don't you use this every time you do a job? If you're a forensic anthropologist, like looking for human remains, y'all know The first thing they do is they set that type of thing up. So it's like, have you not seen that before?
But I could not tell you which day this is since I did not take the initial photograph. And I'm assuming it's the first day, but
Why are
Does
we
this fairly accurately depict
don't
the
assume.
appearance of the?
Why is nobody stopping this? Why are we letting him assume? Hello? What?
it's just showing she's on her hands and knees, which is most of the time we are on our hands and knees because of small bones. Moving material. All right, they'd be on their hands and knees. They would pick up that material.
Dude, he
they
said
would go through it, but there's always a possibility
said
there could be some
hands and knees so many times.
some of the items.
Say,
Y'all,
Nope.
can you tell? Look, the person's on their hands and knees. Hands and knees.
Area A would have been. Sorry.
There it is. Yep. I knew it. Yep.
You cannot talk at the same time.
Oh, do you remember like 20 minutes ago or something when I made a prediction? You guys remember? I made a prediction. And the prediction that I made was at some point, these two are going to get scolded by Judge Belvin for talking over each other. It was the squirrely crystal ball moment.
There's a question.
Here we
There
go.
be a break, then let there be a moderate, deliberate answer. If not, the court reporter will not be able to take a thing down and the record will be shot.
And duct tape was not covering the nasal aperture, was it, sir?
No.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I have no further
So
questions.
this whole thing with the duct tape, guys, I've pointed it out before. There's this duct tape, the stupid duct tape. You know, it's been a theme in the trial, just like the stupid gas can. But there's a lot of like hinting at what's the deal with this duct tape, and it looks like where the state is kind of going with this is like trying to say that the duct tape suffocated Kaylee, which is odd, and that's why we've had this poll going on, right? We've had this poll going on because if they think the duct tape is what is the cause of death, then what is the whole deal with the chloroform? Because how many witnesses have they brought in to try to talk about the chloroform? Like, that's like the majority, I feel like, of what we've heard this entire trial has been about the chloroform, building up to the chloroform searches, and then all the different experts. And it's like, you know, what they found, and you know, the defense, of course, cross-examined, and it wasn't maybe all what it was made out to be, and by which I mean they pretty much just destroyed it. And maybe that could be why now the state is like, oh, duct tape, save us, duct tape.
Save us,
So
duct tape.
in regards to that, the next episode is called The Magic Duct Tape.
Now,
And for the day.
Go back and we're going to see what
okay, y'all get ready for this.
This lady is a challenge for me. I'm going to do my best to get through this. She was, and then we're going to listen to her answer again.
Upon learning of that, what did you do?
And I was late for the airport. I had already left the building, had run back in to pick up something that I'd forgotten. As I was walking out, Mr. Hansen told me that they
Upon learning of that, what did you do? I was late for the airport. Huh?
found the remains. And we weren't sure who that is for sure at that point. Oftentimes these scene recoveries take a long period of time. I had
Already setting up a narrative. This is
engagement that I
wild.
could not get out of.
And
I was late
my guess in hindsight is that was probably filming for her stupid TV show.
for the airport, so I immediately contacted Dr. Utz and told him to initially handle it till I got back. I would be back the next day. I told Steve to make sure that Dr. Schultz was called. He's my anthropologist that's our consultant. And I believe I might have even talked to Dr. Schultz myself. I can't remember, but I made sure he was involved and I made sure Dr. Utz was able to handle it. I thought that initially, typically how we handle skeletal cases is that it takes a while for the recovery. They're brought in, they sit, and then we analyze. And it's a long process. I didn't think.
She's still answering the question upon learning of that. What did you do? Still answering it.
My absence for the night would matter.
Sure. Now, is As a medical examiner, is it your job to determine two things, one called cause of death and one called manner of death?
Yes, that's the fundamental, it's fundamental to my job, and that's basically why we exist as an office.
All right. So every time you've watched a trial, guys, think about it, right? And we hear the term cause and manner of death. That's how it's said. And whenever we have a trial, right, what do? They talk about cause and manner of death, and they say, okay, what is cause? Describe cause, right? And then what is manner? Describe manner. And then when it comes to when they're going to relate it to the victim in the case, it's like, okay, cause and manner of death. And you start with the cause. What is the cause, right? And usually that takes a good portion. And then the manner of death is usually pretty quick. Homicide or undetermined or whatever the case may be. And they go through. So the cause is the bulk of it, right? Usually. But the thing is that it's so like, it's a no-brainer every time they go in order, cause and manner of death. Listen to what happens here. This is wild.
Is manner of death determination a purely medical or scientific determination?
Yes, the cause?
Manner of death.
She's even confused. Did you see that? Because she's like, wait, you're skipping cause and you're just going to talk about manner of death?
Dr. Neal, we've got the housekeeping out of the way. We were discussing.
The thing is, it only gets worse. Wait till you hear the cause. Because again, my understanding was the cause was undetermined. It gets worse.
The concepts of cause and manner of death, and I believe you were explaining to the jury what manner of death means. Could you explain that, please?
The manner of death.
Manner of death.
The manner is the classification of death based on all of the information that is available to us, both scientific information, both scene information, both historic information, anything that will help us classify that death.
It's so crazy how he's like, okay, now we got all that out of the way. It's like he was procrastinating on this. I mean, that's just wild.
As to accident, natural, homicide, suicide, or undetermined.
And in assessing all that thing, the medical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the scene evidence, do you bring to bear your experience in forensic pathology?
Absolutely.
Do you have an opinion as to the manner of death in this case?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
Homicide.
It's everything a trial shouldn't be. This is a medical examiner testifying about cause and manner of death, but really focusing on the manner of death. And wait till you hear what she says and how disgusting it is. And you'll see why the hope is to get the jury thinking about this thing, right? So that by the time he spends all this time about the manner of death and what she's basing that on, by the time he gets to cause of death, it's not going to matter to them because they're already going to be like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. We already know Casey killed her, right? That's what he's hoping for.
In this particular case, based upon everything that you have seen, the photographs, the skeleton itself, do you have an opinion as to the manner of death in this case?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
Homicide.
What do you base that on?
It's based on three main items. First, we know from observational studies, from experience, that it is a red flag that when a child is not
By the way, she doesn't cite any studies or anything. She just says stuff.
Reported immediately to authorities, either with an injury. That's something we look for foul play. This child from history was not reported for a long time.
She didn't have any injuries.
The other thing that makes it a homicide is that the body was hidden. A child's body is thrown out, hidden in a field. We know that is one of the things we look for when we are looking for a homicide. Also, it's often found that these...
I didn't even catch that until now. When we look for a homicide. Look for a homicide. Do you see the problem with that? You're not supposed to be looking for a homicide. You're supposed to be going in without an opinion and then determining it. She said looking for a homicide.
Bodies are in, not always, but closed containers, a suitcase or a plastic bag like this child was.
She said suitcase, guys. Suitcase.
That, again, is from our experience from observational systematic studies, a red flag for homicide. And the last, besides the delay, besides the being found in a field decomposed, would be the duct tape.
She was not in a field. She was in a forest, a swampy forest.
Somewhere located on the lower half of this face. There is no child that should have duct tape on its face when it dies. There is no reason to put duct tape on the face after they die. Based on our experience, we've seen that
Well,
in
actually,
cases.
again, I hadn't thought of this until now. Actually, that's not true. That's actually not true. There could be a reason. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but there, just to argue the point here, that what she's saying, everything she's saying is like so illogical. Like there could be a reason. Someone could do that to try to make it look like something it wasn't, right? Like someone could let's say that somebody strangles somebody. Again, that's not what happened here, but let's say somebody strangles somebody. They could then put duct tape over, on the face to try to make it look like that's what happened instead of something else, right? That could be. So there could be a reason to do it after the death.
Of homicide.
In this case, based on the skeletal condition of the remains, can you render a medical conclusion on the cause of death?
The cause of death, what I put was homicide of undetermined means. I believe we can reliably say it's a homicide, but I don't know the means for which that homicide occurred.
You weren't told.
So the cause of death isn't just undetermined. The cause of death, so the manner of death is homicide, and the cause is homicide by undetermined means.
That the chloroform related to decomposition, but just that there was chloroform involved.
That there was a question of chloroform.
So you then reason that perhaps chloroform may have been used, in fact,
This is great.
to contribute to the cause of death of this child.
I think that would be one of the possibilities.
This is the thing is why it's like, again, why are they pivoting to duct tape? Why are they pivoting to duct tape? We're getting an end to this, or an answer to this question here. Let me pull it up real quick before we get the actual answer. Because in terms of, this question was really kind of like, what did we think the state's theory was, right? So we're about to get a more definitive answer on that, because wait till we hear what they say about the chloroform. And it's incredible that they've been riding that theory this entire trial when they already knew what these results were going to say. And we're going to hear some pretty shocking results about the toxicology. And it's like, what are we doing? And then now they're pivoting to duct tape. Yes, ma'am.
The results were negative as to each and every one.
That is correct.
Well, what things do you know that he...
So the toxicology showed no chloroform, no other poisons, nothing in the toxicology.
He tested
For prescription drugs, illicit drugs. And then he tested specifically for alprazolam in the bone, the scrapings of the bone cavity, the washings of the cranial cavity were all then specifically tested for alprazolam.
And alprazolam, what's a more common name?
It's a benzodiazepam, also known as XANAX.
There it is. The fact that they asked for XANAX to be tested, that the state asked for it, is insanity to me. Like, here's where they got that from, guys. Tony Lazzaro had a roommate, and that roommate was prescribed XANAX. That roommate said, point blank, in all of the statements, just with his sworn statements to law enforcement, that he never gave her any XANAX. He never saw her take any XANAX. He never...
And also, he did testify early on in the trial to the same thing, too.
Sold her any XANAX. Like, she never had his XANAX. But that's how desperate they are, that they tested for XANAX. It blows my mind.
XANAX.
Yes.
So he tested for all those things, and all the results were negative.
That is correct.
To the people who still think she was drugged with XANAX, and that was involved here. I don't know. What do you do? What do you do when you say, well, look at the Orange County Sheriff's investigative report. The evidence is the opposite of that. Law enforcement tried. They went fishing for it. They got the opposite. But the state still tested And then you do it one further. It's right. Okay, so there's that. Like that already should be enough. But just in case you're still like, it was the XANAX. The toxicology showed no XANAX. But they still think it was XANAX. Like, what do you do for people when it's like, oh, yeah, she was drugged with XANAX? It's like, I don't know what I can, I don't know how to,
It's like the flat earthers.
I don't know what I can do to help with this.
So if I understand your testimony, you, the long and short of it is, are confirming that despite the investigations, the toxicology, the anthropologist, all of these things, there is no scientific or medical evidence to establish the cause of this child's death. Is that correct?
The means of the homicide could not be determined.
And you determined to call it a homicide as opposed to an accident or indeterminate.
The circumstances of death and did not fit anything but a homicide.
The circumstances.
That's the way the body was found.
Okay,
And
I know that.
the body.
And also what Detective Melich told you.
I'm not. What part did Dr. Melich tell me? The part that the body wasn't reported for 31 days. Was what
You learned these things from Yuri Melich, an investigator.
That's our standard.
And some of the things-
course of business.
So the bottom line is, when you say and you place the label homicide, the indeterminate means you're saying that the circumstantial evidence to you says that it probably was a homicide.
Not probably. I think that is the only logical conclusion based scientifically on some of the scientific information we have, based on observational information we have about homicides and children dying.
Here's
What
where it's really offensive to me and really gross.
This is scientific information, the circumstance.
Well, we know, and of course, systematic observational studies are part of science. That's a big part of forensic. It's a big part of how we know our world. We look at all the accidental drownings, for instance, in my jurisdiction. We systematically went through those. 100% EMS is called immediately when the child is found.
Well, that has nothing to do with this case, does it, Doctor?
Oh, no.
Objection argumentative.
Sustain.
Okay. Go ahead, Doctor.
It absolutely has something to do with this case. Every death I investigate has to put into the circumstances of death. You can never, ever determine a manner of death, except in very rare instances, just on examining the body.
It's interesting to hear her say this, because if you guys remember Dr. Ellen Reamer from Murdoch, and she had done like a bazillion autopsies and she was awesome and just very scientific, she said the opposite. How many times do you guys remember her saying, I examined the body? And in fact, she does not look at crime scene pictures on purpose. She does not look at pictures of the crime. She examines the body. And the other thing that wasn't there is, in other words, you hear this with her. We've heard this in other cases where, law enforcement is present, right? Law enforcement, the detectives are present. Law enforcement is present for the autopsy. And like that to me does not sit well with me. That was also the case for Karen Reed. And there was maybe a little bit of, intimidation going on. We saw the text messages about the medical examiner, but anyway, and so here we have her where it's not, they haven't even gotten to the point, law enforcement being there. It's like she already talked to Detective Melich ahead of time, and he had already told her this and that and the other thing. And then just the fact that she's saying it's part of this is just wild to me. She's like, it's not just about examining the body. You have to take in all this. It's like that is the exact opposite of what we've heard from, at least one other medical examiner, one who really relied on the evidence, scientific evidence of the body. What she's saying doesn't make sense, right? You should be examining the body.
So, by my experience and by what is known about the way homicides occur, I felt that the preponderance of evidence and
Okay, preponderance of evidence. So this bothered me before, but I didn't say anything about it. But it's interesting that she says preponderance, right? Because that's a legal standard that is the same as the greater weight of the evidence, right?
And greater weight of the evidence is 50% plus a grain of sand. And it's interesting that she offers that. He didn't ask her what the burden was here, what the legal standard was. She offers that. She says by the preponderance of the evidence. And that's a problem because this needs to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And preponderance of the evidence is the lowest standard that we have in the law. And it's not used, it's really only used in terms of criminal law when it comes to something like probable cause for like a search warrant or probable cause to arrest, but not when it comes to, you know, the cause and manner of death. So interesting.
That there was no other logical conclusion could be found by not reporting a child for 30 who has a legal, moral, and ethical obligation to care for a child, not reporting that child missing. The fact that it's tossed in a field to rot in bags is a clear indication that the body was trying to be hidden. Those are, even it being put in a bag is a very big red flag for homicide and never seen in an accidental death of a child.
Have you guys caught what is so atrocious about this? It'd be one thing if she's saying, okay, she's again, I don't agree with what she's saying about here's all these circumstances and this should be help you determine the manner of death. Okay, I don't agree with that premise in the first place, but even if you go that route, that at least doesn't tie her finding of the manner of death to another person specifically, because that's not her job. Let me make sure that's really clear. Her job is not to base her determination of the manner of death, to base that determination on who she thinks did it. That's why it's so problematic that the cause of death is homicide. You see the problem with the circular reasoning here? Like if you, and the fact that like I pointed out a few minutes ago, how she even says, when you're looking for homicide, all of this speaks to, she already had an opinion of what, that it was homicide and that it was the mother, right? And then she's looking for a way to, like, that's impacting obviously her findings here, right? Because if you say, like, it's crazy. I didn't even think cause of death could be homicide. I mean, that's a legal determination. So it's wild to me that it's the manner of death is homicide, but cause is homicide by undetermined means. What that says to me is this: everything is undetermined because they can't say, and that the only thing they are saying is homicide, but there's nothing to back that up, and that is coming from literally just an opinion of wanting to prove that. It's like, it's the same thing like we see with law enforcement or detectives, right? They're not supposed to go in and be like, here's what we think happened, and now let's try to prove it, right? They're supposed to go in and just look at the evidence, let the evidence lead them to the conclusions. And it's the same thing with this. She's gone in with foregone conclusions and then put that in the autopsy report. It's insane. Now, with that being said, let me back this up so we can listen to this, because this is really important, really important.
I felt that the preponderance of evidence and that there was no other logical conclusion could be found by not reporting a child for 30 who has a legal, moral, and ethical obligation to care for a child, not reporting that child missing.
This is horrifying, because her job is not to decide who committed the homicide. Determine the cause and manner of death, and that's it. It's even worse. It's not just that it's like implying the person that did it. She's basing, it's backward. It's completely backwards. It's like basing the manner of death on what she thinks happened based on not reporting the child missing, which is not a homicide. And so my point there is that just by not reporting a child missing doesn't mean that you killed them or that the person is even dead, right? We've seen this in other cases where the a child goes missing and they just aren't reported, but sometimes they're actually found. So it's like Like, yes, while that could be, you could have a homicide where someone's gone missing and not reported, just the person being missing and not reported doesn't mean there was a homicide at all. What it is indicating is that here she is, the medical examiner, right, an expert. What she is saying, if you read between lines, I mean, I'm not saying she's trying to convince anybody. I'm saying this is her opinion coming out, obviously, is like the manner of death is homicide, and obviously it was Casey. And why do I say that? Because Casey's the one who was supposed to report her missing. And she based that manner of death, at least very much partially, on the fact that Kaylee was not reported missing by her mom. So in other words, like what I was saying before, how she went in with a predetermined notion that it was homicide, right? The cause is homicide, the manner is homicide, but it's a step further than that. It's not just, we're already sure it's a homicide. That's bad enough, right? You shouldn't be doing that. It's bad enough to already say, I already know what it is. I'm looking for this, right? But when you add to it that a lot of her explanation here has to do with not being reported missing, it's not just then she's gone in with this predetermined opinion that it's a homicide. It's a predetermined opinion that it's homicide, and that's homicide by the person who did not report the child missing. So you put all that together, and what do you get? You get, she went in with a predetermined opinion and conclusion, predetermined conclusion, before doing anything, that it was a homicide and that the mother killed her, before examining anything, before getting involved. I just don't know how this wasn't stopped at the get-go.
The fact that it's tossed in a field to rot in bags is a clear indication that the body was trying to be hidden. Those are, even it being put in a bag is a very big red flag for homicide, and never seen an accidental death of a child.
That's
and
true.
The fact that
I'm sure that's not true. She can't say never. She can't say never. And I guarantee you, it's not even a question. For sure, we know this. There are accidental deaths that then people freak out and cover up. We know this. She's just saying things as if they're true, and she's not citing any studies. She's not citing anything. She's just saying stuff. I hate this. I hate this so much.
There's duct tape anywhere attached to that child's face is, to me, indication of a homicide.
Okay, now let's back up. What about your circumstantial observations and deductions for scientific, ma'am?
Where it gets worse.
The fact that we know 100% of the time that accidental deaths are reported unless there is a good reason not to be. We know that there is no reason not to report. In fact, if you do not report an injury to authorities,
Again, why are you even saying there was no injury? Everybody knows Kaylee had no injuries. There was no injuries. Why does she keep saying this? She's trying to, again, connect this to something that it's not by talking about reporting injuries, but that was never the case here. Kaylee never had any injuries.
You are risking that child's life because, so we know that's partly behavioral science. And we know in all of the cases that come through our morgue that.
Are you now also a trained psychologist? Are you an expert in behavioral science? This is insanity.
Accidents are 100%, particularly on children, are reported unless there's a good reason not to.
So you're trying to tell this jury 100% that there's no way that this death could have been accidental?
No, I said 100% of the time, let's say on a systematic review of drownings, it's one of the more common.
She's changing it. Okay, before we get into how she's changing her answer here or being weaselly, it's interesting that she mentions drownings, right? Because that is a potential thing that could have happened here. She's changing it. That's a very smart question to ask her because she's changing it. Because she sees that she's good. So because she did actually say that. Not right now, but earlier in her cross, she did actually say, he gave her another out, and she said, no, I'm 100% sure it's the only option. It's the only option, she said. Don't worry, there's a replay.
And you determined to call it a homicide as opposed to an accident or indeterminate.
The circumstances of death and did not fit anything but a homicide.
So the bottom line is when you say, and you place the label homicide, the indeterminate means you're saying that the circumstantial evidence to you says that it probably was a homicide.
Not probably. I think that is the only logical conclusion.
And now he's asking it again, and she's trying to be a sneaky weasel by not answering it, and instead pretending like she's misunderstanding the question, as if it was about the statistic about people reporting them. This is insane.
Accidents 100% of the time when the person finds the child,
that's not what he's asking.
They call 911 because there is a chance that that child might live. They need to report that and give them a chance.
And what if a person finds an obviously drowned body that's so obviously deceased? What then? Is there some scientific thing to your conclusion about their morality?
No, but I'm looking at the behavior as a systematic observational information that.
Why are you looking at the behaviors? That's not your job. Your job, the thing is she should be talking about the body and she's not, right? Why do you think that is? Because she wants to give this opinion and there's nothing to support it based on the body. So her entire thing is just based on like speculation and her opinion, but not her opinion as it should be applied as an expert in forensic pathology, but really more about behavioral sciences. That's not her field.
Shows that no matter how stiff that body is, they always call 911 on the hopes that that child could be saved.
This is insane. I don't think anybody can make that claim the way she's making it. There's so many generalizations here, and again, I don't think that this is actually true, but if anyone could make such a similar claim, it would have to be someone who's in the social sciences field, right? Like, I don't even know. It would be so hard to even actually gather that data because of so many extenuating circumstances that I don't think a study like that would ever be considered reliable. She's just saying this stuff as if it's true. And this is blowing my mind. She's a medical examiner. And how much has she talked about with actually the body? So little.
I'm looking at observational data on that kind of death.
Behavior. You're observing behavior, and you're observing behavior not of the victim, but of who you think committed the crime. You shouldn't be allowed. Like, if you've already decided you think this person did something, like, you shouldn't be allowed to then, after that, determine a manner of death when you already think you know what happened. You shouldn't be allowed. And you shouldn't be allowed to be a medical examiner if you're relying on your own just personal observations and opinions based on someone's behavior, unless that person is the victim, which she's not basing it on that. She's basing it on the mother. And even if it's the victim, that's still a stretch because really you're just supposed to examine the body.
So you're saying then, by your determination, the circumstantial evidence is that's what causes you to conclude it must have been a homicide because you can't explain it any other way.
I explained to you the red flags that we know in forensics based on behavioral science.
You need to answer my question.
I don't understand.
Your Honor.
Just a second, folks. Mr.
Look at him. He knows he's winning. This is insane. And this just, I'll never get over it. They were seeking the death penalty. I mean, this is just blowing my mind.
The bottom line is, let's just take it and make it simple. Cause of death, you don't know. Manner of death, you say based on the circumstantial evidence, you conclude that it was a homicide for the reasons you told us.
I felt that the manner of death, although the cause of death is homicide by undetermined means, I felt the means were unable to be substantiated scientifically. I felt the manner of death was defensible scientifically based on.
That is so interesting. Let me play that again. Y'all, this is insane.
Let's just take it and make it simple. Cause of death, you don't know. Manner of death, you say based on the circumstantial evidence, you conclude that it was a homicide for the reasons you told us.
I felt that the manner of death, although the cause of death is homicide by undetermined means, I felt the means were unable to be substantiated scientifically.
So in other words, the cause of death has no substantiation scientifically.
I felt the manner of death was defensible.
Defensible. So she's gone from, or like the clips that did the replay, right? 100% could only be
the manner could only be homicide, couldn't be anything else. But now she's switched it to the manner of death is defensible. Oh my God. As in, if I need to defend this, I could defend it, but like you could say that about literally anything. So what we've got is the cause of death. There's no, she's saying you can't substantiate. She said it. It's not substantiated by scientific evidence. And then the manner of death is defensible. You guys?
Scientifically based on systematic observational studies.
Okay. Of observational studies of other things, other cases.
Of homicide, how homicides occur, how accidents occur, how natural deaths occur. Yes.
Other cases.
Other cases.
Okay. And incidentally, you said something about duct tape. Isn't it true from what you observed and saw, if there was any duct tape, it was only in the vicinity of the lower mandible?
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr.
Yeah. And the thing is like, why does that matter? Because if the state is trying to pivot from chloroform because the toxicology came back no chloroform, no drugs also for anyone that missed that part. But that it was the duct tape. That's why the fact that it was only on the lower mandible, that means not the whole mouth. That means not the nose. It's not like the tape just kind of fell off and that's why it's there, right? It's been very clear from all of the testimony that the tape was still in place and it hadn't moved, hadn't slid. It was still where it was, however it got there. And the thing is that it does not cover the mouth and nose. It's just on the bottom part of the chin. So, or jaw, whatever. Same thing. All right, now we're getting into the next episode, the magic duct tape.
Okay, you may.
Interesting. So thank you, FlashFan, for looking that up. So FlashFan looked up Dr. G's show. It was 2004 to 2012. Interesting because, again, this trial was in 2011. Now, the thing is I don't know that it was connected to this testimony because, again, the problem is like the general public still always thought Casey did it. While this should have been problematic, unfortunately, I don't think it was. And I don't think many people were watching the trial. I think people were watching, Nancy Grace. And the other thing is that I don't know that there was a community and therefore a knowledge of, like, I don't know that this was on YouTube. This might have been because, Court TV, and this might have been something that was like on cable TV, So in other words, it's really different now because there's a lot more awareness and there's a lot more, it's just much more in the public, right? That you can watch live trials, right? But it's something that like I would have been unaware of it, like at the time. And so whether people didn't know they could watch the whole trial or whether they just didn't, they chose not to, and they just watched like Nancy Grace or just read headlines, anyway, if this trial had been happening now, people would have been watching it. And you know what? Like to that end, let's just say for the sake of the, hypothetical, let's just say that all this happened a decade later and this trial was going on now. I guarantee you that with all the people that watch these trials, the reaction people would have to this would be similar to Karen Reed or similar to Delphi. And it would be completely different. It would be an outrage. It would be, this is messed up, blah, blah, which is just so interesting, right? Because instead we have the opposite. Right, on the TV channel. Right. Yeah, YouTube wasn't a thing yet. Yeah, YouTube existed, but it wasn't like, I don't know that trials were on there. And again, I just don't know that the courts even had the ability or technology because they're all so behind, right? I don't think that they were putting things on YouTube at that point. But I mean, I know YouTube existed, but again, I don't think that there was. So yeah, you would have had to watch it on TV. So it's just very different. Like, do you guys agree? Like if this trial was happening now, do you think this would be completely different in terms of the general public's opinion, or at least the trial watchers' opinions?
Proceed.
This contains pictures of the skull. I would ask that the court re-instruct the media and everyone present about the restrictions on photographing or recording this in any way.
Okay. The media is quite well aware of the two pool folks, one from In Session and the Orlando Sentinel understands that they are to pixate and blur. So they are quite well aware. Also, there should be no taking of cell phone photographs by the media of any of these things. And there's an absolute prohibition on the public for taking out cell phones, period. If you take them out, they will be seized and confiscated. Okay, let's proceed, Mr. Ashton.
Make sure this is published for the court.
testify as to how he plans on? Shouldn't the witness proffer what his testimony is going to be in relation to this as well?
I'd be happy to do whatever the court wants, other than how it was made. I didn't think that went to the 403 analysis, but
Well, I thought you wanted me to look at the tape. What is it you want me to do?
That's fine. We can start with this. If there's any other.
We can look at the tape and then we can have him testify as to how he made it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's
So they don't
proceed.
show us the tape.
that completes the video, Judge.
Okay, couple of questions.
Sir.
What is the relevancy of this?
The issue in this case, as phrased by the defense and by the case, is whether the duct tape in this case was
So just to specify, so my question was not that there would be a different outcome with the verdict, just people's reaction, right? Is what I mean. Like, in other words, don't you think people would have been like outraged that they charged her in the first place and then happy with the jury verdict versus the opposite, which is what we have now? And I do think that just to this point, I do think that there probably has been case law since this happened that would change some of these rulings and some of these different findings, because they're basing it on case law prior to 2011, obviously, right? And there's been new precedent set. I do think that a lot of this would have been different. Potentially, maybe the state wouldn't have even brought the charges, to be honest, if this was happening now. But if they did, I think people would have been pissed off, and I think that the people would have been really happy with the jury. Yeah, but that's just my opinion. Let me know what you guys think. In
fact the cause of death. This
But
demonstrates that
the beauty of it is, even though this did happen at the time it did, and it's not happening now, guess what? We have anyone that's a trial watcher has that option, like we're doing right now, to go back and say, okay, let's watch this right now with a fresh opinion and go through it. Because again, I think if we do that, people are going to realize, wow, like we had this all wrong.
single piece of duct tape, and the testimony will show there was 3, was sufficient to be placed over the nose and mouth of Kaylee Marie Anthony, thus ending her life. This is a graphic,
So they did. So they gave the jury that option. They gave the jury that lesser included of aggravated manslaughter, and they also gave them another lesser charge of abuse of a child, or aggravated child abuse, something like that. They gave them those options. And then the other thing was the lying false statements to law enforcement. That was the only thing they found her guilty of, was the false statements to law enforcement.
fortunately graphic representation, but it's the only method of establishing that. Just so the court knows, the reason the skull is in the picture is because the skull has a scale, the tape has a scale, and in order to make the skull match the photograph, it was necessary to have the skull so that we know that the photograph is in 1-to-1 ratio with the tape. That's the reason that the skull has to be there. And that is the relevance of it. And I do believe that the defense is contesting whether the tape is the murder weapon. And I would submit that this is evidence that it is.
Oh boy.
Mr. Baez?
I don't know where we're at, but I've been hearing a lot of testimony about chloroform being the cause of death.
Yeah, that's one charge. She had 4 charges. The first one was first-degree homicide. The second one was aggravated manslaughter. The third one was aggravated child abuse. The fourth one was false statements to law enforcement.
Or the state's theory of what caused this child's death. And then today it's duct tape.
We seem to find ourselves in a position of, let's throw everything against the wall and see what sticks.
And the irony of that, right? Because isn't that what everybody says defense attorneys do? And which sometimes they do, and that's part of their job. But the irony here, right? That it's the state doing it. And that's exactly what he said, is articulating exactly the point of this question and why this question was something that we got a variety of answers for. Those people that were weighing in on this and saying what they thought, we got a plethora of answers, and everybody, and that just goes to show you, right? Like, why were we so confused? Because the state's confused and they're changing their theory, and it was unclear. And that's what he's pointing out. The state is throwing everything up against the wall to see what sticks. It's just crazy.
Disgusting superimposition is nothing but a fantasy that is not supported. Number one, it's not supported by anything that can't be testified to. It goes to the very root of 403 that it's substantially any probative value of this video as to the measurements of what Mr. Ashton just finished arguing, that it's sufficient, the measurements are sufficient to cause this death. If that's what they want to argue, I understand that. However, the proper way of doing that would be, of course, someone testifying as to the measurements, someone testifying as to the anatomy of this child due to her age, and that would be, in my estimation, through a medical examiner or an anthropologist.
You might want to reference McDuffie versus State, 977 second, 312, 2007 decision of the Florida Supreme Court that may have a similar application here, but I need to reread it. It's been a while since I've read it.
Your Honor, in addition, I think
Just a second, let me finish. I want to be able to hear you, and I want to be able to get this printer is still printed. Case is 26 pages long. All right, you may proceed.
Yes. If 403 was ever created for a scenario, it would be this scenario. The probative value is certainly outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, misleading the jury, and keyly needless presentation of cumulative evidence. There has been no testimony, or can there be any testimony, that this duct tape was in fact.
StreamYard glitch. Sorry, let me see here. Let me back it up a second just in case.
There has been no testimony, or can there be any testimony, that this duct tape was in fact in this position as described and reflected in this video.
That's a problem.
In addition, I would also cite Pierce versus
just referencing this, if there was attorney-client privilege that was viewed by the state, that's a problem.
State, and that is a 4th DCA case, 97. It's a 97 case at 718 Southern 2nd 806, where it clearly shows that the presentation must be relevant and it must fairly and accurately reflect the oral testimony offered, and that it is an aid to the jury's understanding of the issue. Well, there's not going to be any oral testimony that this duct tape was in this position on this child's face. There can't be any, and there isn't any, and certainly Dr. Warren could never testify to that. There were 3 pieces. One was found 9 feet away.
Okay, let's do this. Let me hear Dr. Warren's testimony. So let's put him on the stand and let's hear it. And then I can better make an informed decision. This will be a proffer, so there's really no need for you to make any objections at this point, Mr. Baez. It would help it go quicker so I can hear what the man has to say.
Yes, sir. Please state your name, sir.
My name is Michael Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N.
And you're a forensic pathologist, a forensic anthropologist, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work?
I'm an associate professor at the University of Florida and director of the C.A. Pound Human Identification Laboratory.
We'll skip your qualifications and jump right into the issue.
Okay.
Were you involved in the original investigation of this case, and did you work with Dr. Schultz in preparing his report and analysis in this case?
Yes, sir.
And did you actually participate in examining the skull and other bones involved in this case?
I did.
Now, getting directly to the point, at some point, discussions began about the issue of the duct tape and establishing whether it could be the weapon that caused death. Correct?
That's correct.
Now, how was this video superimposition created?
It was created by taking photographs that we had taken during our examination of the decedent's skull, and also photographs taken of the tape by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and a photograph that was found on the internet that was appropriate in terms of the orientation of the child's face to the photograph that we had of the skull.
Right. Now, why is it necessary to use a picture of the skull and the face in order to do this?
Both the photographs of the skull and the photograph of the tape have photographic scales in there, and those scales are used then to make sure that the size of each of those images are exactly comparable. The face has no scale in it. So if we're going to superimpose the tape onto the soft tissue of the face, there's no way to do that unless we first match the face to the skull in terms of sizing and aligning that, and then by using the scale and the tape, we're able then to superimpose that onto the soft tissue.
So would it be fair to say that by using the skull, you're able to make sure that the face is in one-to-one with the tape?
I had to use the skull, yes, sir.
Had to use the skull. Now, while you can give estimates, let me rephrase that. Is it possible without this superimposition for you to precisely determine the distance between the end of Kaylee's nose and the bottom of her chin?
It is. Using the scale in the photograph, we can do that.
Without that, though, would you be able to?
No.
Are there certain rough estimates that you can make based upon research about the average distances in a child of that size, and et cetera, of that area?
There are data out there, previous studies called anthropometry, which is the measurement of living people for children. And one particular study in 1977 done by the University of Michigan and the Highway Safety Division has some measurements, but not the measurements that we needed from the landmarks that are in question.
So to your knowledge, would there be any other way to demonstrate that the duct tape could cover both her nose and mouth other than this process?
There's not, other than using, again, anthropometric measurements. Those are populational data. Those populational data take into account the variation that we see in humans. When you are applying populational data to a single individual, you're basically using populational means and applying them to a single person. If you can do your measurements and do your work on the individual in question, then it's a more elegant approach to that, and really the only way in this case to do it.
Unless the council has, that's all the questions I have for the proffer.
Mr. Bynes?
Sir, Mr. Ashton talked about discussions about the duct tape being the murder weapon.
So a couple things before we get into his part of the proffer. So I'm trying to find the part about attorney-client privilege in the Shanna Gardner case. I'm not finding anything about a hearing on that yet. Maybe they didn't put it, maybe it wasn't televised. But also, I know I forgot to answer a question from earlier about what I think about the new prosecutor for Karen Reed. I have covered the hearings, both of the hearings, since he became the new lead prosecutor. So you can definitely watch those and get my thoughts on that. But what I will say briefly is that it seems like something happened to him between the first hearing and the second hearing. And I don't know if he caught the Canton brainworm, but there was a big change from him, in my opinion, from the first hearing to the second hearing. And also, I'm realizing I never covered Sarah Boone's motion for a new trial. So what I'll probably do, I might cover that right before her sentencing, or I might do a separate stream. It's only 5 pages long, so I'll probably just do it right before her sentencing. But yeah, but I will be, for anyone who didn't know, I will be covering her sentencing. She's due to be sentenced on Monday at 1:30. So if I'm going to cover her motion for a new trial right before that, then, I might, schedule the stream for like 1 o'clock or something. So we'll see.
Correct? You recall that?
I don't recall direct questions from Mr. Ashton about the duct tape being the murder weapon.
The very first question just now that he brought up were these discussions.
Discussions between me and Dr. Garavaglia and Dr. Schultz, yes, because the tape was seen.
And Mr. Ashton also had these discussions with you, did he not?
I don't remember him talking about that being the murder question or the murder weapon. I remember him asking, and the question being whether or not it's possible that tape could cover both the nasal and oral airway.
Okay. And when did that discussion take place?
Early on, during probably the first day that I was there, we started talking about, the possibility of whether that tape could have covered both airways.
And this is the first day you were there, you were having these discussions with Mr. Ashton?
No, I had not met Mr. Ashton at that point. No, that was just with Dr. Garavaglia and Dr. Schultz.
And later on this happened?
Later on, yeah, I think it was I that suggested that we do the superimposition to demonstrate the possibility of that tape covering both airways.
And who made this suggestion to you?
I made the suggestion, I think.
Okay, to who?
To Mr. Ashton.
Okay, so you suggested it to Mr. Ashton while considering the prosecution of this case?
Excuse me?
While considering the prosecution of this case?
Yes.
Okay, and you weren't present when the duct tape was removed from the skull, were you, sir?
No.
Okay. So you never saw where this duct tape was positioned near the hair or anything like that other than a photograph?
That's true.
Okay. And of course, the photograph that you saw are the ones that are admitted in evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're the ones that are attached to her skull. I mean, her hair mat, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not to her skull.
Not to her skull.
Right. Now, the hair mat is underneath her skull, is it not?
Object to the relevance of this to the Proffer, to the 403 issue.
I thought we were not going to have objections.
Well, let's get to
Great
the point.
point. They
I
did
don't
say
want
that.
you to do your entire cross-examination. I just want, we're here to determine the 403 issue.
Yes, sir. I'm tying it all together here.
Okay,
If I
let's
can have
get
just
there.
a moment. The hair mat was underneath Kaylee's skull, correct?
It was nestled at the base of the skull, correct?
Okay. And normally hair is not on the bottom of a skull. It's usually on top.
Decomposed skulls, yes, the hair can slump and
But I'm talking about when a person's alive.
Yes.
Right. Just like in the photograph, she's alive, her hair's on top.
Correct.
Okay. And there's no scale on her face in that photograph, is there?
No.
Okay. And you don't even know how old Kaylee was when that photograph was taken.
That's true.
And this is just some photograph you took off the internet.
Correct.
Okay. So to fairly and accurately have this depiction, you would of course need to know how large the child is, correct?
No, I would have to have knowledge of the landmarks of the face and how they fit and the relationship of the soft tissue to the skull to adequately scale that.
The children grow fairly rapidly, don't they?
They do.
Okay, and she could have been much older or much larger in that photo at the time of her death than was in that photograph, correct?
The photograph to me looked like it had been taken fairly recently prior to her disappearance.
It just looked that way to you, but
Correct.
you don't know for
Correct.
for
It's
certain.
not an infant's photograph. In other words. Yeah.
Doctor, what is the purpose of this demonstration?
Purpose of the demonstration is to illustrate that it is possible that the width of the tape would cover both the child's nose and the oral, the mouth.
A skull was utilized. Explain to me the necessity for the skull, doctor.
Okay. We took the photograph of the skull and a frontal view of the skull with a scale, a photographic scale. We also have a photograph of the skull, or the tape taken by the FBI, that also has a scale in that. By using both the skull and the tape and overlaying those images with 50% opacity in this software program, you basically can take those two and you can make those scales the same size so that you know that the size of the skull relative to the size of the tape is real, that those match. There's no scale in the photograph, but I can scale the face to the skull by using anatomical landmarks. So once we have the orientation of the photograph and we have that photograph scaled to the skull, now we have, we're able to move from the scale in the skull to the scale in the tape. And if we're going to, yes, ma'am, we're able to, once we have the skull scaled to the photograph, then we're able then to superimpose the tape, which has also been scaled to the skull, over the image with the soft tissue.
Now, doctor, the skull that was used was the actual photograph of the skull that you received from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
Will this animation aid you in explaining your testimony to the jury?
It will, in terms of whether or not it's possible, that single question, is it possible that that tape covered both the nose and the mouth? I think it illustrates that it is, in fact, possible that it did.
Without that animation, would you be able to do that, sir?
I would be able to testify based on my knowledge of anthropometry and the literature that it is, in fact, possible that it did. Without.
That's important, right? That's going to be part of the standard as they go through 403 analysis about this, whether, and they're going to go through it. It's going to be really interesting. I love a good 403 analysis, but that's part of it, is like, is this necessary? Can they testify without it? Because if it's prejudicial and they can testify without it, then that's what they should be doing. But then there's also another standard. It's like, well, if it would aid the jury. So you'll hear them go through that in the 403 analysis.
Using the animation, yes.
What are the advantages of or disadvantages, sir, of not utilizing the animation?
The disadvantage is it takes that illustration and the science out of my explanation to the jury. In other words, they'd have to trust that I am familiar with the data. And when I tell them that, the tape, in fact, the width of the tape, which is 1.75 centimeters, and the anthropometric measurements between those landmarks, that in fact that would cover both of those.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Anything else?
Just one small thing. Based upon looking at the skull and looking at the photograph, is it your opinion as a forensic anthropologist that they are close in time? In other words, there hasn't been significant growth in between the photograph and the skull picture?
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions. Would you like him to step down or just?
The witness can stand down.
Just got to see what there.
And Mr. Baez, the case that you want the court to take notice of is Pierce versus State.
Yes, sir.
7/18/7/803, a 1997 decision by the 4th District Court of Appeals.
Yes, as well as, I'm sorry, I was just handed another one that appears to be on point, and that is Camporamore versus Brandon Pest Control at 721 Southern 2nd, 333.
We will be in recess to about 3:15. I need to digest these cases. False imprisonment over in Volusia County. The court said the following in its opinion. Relevant evidence is defined as evidence tending to prove or disprove a material fact. But the relevant evidence is inadmissible if the probative value is substantially outweighed by dangers of unfair prejudice, confusion of issues, misleading the jury, a needless presentation of cumulative evidence. The proper application of Section 94.3 requires a balancing test by the trial judge. Only when the
All right. This is the 403 analysis. I love a good 403 analysis. They're really thorough about this. This is awesome.
Unfair prejudice substantially outweighs the probative value of the evidence, must the evidence be excluded. Unfair prejudice has been described as an undue tendency to suggest decisions on an improper basis, commonly, though not necessarily, an emotional one. This rule of exclusion is directed at evidence which inflames the jury or appeals improperly to the jury's emotions. In performing the balancing test to determine If the unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of the evidence, the trial court should consider the need for the evidence, the tendency of the evidence to suggest an emotional basis for the verdict, the chain of inferences from the evidence necessary to establish the material fact,
Shout out to Super
and the
Planner Girl.
effectiveness of a limited
Okay, so for anyone who's just joining us, a couple things are happening. Right now we're having a 403 analysis of and Super Planner Girl, you missed some of my big news also. But if you were curious, you could go back to like kind of in the beginning of the stream if you see where Black Widow pops in and I talk about the big news. But anyway, but right now we're having a 403 analysis. Also, FlashFan is providing us with some materials related to Shanna Gardner in the Discord. I did start a thread for that. I'm not too worried about the bond motion in the bond hearing. You know, I think that being denied bond is pretty standard. Rarely will there, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on with the different bond hearings that have been going on in recent trials like Corey Richins and P. Diddy, but I don't know, it's some of that's not really all that surprising to me. I would rather put my efforts into covering the 63-page motion regarding to potentially the state breaking attorney-client privilege. That to me is a much bigger issue. So that document and that hearing definitely would be interesting. So thank you so much for that. And then also, I'm going to be covering for anyone who missed it. Sarah Boone on Monday has her sentencing. So I'm going to do it. I made a decision. I'm going to do her motion for a new trial right before the sentencing to get into it. So we'll do both of those together, the motion for a new trial and then the sentencing.
Instruction. The trial court is obligated to exclude evidence in which unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value in order to avoid the danger that a jury will convict a defendant based upon reasons other than evidence establishing guilt. The evidence which is being sought to be introduced is basically a superimposed photograph of the victim, the skull dealing with the placement of duct tape. The defense cites for the proposition that this evidence should be excluded 2 cases. Pierce versus State, found at 718, 7-2nd, 806, a 1997 decision of the 4th District Court of Appeals. The Pierce case basically dealt with a computer-generated animation illustrating the lead traffic homicide investigators' reconstruction of an accident was published to the jury as demonstrative evidence. The court in that case found that this was a case of first impression dealing with computer-generated animations, did its 403 analysis and concluded that the videotape demonstration demonstrated no blood, replicated no sounds, and found that through its 403 analysis that they found no error in admitting no error by the trial court admitting the use of the computer-generated animation to the jury.
Now,
this
here's the thing. Judge Belvin has been very, very, very prosecution leaning this entire trial. So as I was editing this video, I was like thinking, I know he's going to allow it in. I know he's going to allow it in. I know he's going to, right? However, I just wanted to point out that the case law that he's citing to me is not on point with this issue. And the other problem too, right? So we know how it works with judges. They don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to, whatever. And but we know they have to follow precedent. So think about it this way too. And again, like we were just talking about earlier, it might be different if this trial is happening now, right? Because there's been more case law between 2011 and 2024. There's been lots of different case law, but at this point, and now the same thing is true, where they have to follow the binding precedent, right? So imagine it this way, right? You have a judge who makes a ruling at I don't know, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, whenever, on a 403 analysis, right? And decides to either let something in or not let it in or whatever. And in this case, he's citing cases where they let things in, right? And if one person does it, right? Well, then the next person, when they're faced with the same issue, what do? They pull up that decision, and then they're like, well, they did it, so we have to, and we'll do what they did. But you can see how it's kind of, it could be problematic, right? Because if one person does it and then everyone else has to follow it, if the first judge erred in that decision, then everyone else is going to follow that decision in error until a judge comes along that is willing to say, you know what, I'll rock the boat and I will go another route. Because a lot of times it may not be binding precedent. It could just be persuasive, right? Because the binding precedent has to come from like a higher authority. So if they're citing case law from other states, for example, which they do, you will hear them cite case law from other states. That's not binding. That's persuasive. So now if they're citing case law from like the Florida Supreme Court or the U.S. Supreme Court, that's binding upon them as the trial court. So hopefully that makes sense.
Case here mainly dealt with the first time utilization of computer animated generation and was not helpful to the court in its analysis of the 403. The next case cited by the defense is found at 721 7nd 333. The Brandon Pest Control case, a 1998 decision of the 2nd District Court of Appeals. This case involved a videotape that was of approximately 15 minutes duration that was taken at the residence in question. This particular tape demonstrated extermination equipment and pointed out its utilization, the drilling of holes and injecting various chemicals throughout the house. It also had some computer-produced animations throughout, and the court, along with some narrations, the court concluded that the narrations contained throughout and that this tape was basically a self-serving promotional tape. Thus, the court concluded that it should not have been introduced in evidence in this particular case. Although this opinion is not very long, it does not go through a 403 analysis. In looking at the factors talked about in McDuffie, the court will make the following observation. One, the court needs to consider the need for the evidence. In this particular case, there has been made an issue by cross-examination and direct examination dealing with the placement of duct tape upon the victim, Kelly Marie Anthony, and the location of this duct tape.
The magic duct tape.
The court will also note that there is a nondescript picture of Kelly Marie Anthony, and there's also the utilization of the skull of Kelly Marie Anthony, which the jury over the last 2 days has seen several pictures of that particular skull. The skull does not expose any blood, gore, or anything of that particular nature. The doctor has indicated that this will illustrate his particular testimony and that it would aid and assist him in his testimony, even though he said he could do without it, but he said it would be helpful. Does the evidence suggest an emotional basis for a verdict? Unfortunately, in homicide cases, evidence tends to be not so nice. But this particular piece of evidence, a live photograph of the victim, superimposed with the skull, does not have a tendency to suggest an emotional basis for a verdict. Is the evidence necessary to establish a material fact? Both sides have debated the relevancy of this duct tape and the placement of this duct tape. Thus, it is highly relevant to the determination for the trial of fact to conclude, based upon all evidence, whether or not this duct tape was placed in a certain position. That is something for the trial of fact and the trial of fact to determine.
But he said he could do it with
Therefore, based upon what has been presented to this court, the court will permit the witness to testify. Last but not least, pursuant to, if requested by the defense, pursuant to Pierce, I will give the following limiting instruction. This evidence is used only to illustrate the expert's opinion. Like all witnesses, the experts, like all witnesses, experts are like all witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is only reliable when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the expert's testimony. Is the defense requesting that limited instruction to be given prior to the testimony of the expert?
Yes, but we still do not waive our previous motion and objections, Judge.
Okay. As to the other issues raised at the sidebar, we did not answer the question whether or not the state had indicated that they were going to utilize it at trial, but it had been disclosed to the defense before. Therefore, the court did a what I call Richardson analysis, since it violated my order to determine what prejudice by not telling them that they were going to utilize it, but it had been disclosed and the witness had had his deposition taken. With that, are there any other matters we need to take up prior to the jury returning? Any other matters on behalf of the state of Florida? Defense, Mr. Baez?
Yes, sir. The only thing that I would caution, or I would advise the court as to what may also occur with Dr. Warren's testimony, is that we have cumulative testimony. He co-authored a report with Dr. Schultz. I would just, I guess, bring notice to the court that that may occur. And certainly that's something we would like to avoid and object to.
If there are any issues as to Dr. Schultz's testimony, the defense is not challenging that might be true, but my understanding is the defense is not stipulating to the accuracy of anything that Dr. Schultz said, so I would submit that additional testimony on the same issues would not be cumulative, but would be relevant.
Mr. Baez?
Well, in his deposition, he clearly states that he defers to Dr. Schultz on these matters. Why not bring in a third forensic anthropologist to say the same thing?
Oh, wow. Like the multiple medical exams? Bring in a third one. This is really funny.
Not have any objections to that. But to improperly bolster Dr. Schultz's testimony by putting on more of the same thing, I think that is cumulative. It goes to the very definition.
Can you cite one case that says having two experts testifying on the same topic is cumulative.
Now, again, this is like what I was saying before with the case law, right? Because there may not be any case law, and it says, I think he even says he can't find it, that says that that's cumulative. But I have never, ever in any trial seen from the same side, right? Like, because obviously the defense can present experts in the same field. I've never seen in any trial the state bring in, or the prosecution bring in two experts with the exact same job description that did the same thing. And honestly, even when there's people that are slightly different, like for example, in Ezra McCandless, the defense had a lot of different experts that all were different, had different little niches within psychology. So they had different little things. And like, they had to, even though they had like different fields of study, just because they were still in the same umbrella of psychology, they had to show that each one was testifying to something completely different so that it wasn't cumulative. So I was shocked to hear, like, even again, I'm not shocked that there's no case law or whatever, but I'm shocked to hear him say what he says here in a second.
I think that falls under the court's discretion, and I just wanted to.
Usually what I do, Mr. Baez, if you have more than two, then you're going to have to justify to me why you need a third one. Because after two, it gets to be cumulative, in my opinion.
After two, it gets to be cumulative. Insanity.
Being our last forensic anthropologist.
Okay. Anything else, folks?
Not from the state.
From the defense? Okay, let's return to jury.
Well, could you please tell us your name?
Michael Warren, Warren.
And how are you presently employed?
I am Associate Professor of the University of Florida and Director of the C.A. Pound Human Identification Laboratory.
Can you explain to the jury what the C.A. Pound Human Identification Laboratory is?
The Pound Lab is named after the gentleman who endowed the laboratory. It is a working forensic anthropology laboratory. We're responsible for consulting with medical examiners in cases in which the decedent has become skeletonized, burned, fragmented, or otherwise unrecognizable.
And how long have you been the director of that laboratory?
About 2.5 years.
Kind of give us, if you would, your educational and work history leading up to your becoming the director of the Pound Human Identification Laboratory.
Okay, I had a prior career as a paramedic for 15 years. I returned back to graduate school in 1991, received my master's and PhDs at the University of Florida, training under William Ross Maples, forensic anthropologist. I did 1 year postdoc after I received my doctorate in the Pound Lab and was a visiting professor until I was hired onto the faculty in August of 2000 as an assistant professor.
And did you work as an assistant professor at the University of Florida until you became an associate professor and then took over as the head of the laboratory?
That's correct. Since the year 2000 up until I became director, which would have been in January 1st, 2009, I was working in and out of the laboratory, consulting on cases, but also doing teaching and research in the Department of Anthropology.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert to give opinions in the area of forensic anthropology?
I have.
And on how many occasions, if you can approximate?
Probably 16 or 18 times.
And in what type of jurisdictions? Just in the state of Florida, other states, federal?
There's been 2 other states, Alabama and New York, but mostly Florida.
This time, Your Honor, I would submit Dr. Warren as an expert in the area of forensic anthropology.
No objections.
Ladies and gentlemen, the juror, Dr. Warren, will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of forensic anthropology.
Now, do you have I don't know if you call it a specialization or a special interest in forensic anthropology involving children?
My doctoral research was in fetal growth and development, the effect of pathology on linear bones of children. But that was during the fetal period. Any other interest I've had has been involved in determination of age at the time of death, both in juveniles and adults.
Now, did you become involved in the investigation of the death of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
I did.
How did you first become involved in this investigation?
I was contacted by Dr. Garavaglia and Dr. John Schultz on December the 15th in 2008 to come down and assist in the analysis of the remains.
And did you travel to the District 9 Medical Examiner's office for that purpose?
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition to examining the remains, did you also examine photographs taken of the remains as they appeared when they were found?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to one specific area of that. Do you recall, either from the photographs or what you were told, that what the position of the mandible was in reference to the skull when it was first found?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
All right. What was that position?
The mandible was still articulated at the glenoid fossa or mandibular fossa of the cranium.
So you say articulated. What does that mean?
It means it was still in place. It was in situ.
They know.
If you could slow it down just a little bit,
I'll do
it would be
that.
of great assistance
you're
to
again.
us.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Why is that noteworthy?
Well, that particular joint is a regular type of synovial joint with an articular disc. It's a very lax joint in that joint allows movement of the jaw in two different directions, both as a hinge and also to move anteriorly. There's nothing to hold that jaw in place once the soft tissues decompose. So on surface depositions, on cases in which remains are found on the surface of the ground, it would be very rare to find the jaw still articulated with the rest of the skull.
And in your experience, in cases that you have worked over the length of your career, have you ever had a case in which the jaw, in an above ground deposition, was still in that position in the skull?
Yes.
And what were the circumstances of that case?
These are cases that I worked when I was doing some human rights work in the Balkans, in Bosnia, and I think also probably in Kosovo, in which the decedents had tape over their face.
Other than that circumstance, do you consistently find that the mandible has disarticulated from the skull?
Yes.
And is that your experience, or is that experience, withdraw the question. Now, you're familiar with the photographs of the position of the tape in reference to the mandible and the opening for the nose, the nasal aperture, is that correct?
The photographs, yes, sir.
All right. Now, can you tell from the photographs whether the tape in life would have been over the nose and the mouth?
No.
Why is that?
The tape had moved.
There it is.
Now,
There's no follow-up question. There's the magic duct tape. Look, can we hear that again? That's why I call this the magic duct tape. And notice how there's no follow-up question, like how did it move? It's duct tape. It was attached where it was found. Y'all, this is what the state needed to try to switch their theory from chloroform to duct tape.
Over their face.
Other than that circumstance, do you consistently find that the mandible has disarticulated from the skull?
Yes.
And is that your experience, or is that experience, withdraw the question. Now, you're familiar with the photographs of the position of the tape in reference to the mandible and the opening for the nose, the nasal aperture, is that correct?
The photographs, yes, sir.
All right. Now, can you tell from the photographs whether the tape in life would have been over the nose and the mouth?
No.
Why is that?
The tape had moved.
Now, did you...
So here, this is insanity. So remember, the whole point is like this one piece of duct tape, right? It's attached. It was found attached to the remains, but it was just on the bottom part of the jaw. Again, not covering the nose and the mouth. So that would say that, well, that tape is not cause of death because it wasn't covering. Again, the state had been trying to kind of suggest that, right? But it was so clear because it came out from one person after another. Well, yeah, it wasn't covering the nose and mouth. So then, just like how they had to pivot from chloroform to duct tape, then it's like they have to pivot from duct tape being where it was found to how could it possibly have then been a cause of death? And that's where this magic duct tape comes in, because the only way that they could say that the duct tape had anything to do with anything is if at some point, but there's no evidence that it moved. Like, that's what's crazy. And there's no follow-up question. How do you know that it moved? It's the thing. Like, this is like the same thing as was with Dr. G, right? Where it's like, you're trying to make something fit. If someone's saying, okay, how can we prove that the duct tape did it? How can we prove that the duct tape could have been a potential cause of death because it covered the nose and the mouth? If you're trying to say, well, how could that have happened? And then the duct tape would be found where it was found. Well, then the answer is it moved. The problem is that's backwards because there's no evidence that the duct tape moved. The evidence is that the duct tape was found where it was found, not covering the nose and mouth. And there's no follow-up question from the prosecution of like, oh, well, how do you know it moved? It's just, it moved. And why did it move? It moved because that's the only way it could have killed her. You see how that's backwards? That's not how that works. If the duct tape, oh my God, it's just insanity.
You attempt to determine whether it was possible that a single piece of duct tape of the type.
All of this is based on the premise of accepting it moved with no explanation, no evidence. So the first step is for them to say, okay, the duct tape must have moved, right? But then the second step is, would this, because as we know it's small, would this small piece of duct tape, assuming it moved and that where it moved from was covering the nose and mouth, would it have been able to cover the nose and mouth being that it was so small? That's the next step. This is insane, but that's what the point of this witness is. He's supposed to be telling the jury, yes, the duct tape must have moved. And yes, that small piece of duct tape could have been big enough to cover the nose and mouth.
On the body would have been sufficient to cover both the nose and the mouth, even just one piece.
I did.
Right.
I mean, to me, it's relevant because we didn't.
What efforts did you make to determine whether a single
thing? And I'm sure there's problems with it, and I'm sure we'll hear the problems with it. But to me, it's completely irrelevant because we didn't prove that the duct tape moved in the first place. But whatever, this is what's happening. So
piece would have been sufficient to cover both the nose and the mouth.
Two methods. I consulted the literature, the scientific studies that have been done on growing children to try to figure out the distances, the normal distances between various landmarks on a child's face. The best piece of literature I was able to find involved
proper bolstering.
I believe he's referencing the research he used in order to render his conclusion, not the conclusions of other.
Well, Sustain, just tell us what you did, Doctor.
All right. Okay.
Without telling us what the literature
I'll
said.
rephrase.
Okay.
Did you research the literature to determine estimate ranges of the distance between the tip of the nose and let me rephrase. Which anatomical features were you interested in for this purpose?
I was interested in the nasal aperture, the very bottom of the nose, and on the skull that's called the nasospinale. So it's a point that we use when we do measurements. So it's basically the very root of the nasal aperture. And I'm also interested in the bottom of the teeth and the oral airway.
Right. And were you able to get estimates based upon Kaylee's age of what that might have been?
Estimates, not using those exact landmarks, but in particular one landmark that is from the middle of the eye down to the bottom of the chin.
Now, what was the other method that you used?
I used a method called video superimposition.
And explain to the jury what, pardon me, what has video superimposition been used for in forensic anthropology normally?
It's primarily used to exclude the possibility that the remains in question are those of a particular decedent.
How do you do that if that's your purpose?
You would take the skull that you have of an unknown decedent that is in the laboratory, and you would take a photograph or a video of that skull, and you would take a photograph of the person, the putative decedent, the person that law enforcement or the medical examiner thinks that person may be. So you take the skull at that point. You also take the photograph of that individual, and using a comparison method where you are able to superimpose that image on top of the skull using anatomical landmarks, you may be able to make a statement on whether or not it's possible that the photograph is of the person that is the unknown skull that you have.
What type of things are you comparing? You said anatomical landmarks, like what?
You usually would use something like the bottom of the teeth. We also use what we call osteometric points. So there are various points on the skull that we use when we do our metric analyses. So when we measure with calipers, and we use certain anatomical landmarks. So it may be the edge of the orbits. It may be what we call there's a point at the root of the nose that we use, the top of the head, and the contours of the skull.
Now, in this case, identification of the skull was not the issue that you were addressing, correct?
Correct.
How did you utilize that process in seeking information as to whether the tape could have covered the nose and mouth?
I used that technique in order to scale the photograph of the skull with a photograph that was provided me by the FBI of the tape. Both of those images had metric scales in them, so by superimposing one image on the other and making those scales the same size, we're able to know that those two images are, in terms of scaling, correct.
Okay, so that would help you put the tape over the skull, but how do you then determine how it would have been had the face been there?
Well, we would go back to the original techniques that we've normally used superimposition for. That is to take the photograph of the skull, the photograph of the decedent, and then scale those using those anatomical landmarks.
So you're, in essence, making the photograph of the live person the same size as the one photo of the tape.
Correct.
Using the skull as the vehicle to do that.
Exactly.
And in this case, were you able to do that?
I was.
And did you review earlier State's Exhibit QH marked for identification? We showed it earlier here during the
yes.
break. Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the video superposition showing that process?
It does.
And would it help you in explaining what this tells us about the ability of the tape to cover the nose and mouth?
It would.
This time you ought to move it down. State's Exhibit QH, the one file shown to the court, the movie file.
Noting previous objections by the defense, and you renew those at this time, Mr. Baez?
Yes, sir.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered. Okay, prior to publishing this, I need to give you the following instructions, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This evidence is to be used only to illustrate the expert's opinion. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the expert's testimony. You may proceed.
Dr. Warren, in the video we just saw, we see the outline of the tape being moved up and down on the photograph. What is the reason for that?
To show that we don't know where the tape was, that it could have been higher, could have been over both the nose and the mouth, but it could have been lower than that.
So there is a position demonstrated there where the tape would have been only over the mouth and not occluded the nose.
That's correct.
But based upon that video and your own research, would the single piece of tape, if applied in the position shown on the video, been sufficient to have covered the nose and mouth and made breathing impossible?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
May it please the court, Mr. Ashton. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dr. Warren.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you never saw, you were hired in pretty early in this case, were you not?
I wouldn't use the term hired, I was consulted, yes.
Okay, you were consulted fairly early in this case.
Yes.
But you never saw the duct tape while it was attached to the hair mat.
That's true.
And that's what it was attached to, the hair mat.
Yes, there were strands of hair that were adhering.
Okay. And the photograph that you used to do this, what is it, a flash movie of sorts?
That's a QuickTime movie from a Photoshop program.
And Photoshop's something that you use to design websites and things like that?
It can be used in a lot of different applications. I'm not sure if you can use it for that.
Okay. However, it doesn't give you precise measurements and things like that. That's something that you did based on your experience.
It should give you very precise measurements if you're scaling. I mean, the image is the image. So,
however, the photograph that you have of Kaylee, you grabbed that from the internet.
Correct.
And you don't have a scale on that photograph.
Correct.
And in fact, you don't even know how old Kaylee was when that photograph was taken.
That's correct.
Okay. And sir, the only reason you've shown this to this jury is because I guess it's to demonstrate that it's possible that this could have occurred.
Correct.
And when we say this could have occurred, I mean it's possible that a piece of duct tape could have covered her mouth and her nose.
Yes.
Okay. And you're not testifying in any way that that's actually what happened.
No, I'm not.
Okay. And when you say it's possible, it's also possible that it was not.
Correct.
In fact, it's a form of speculation, is it not?
It's a form of demonstration to show a possibility, yes.
Which is a form of speculation since you don't know, right?
Right.
Now, sir, you can't testify that this duct tape had anything to do with Kaylee's death, can you, sir?
No.
Okay. In fact, you can't even testify or base anything scientific that that tape was associated with Kaylee after her death.
Can you ask that again, please?
Sure. You don't know if that duct tape had anything to do with the disposal or the death.
True.
Okay. And in fact, I'm gonna draw a model here, and I'd like to see if you agree with the facts.
Okay.
So fun.
You understand that Kaylee was found on the surface, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you guys have noticed,
And that below the surface was
have you guys noticed how whenever Mr. Baez gets out the easel on cross, then Mr. Ashton always is like on redirect. He's like, well, now I have to one up him and use the easel. He doesn't ever, Mr. Ashton and none of the prosecutors ever use any demonstrative aids like this easel, for example. They never use it on their own volition and direct. They only use it, and I've only ever seen Mr. Ashton use it, only after Mr. Baez does. It's just pretty funny. They're like, oh, that's a good idea.
the hair mat.
Correct.
Above the surface, I meant, sorry.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Sorry. And then after that was the mandible.
Yes.
And then above that was the skull.
Correct.
Okay. Now, generally speaking, when a person is alive, their hair is on top of their head.
Correct.
So somehow, actually, I forgot to mention, the duct tape was also found in front, like that, attached to the hair, correct?
Correct, across the front.
Okay. These multiple colors, in fact.
Yard.
Can everyone see that okay, or let me pull it closer?
Yeah.
Put it closer to the camera. Can everyone see that okay? As I mentioned earlier, sir, the hair is generally up here, correct?
So that I can see it too.
Mr. Ashton.
Is that better?
Yeah, you take it.
I don't want to exclude any.
No.
Everyone can see that okay? Okay.
I cannot.
Oh. That might help.
Yeah.
How about,
That's good.
may the witness stand down, Your Honor?
The witness may stand down. Sir, when you stand down, you're going to have to face in the direction of the court reporter so she will be able to see and hear you.
Now, sir, as we mentioned, the duct tape was attached to her
I'm
hair.
glad he's
correct?
doing this.
That's my understanding
I'm
from,
glad he's doing this, and here's why. Because not just for the jury, but for us, because we're not seeing, thank God, right? Grateful for that. We're not seeing the actual pictures and we're not seeing it. But this is the best way that we can understand what this issue is with this, the hair mat and the tape and the skull, because he's labeled it there. Skull, hair mate, or hair mat, whatever. And then there's the mandible is in red, and then the duct tape is in blue.
observing the photographs.
Okay. It was your understanding too, based on consultation and the evidence at the scene, is that at one time her skull was inside of 3 bags, correct?
Objection, hearsay, speculation. Who?
Sustained but rephrase the question.
Yes, sir. Based on the evidence that you were given to make your, to form your opinions, it's your understanding that Kaylee Marie Anthony's remains at one time were in 3 bags, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And it is the understanding that there is a canvas bag. Were you able to see that canvas bag?
Only photographs.
Okay. And that canvas bag had a shape, like a round cylinder shape, correct? Like that as an opening?
The photographs that I saw were not clear in terms of what the opening looked like.
Okay. Were you able to see the handles of the bag?
I don't recall handles.
Okay. Do you recall if that bag, are you able to close that bag?
Again, I've only seen photographs of the bag, so.
So you have no idea as to whether the bag was closable.
And I will also say that the photographs show you that there's handles, so that's all. This is all not good.
Okay. And you have no idea as to whether this tape was used to wrap Kaylee's remains or whether the duct tape was in the anatomical position of which it was found, because of course you did not see the remains as they were decomposing.
Objection,
correct?
compound argumentative assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Yes, sir. You have no idea the placement of that duct tape.
The duct tape was over at least over the mandible and some portion of the maxilla.
Okay, now, but that's because it was attached to the hair, was it not?
I make that statement on the fact that the mandible was found articulated with the skull.
And while we're talking about the skull, there's absolutely no way that the hair would have gotten underneath all of this because the body wouldn't have decomposed in that way. Isn't that true, sir?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence. I could explain more at the bench.
Approach.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to show you State's Evidence 218. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Now, that's a photograph where you can clearly see the hair mat, correct?
Correct.
And that hair mat was on the floor in the wooded area off Suburban Drive, correct?
The photograph is not of Suburban Drive, and the document speaks for itself. The photograph speaks for itself.
Your Honor, I would object to these speaking objections.
Overrule, let's continue.
When the skull was found, the hair mat was on the floor, correct?
On the surface,
yes. On the surface, of the surface. And right slightly above it was the mandible, correct?
Based on the photographs that I've seen, I was not at the scene.
I understand. But based on what you know.
Yeah.
Okay. So in order for the hair mat to be underneath the skull, it's clearly underneath the skull, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. So in order for the hair mat to be underneath the skull on the floor, something had to have made it either roll there or put the hair in that position, correct?
Yes.
And the duct tape also made its way in that direction with the hair, did it not?
Toward the surface, you mean?
Correct. Towards
Correct.
the surface. Correct. That's what I meant. Now, the video you showed, again, of the possibility that that duct tape could have been in that position was quite graphic, was it not?
It was.
Okay. And was it to try and appeal to the jury's emotions when you asked Mr. Ashton to do that?
Objection. Decisions of what may we approach.
You may. Members of the jury, would you step out for a minute, please? You may proceed with your proffer.
Yes, sir. Dr. Warren, you testified earlier that it was under your suggestion that this movie be prepared, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you had that discussion with Mr. Ashton, was it for the purpose of...
By the way, the point of this proffer is because the reason the state asked for this proffer is because they don't know what he's going to say. Which is interesting, because what that says to me is they're worried he might say yes. That's why, right? In other words, that they want to hear the answer before they let the jury hear the answer. And so if they need to object to the question, they can object to the question. But that's why this is interesting, because, you know, usually the defense will make a proffer, right? But this is interesting because the state wants to proffer this question.
Of appealing to the jury?
No.
Okay. Was it for the purpose to demonstrate to the jury something of a graphic nature?
No.
Was it for the purpose of getting sympathy or getting the jury angry?
No.
Okay. And it was just for the mere possibility of showing that the duct tape could have possibly covered the nose and mouth?
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
State recognized presence of jury.
Yes, sir.
And does the defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
Mr. Baez, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Warren, I just have a couple more questions. You're aware that another piece of Henkel duct tape was found 9 feet away, correct?
I was not aware of that.
Oh, okay.
Aware of that?
Now, the possibility of this demonstration that you did, that was just, of course, one possibility, correct?
Ashton answered.
Overruled.
One possibility.
The demonstration, the QuickTime video that you did, that was just one possibility. It's demonstrating one possibility, correct?
True.
Okay. And there are other possible scenarios that could be involved with both Kaylee's death, correct?
Correct.
And also the duct tape, correct?
In terms of the position of the duct tape over the face, no.
No, what I'm saying is that there are other possibilities, since you don't know the history of where the duct tape was originally, there are other possibilities that could involve that duct tape.
Of course.
Okay. And you don't have any QuickTime movies of those, do you, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
There you go.
Marina Rapp?
Another word.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to whether the duct tape was placed?
In other words, think about the jury instruction that he just gave them, right? That this is not evidence, this is just an aid to show, to explain his opinion, you know, blah, blah. When the jury hears that instruction and they'll hear it again, you know, they can remember that this is the one he chose to use, right? When he said, yeah, there's other possibilities, but he didn't bring in a presentation of those. And that just can point to some sort of bias, right? It's a good question.
On Kaylee Anthony before decomposition?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was placed on prior to decomposition.
What do you base that on?
On the fact that the mandible was found
Overruled.
on the position of the mandible still articulated with the rest of the cranium. On a surface deposition, skeletal elements get moved around. They get moved around by scavengers, insects. That mandible will always become disarticulated unless it is held in place by something.
And in this case, can you see anything holding it in place other than the duct tape?
No, sir.
Now, you're not saying the duct tape was actually stuck to the bones.
It was never stuck to the bone, no, sir.
So how does the duct tape during decomposition keep the mandible in place?
The mandible's probably stuck to the soft tissue as well as the hair, and then when the soft tissue decomposes, the duct tape stays in place and supplies some sort of support for the mandible.
Now, Doctor, this is the photograph that you were shown by Mr. Bias. I'm going to publish it to the jury now. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, this photograph shows that the hair, in fact, is not under the mandible, but posterior to the mandible. Is that
correct? It's under the base of the skull.
Not under the mandible.
Correct.
Now, how during decomposition does the hair end up not on top of the scalp?
The hair is attached to hair follicles on the galeal or scalp tissue. When that tissue decomposes, it tends to slide down, and so it's not uncommon to find what essentially looks like a bird's nest of hair settled around the base of a skeletal element or skull.
As we see here, around the back of the base of the skull?
Yes.
And is that something you commonly see in decomposition elements where the hair basically just falls back and creates a nest?
Correct.
Just like that?
Yes, hair preserves fairly well and lasts a while.
No further questions.
Mr. Bias?
Can you see that, sir?
Yes.
Can the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see it? Yes. Okay. Now, there is significant root growth underneath the mandible as well, correct?
I do see some roots there.
Okay. And roots underneath the mandible can also, in conjunction with, well, actually, let me ask you this. You see roots also attached to the hairnet, do you not?
I do.
Okay. The roots could also contribute to keeping the mandible in place, could it not, sir? As it is demonstrated in this photograph.
That's possible.
I have no further questions.
Good question by Mr. Bias.
Okay.
Does active decomposition inhibit plant growth?
No.
Could those roots have grown?
Calls for an opinion outside of this witness's expertise.
Oh my God. Please
Sustain, establish a foundation for him to answer the question.
I'll just move on to another question, Judge.
Okay.
I guess what I'm going to ask you is,
So
can the roots can't grow in the hair until the hair has already fallen off the skull, correct?
Yeah, let's not go there.
Sustain unless you establish a foundation as to the base of his knowledge and his qualifications to give an expert opinion.
Are you familiar at all with plant growth involving decomposition? Is that something you normally see?
Yes.
Okay. You're not a botanist?
No.
But have you had experience in evaluating plant growth in the context of taphonomy of remains?
Yes, and locating graves and changes in the environment in general.
All right. Now, I guess my question is, Mr. Bias asked you if the roots in the hairball could keep the mandible in place. You said it could, correct?
It's possible. I would say roots can would keep a mandible in place under certain circumstances. I would say that's possible, yes.
But what has to happen before the roots can do that in this case? What would have to happen? Does the hair have to first fall off?
Yes.
Okay. My point is, until that point, there's nothing for the roots to grow in.
Correct.
So the only thing that would be holding the mandible in place is what?
The tape.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
I mean, I don't know why we haven't established.
Two areas that he covered that I'd like to ask you on. Number one, you're not a botanist.
Correct.
And forensic botany is a whole nother field, correct?
Correct.
And you would defer to a botanist as to those opinions.
Yes, I would.
You know why I think he's asking that question? How much you want to bet the defense is going to bring in a forensic botanist? You know what? The state has brought in everything but the kitchen sink, but you know what they haven't brought in? A forensic botanist. And I think that this is an indication. We'll see if it'll be a squirrely crystal ball moment. I think this is an indication that they're going to bring in a forensic botanist. And I think that matters because part of this whole thing is going to be, did Roy Kronk move the body and whatnot too? So.
Okay. Second of all, you can't, based on the evidence, the limited evidence that you have, know.
Oh, StreamYard.
The tracking of that duct tape, can you, sir? Because you don't know where it was originally at to begin with.
the tracking.
Yeah, where you can't testify as to the positioning of the body at any point in time, can you, sir? Okay. And you can't testify as to where the hair was at one time or another.
No.
And all we have at this point are photographs that you've observed of duct tape stuck to hair.
Correct.
No further questions.
Well done.
Okay, may the doctor be excused.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. You may be excused, sir.
Michael Vincent, V-I-N-C-E-N-T.
Everybody testifies 1,000 times.
Sorry, you've testified in this case prior to today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
You're a crime scene technician with the Orange County Sheriff.
Yes.
Flashman saying, yeah, I know. Same here. So I have not had much luck with the Orange County Clerk of Court website, and I don't know why. I've tried searching for things like even with Sarah Boone, right? Because I know that they're all supposed to be on there, and I have searched every type of way, and I can't. It's like saying that it just doesn't. So I don't really know why I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I've tried it in every way. I've tried it being really general with like just the case number or the defendant's name, or I've also been really specific, like putting in literally the exact case file and like the motion, they all have like the number on the docket, putting all that in. And it's like, I don't know why I had no luck with it. So I don't really know what's going on with that, but, because I know that I know that Florida, so I don't know, maybe I'll give it another shot. I don't really know exactly why I don't know if it matters what browser you're using, but it shouldn't, right? That would be odd. But yeah, Michael Vincent, back again.
In connection with this case, did you recover?
Speaking of which, guess who we hear from again next time? Cindy Anthony, back again.
Certain entomology or insect evidence from
right. Now we're getting into the etymological evidence. Now we're getting into the bug evidence. That's right. Yeah, they switched gears from duct tape to bugs.
Trash that was located at one time in the Pontiac Sunfire that you've discussed during prior testimony.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with OO and OP for identification.
You may.
We have to take a look first at OO for identification. Do the records of the Orange County Sheriff's Office or does your memory allow you to recognize that item?
Yes, it does.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is one small vial containing maggots in a preserved solution.
Was that an item that you collected, sealed, placed into that envelope for ultimate transmission to a Dr. Neal Haskell?
Yes, these are the maggots that were collected from the trash.
Do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect that you sent that item then to Dr. Neal Haskell for evaluation?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's who we will be hearing
I'm
from.
going to show you what's been marked as OP for identification. Have you take a look at the item inside that packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something that you collected.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, what is it?
This is bug insect eggs called pupae. It's in the late stage of their life cycle.
Right. You collected that item, sealed it, and sent it to Dr. Neal Haskell for evaluation?
Again, it was sealed by Jenny and shipped by me. Yes, that's
Right.
correct.
Those are all the questions I have at this stage.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Vincent, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
These items of evidence were taken from the garbage bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
And these were collected from you on July 16th?
What was collected?
These pupae.
No, they were collected on August 28th.
Okay. However, you processed the vehicle on the 16th of July, correct?
No, I did not process the vehicle.
Was it July 17th then?
When you're referring to, what do you mean by processing the vehicle?
You inspected the trunk, inspected the items that were found in the trunk?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware of the ability of entomology to be a useful tool for law enforcement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just heard you describe to Ms. Train-Burdick that
This is really important because
the insect.
it was short. This is really important because they didn't test all this stuff. So the reason he's saying July 16th or whatever, and he's like, no, I tested it August, whenever it was, because it would be different if they found these bug specimens on the same day that they first started testing the car, right? Because if there's any suggestion that there was, a dead body in the truck. Now, again, we know there was trash, so that's a whole other thing. But the point being that they collected all the stuff from the car, but then they didn't test it until, several weeks later. So in other words, whatever the bugs are doing, the bugs are developing during that period of time until they collect them. So it changes when if you're trying to say, okay, what phase were the bugs in, which is what we're going to be getting into with one of the with the expert later. Then it matters at what time you collected it and from where, right?
Puperia of this item of evidence was in the later stages.
Yes.
Okay. And it's your understanding that an entomologist can look at the stage of where
that's what I was just saying.
Maggot life is,
Right, the stage,
and be
that's
able to
the point.
determine the life cycle of that specific maggot, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is outside the scope of the witness's expertise. No foundation's been laid for
It probably is outside.
witness to be able to answer.
I think I'm sorry. I think the foundation has been laid by this witness's testimony and his knowledge of the collection of such.
Collection and objection sustained.
May I ask him if he has knowledge of that, Judge?
He's like, I'm not
Can you
sure.
attempt to establish a foundation?
Yes, sir. Sir, you have some training in entomology, do you not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you went to a course at the University of Florida, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And this course taught you that there are different stages of a maggot and other insects?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And an entomologist can take these stages and give you a pinpoint even of a time of death, correct?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay. And you were aware of this type of evidence when the car was collected on and inspected by you on July 16th, were you not?
No.
You didn't see any insect activity either in the garbage bag or in the trunk of the car on June 16, 2008? I'm sorry, July 16, 2008.
I didn't, no.
So you didn't see any insect activity in the trunk of that car when you first saw it?
Not in the trunk of the car. There was none that I saw.
All you saw was insect activity in the garbage bag, correct?
Sometime later, correct.
Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
So, and this is
Redirect?
you guys, this is where it gets really dumb, right? Because we heard this. So I remember when I knew there was going to be bug evidence coming in as I was editing the videos. It was like weird because we heard all these witnesses that first responded, and even George and even the Simon Birch, everybody that first saw the trunk and first saw the trash said there were no bugs. They all said that. They all said there were no maggots, there were no bugs. They didn't see anything. So I remember being like, weird. Why are they bringing in this bug evidence? This blows my, again, I hate it. I hate that I keep having to be repeating myself, that it blows my mind that they're bringing this in, because in other words, this is only, these bugs are only evidence of what happened while it was in the custody of the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Like, they confiscated this trash. There weren't any bugs. And then they wait for a couple weeks, 3 weeks or whatever to test it. And lo and behold, there's bugs. So either that's like just being negligent, right? Or just being stupid or dumb. Or you could even say, is it on purpose, right? Knowing that there was food items in that trash, was it on purpose? Knowing that, you leave trash anywhere for a couple weeks, you're going to get bugs, So it's like the state would have been better off just not bringing the bug evidence in, at least when it relates to the trash in the trunk, because again, it wasn't tested at that time. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, so I bet there's probably no footage of that, huh? In the 80s, they probably weren't filming trials.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, sir.
state may call our next witness.
Robin Maynard.
Robin Maynard, ROBINMAYNARD.
You may proceed.
So sometimes this has happened before. It's for whatever reason, the court feed, right? For whatever reason, sometimes the court feed audio and video isn't exactly aligned. It's just kind of random. It's happened with maybe one or two other witnesses, and it happens with this witness. It's not anything on the feed, even though StreamYard does glitch, but it's nothing like that. This is just how it is on the archive. But so just know that that's why that's happening. But it's just this one witness, and then it fixes itself, or they fix it, however it was, after her. So.
Thank you. In December of 2008, were you employed as a crime scene investigator with the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, I was.
Were you one of the individuals who assisted at a site off of Suburban Drive during the recovery of the remains of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, I was.
As part of the assistance that you gave to other crime scene investigators there, were you responsible for documenting the collection of entomologic or insect activity that was present at the scene in December of 2008?
Yes, I was.
Was that evidence collected over over a period of several days?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as OX for identification. Have you take a look at this packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's my label with my handwriting, and the evidence seals have my initials on them.
What is this item and when was it collected?
It's pupae, and it was collected 12/14/08.
Where?
At 8900 block of Suburban Drive.
As you collected each of these items of insect evidence, did you relay that information to other crime scene investigators on Suburban Drive?
As I collected those items, I consulted with Dr. Neal Haskell after, at the time, over a period of days that I collected it. I don't understand what you mean, other crime scene investigators.
Did you document the location of the collection
Yes.
with other investigators?
Yes, I did.
Would you have been the individual who placed it into this package and sealed it and then allowed the later transmission of the evidence to Dr. Haskell?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you these in sequence, starting with PT, PU, PV, PW, PX, PY,
John, may I stand on the floor with the screen?
PZ. I'll go to the Q items in a moment. Can you take a look at each of these items and tell me if that is entomologic evidence that you collected from the scene on Suburban Drive in December of 2008?
Yes, they are.
Were you the individual who would have collected the item of evidence, placed it into the packaging, and sealed it for later evaluation by Dr. Neal Haskell?
Yes.
Same series of questions for QA through QF. Can you look at those packages and tell me if those are items of entomological evidence that you collected on Suburban Drive in December of 2008?
Yes, they are.
Do each of the items that you've reviewed so far have an indication on the exterior, the location on Suburban Drive where the item was collected?
Yes, it does.
Ma'am, can you take a look at KV for identification and tell me if you recognize the packaging?
I do.
How do you know that it is something that you've had contact with in the past?
It's my label with my handwriting and my initials on the evidence seal.
Do you indicate on the exterior of the package what was placed in that item?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
Piece of cardboard mat with pink raised heart-shaped material attached.
Where was that item collected?
It was on one of the lanes in the remains recovery search. One of the lanes, there were lanes, when you do a search, there's a search area, and I identified things through each lane and how many feet north or south it was to that lane. So this was collected in one of the lanes of the search area.
On Suburban Drive?
On Suburban Drive, yes.
The item was collected by you and placed into this package and sealed?
It was.
Any other questions of this witness, Your Honor? Thank you.
Now that cardboard
Cross-examination.
that cardboard thing that has been referenced before, that I believe is going to be the sign for like there was a daycare center, and I believe that's what that ends up being.
Good afternoon, Ms. Maynard.
Good afternoon.
The entomological evidence that you collected, this was under the direction of Dr. Neal Haskell, correct?
Correct.
And there were multiple people doing this operation, were there not?
There were.
And it was thoroughly done.
Yes, it was.
Okay. In fact, it was so thoroughly done that Dr. Haskell even told you, stop, I have enough.
That's correct.
Okay. And the item that you just identified with the cardboard, that was found in one of the lanes.
Correct.
And there were all kinds of items found on all of these lanes, correct?
There was multiple evidence that was found in the lanes, yes.
And when we say evidence, we also are talking about beer bottles?
Correct.
Beer cans?
Correct.
Some tires?
Yes.
There were also these concrete pavers nearby, correct?
I'm unaware of any concrete pavers. They didn't have anything to do with my area of responsibility.
There were so many items there in that area, it got to the point where you stopped collecting items because there was so much debris in that area, correct?
I was the lead in charge of sifting, so I was not in the actual primary search area. I had set up sifting stations west of the primary search area.
But you were there. From what you saw, there were plenty of items there, correct?
Correct. The items that I had to deal with were items that were being sifted. So if they were bigger, they really weren't a part of my responsibilities at the scene.
It appeared to you by being there that people threw things there all the time. It was a common dumping area. There was plenty of debris.
I can't say it was a common dumping area. There were multiple items in that wooded area, correct?
That have nothing to do with this case. But that's fine. I'll withdraw the question, Judge. This area is also across the street from an elementary school, correct?
I don't believe it's directly across the street. I believe the elementary school was further to the east.
The actual building is a little further to the east, correct?
Correct.
But it is right next to a elementary school, correct?
It's down the street from the elementary school.
Kids walk to school there?
I didn't see any children walking to school there.
Just a second, ma'am. Do you have personal knowledge whether kids walk to school or not?
No, I do not.
Okay. Objection sustained.
You don't have any personal knowledge as to whether children walk to school?
Objection sustained.
Yes, sir. I have no further questions.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
She may. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now approximately 1 past the hour of 5. We're going to recess for today. We will start back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The dessert lady, how was that? Okay. All right. Please remember my previous admonitions. See you in the morning at 9 a.m. Okay, are there any other matters we need to take up prior to recessing to 9 a.m. tomorrow?
I have a brief one, if I may.
Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. I feel compelled at this time to file, do an order tennis motion for a mistrial based on the highly prejudicial evidence that was admitted today on the superimposition video of a child's skull with duct tape wrapped around the face and a photograph. This was based on the witness's proffer that this was a possible way of, or a possibility, and the witness also testified that this was speculative. I think the overwhelming prejudicial effect was outweighed by its probative value, and we would hereby move for a mistrial based on that fact, Your Honor.
One question. Has not both the state and the defense advance various theories as to the location of the duct tape?
To that question.
As to the various locations of the duct tape? Yes.
Okay. And did not the witness testify that that was one possible scenario that he rendered, that there could be other possible scenarios?
The witness did, however, it's our position that it's not outweighed by the video of like 2 minutes for however long it was, almost 2 minutes long, of seeing a photograph of this beautiful child with duct tape wrapped around her face and her skeleton, her skull in the background.
Okay.
I think that served only one purpose, was to inflame the jury, especially this witness testified that he could have described and explained and given that opinion without the video.
I mentioned that earlier.
Now, you indicated that the photograph showed duct tape wrapped around the head. Was duct tape wrapped around the head, or was duct tape superimposed?
No, sir, it was wrapped around the face because it was a two-dimensional video.
But it showed it like that rather than wrapping.
Correct. And if I said that, I misspoke, Your Honor.
So it showed it. Hold on. Is he saying he showed it in the incorrect place? It probably did. Hold on. Let me go back a second.
It was a two-dimensional video.
But it showed it like that rather than wrapping.
Correct. And if I said that, I misspoke, Your Honor.
Okay.
So this is actually.
I just want to make sure that we were talking about the same video.
This is the first motion for mistrial on the behalf of the defense. I was thinking about it, and I feel like, if my memory serves, I believe the state made a motion for a mistrial early on. I could be wrong, but I feel like that happened like on day one or something. I don't remember why. And it was like really silly and shot down immediately. But either this is the first motion at all, or this is definitely the first one from the defense.
I think we are.
Okay. State.
The testimony from the expert witnesses in this case is that at some point that beautiful child did have duct tape over the area of her face, her nose, her mouth, one or both. I believe that the exhibit was necessary to establish the state's theory that this duct tape was sufficient to be the murder weapon, essentially, and was admissible for that purpose. I believe the doctor was very clear in indicating there were other possibilities. The video itself showed the duct tape moving above and below to clearly indicate that the position of the duct tape might not have been over both the nose and mouth. I believe it was a fair, though a very necessary demonstration for the jury in this case.
Anything else from the defense?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. When does the court have to rule on a motion for mistrial? The court can what? Reserve ruling on a motion for mistrial. Correct? The court can hold a ruling on a motion to mistrial, which was moved by the defense, up until the time before the court reads a verdict. Is that not correct?
I believe that's correct, sir.
And the verdict is not effective until after the court asks the verdict to be published, correct?
I believe that is correct, sir.
So theoretically, the court could look at a verdict, rule on your motion for mistrial before announcing the verdict, correct?
I believe you could.
Okay. Motion for mistrial at this time will be denied. I will take in consideration wherever future motions for mistrial, I will reserve ruling. But the motion for mistrial at this time will be denied. Okay, court will be in recess to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Well, go ahead.
Off the record, just update you on our schedule when we think we're going to be done.
Okay, that's fine.
Good morning. Morning. My name is Neal Haskell, Neal, Haskell.
And is it Mr. Haskell or Dr. Haskell?
Dr. Haskell work fine.
Dr. Haskell, would you tell the jury, please, how you presently are employed?
I'm employed as a professor of forensic science and biology at St. Joseph's College in Rensselaer, Indiana. I'm also a private international forensic entomology consultant.
And if you would just kind of give us your educational background that led you up to your present profession.
Studying entomology in my undergraduate days, I received a Bachelor of Science degree in entomology in 1969. Went back to graduate school later on, received a Master of Science degree in forensic entomology in 1989, and then completed a Doctor of Philosophy degree in 1993, again in forensic entomology.
Where did you get your various degrees?
Oh, yes, Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana.
The PhD also?
All three degrees spread over 4 decades.
Can you tell us a little bit about your experience in the practice of forensic entomology since obtaining your degrees?
Lots of experience even before I obtained my degrees, but after I got my master's and PhD specifically in forensic entomology, I've worked cases worldwide, in excess of 850 cases. Done a lot of work in, of course, in this country. I think I've qualified as an expert witness in 27 or 28 states and in Canada, and even had the opportunity to testify in the Ontario Court of Appeals in Canada. Worked, as I said, cases from Australia to Germany to England, Spain.
So is he infamous? I don't know him. Is he from other things? So another thing, oh, that's interesting that the first 1991. So the thing that's interesting about this, with this comment about her being aggressive, I don't know if Mr. Baez mentioned it was specifically as it deals with witnesses, but here's the thing. Because when she's with witnesses, to me, it's like puts me to sleep. Like it's like difficult. But here's what's interesting. Like I said, we have coming up to look forward to, it won't be the next episode. It'll be the one after that, probably. The motion for a directed verdict, and it's really something else. And I'll just tell you guys who argues it. It's Mr. Mason for the defense. And this is the part that surprised me. It was misdrained verdict for the state, because so far, whenever they've been arguing motions and stuff, it's pretty much always been Mr. Ashton, or maybe a little bit of Mr. George and Mr. Greenberg, but this is a big deal. This is like a big thing to be arguing. And she's argued, I was shocked. I was sure it was going to be Mr. Ashton, but they have misdrained verdict to it. And I will say that I could see this comment that Mr. Baez made in his book about her being aggressive. I could see that being the case if he was referencing her in motions practice, because I don't know that I would have called it aggressive. Okay, here's what I will say about it. It was hard to listen to because it made me so mad that I had to like go and take breaks when I was editing the video. So I mean, maybe it's aggressive, but like I couldn't even, it was so offensive and so lacking critical thinking. It was lacking logic. It was lacking common sense. It was lacking. And it felt like it's just like what their case has been the whole time, where it's like, ugh. And the thing is like the part that is annoying, but that's just what the state has in their favor, is a lot of what she was doing that wasn't as bad was the part where she's just citing like that basically over and over again, the case law that says that when it comes to a motion for a directed verdict, you have to find in favor of the state, or like look at it in like most favorable to the state. And so that I understand that's not as offensive, but like it sucks that that's the case. But like that's, there's all this case law that says that, right? And but when it came to addressing some of the issues in terms of the evidence raised by the defense, that's where it was hard to listen to. But I could see, what I will say is her demeanor is not the same. Like with witnesses, she talks so slowly and it's so boring. And I will say that at least she spoke in a way that you could follow it easier. So that's what I can say. Oh, he did keep getting mentioned. Yes. Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, I will say the way he said he testified, how many times he testified in, what was it, like how many different states and then different countries. I will say that actually is really unusual. You don't usually have expert witnesses that testify in different countries that often. Like that he's that experienced in both Canada and the US is interesting. So, I mean, I guess you could say probably within the world of forensic sciences at the time. He was pretty infamous anyway. So she is listed as the lead from my research online, which is interesting because, so, you know, a lot of times we see this, right? Like where, okay, take for example, the Ezra trial, okay? So a lot of times the way it works is the lead prosecutor is whoever was first brought on the case. So like they're the prosecutor from that prosecuting attorney's office, okay? But then they have other prosecutors that they bring in. They might even bring other people from the attorney general's office, right? Like we're seeing that happening right now in Coburger. And those attorneys might be actually technically more experienced. They might be considered to have a higher position within the AG's office. They might actually take more witnesses. They might do the closing and openings, you know, opening statements, closing argument, whatever. So, because for example, in the Ezra trial, Andrea Nodoff is the lead on that. And that's because she was the prosecutor from that local office that brought the charges. However, I don't think anyone would disagree that clearly, oh my God, I just blanked on his name. Hold on. Oh my God, I can't believe I just blinked on his name. Oh, Mr. DeFore. Okay, that's it, Mr. DeFore. I just remembered. So I don't think anyone would disagree that Mr. DeFore was clearly what you would think he's the lead attorney. And also that's that exact same situation where he was brought over. He like, in other words, even at the time, he had a higher up position than her. He was brought over from somewhere through the AG's office and brought in to assist because he's so experienced. And so, in other words, the lead can be a little bit misleading is kind of my point. And that's true with every trial. Like literally the one that's listed as the lead is just the person. Doesn't mean they're the best. Doesn't mean they're the most experienced. It doesn't mean they do the most work behind the scenes or even take the most witnesses. It just means that they're the prosecutor that brought it initially. So, yeah, hopefully that makes sense. No, Mr. Unetti's the lead for Karen Reed. I'm pretty sure. I mean, Jackson came on later. So there's no way, like, Jackson came on later. So I can't see that. Now, again, it's a little bit different with defense attorneys, right? Because they're not brought in through an office, right? Like I would imagine with defense attorneys, they can probably decide who's going to be the lead. But with it's different. If you're bringing criminal charges, right, then you have to think about there's the office that brings the charges. And there's the prosecutor is the one who works with the law enforcement officers. And together, they work together to determine the charges. So in other words, that initial prosecutor from the local office is really crucial in terms of that's why, you know, again, because it was them and working with law enforcement to even decide on the charges. And they're there from day one. That's the other thing. They're the ones that are there from day one. So, but with defense attorneys, I could see it being kind of like, because again, they're not bringing charges, obviously, and they can be brought in from anywhere. So in other words, in terms of like the jurisdiction, that type of thing doesn't matter with them because they could bring in defense attorney. I mean, you know, typically they're not out of state, although they can be for Hawk-Fiche. But in other words, you don't have to have a defense attorney who's local. And also they're not assigned to an office because they're not government. So it's a little bit different. But I thought that, but regardless, I thought Unetti was the lead. And that would, I mean, it would make sense because again, he was on the case first and he is local. So, and I don't know much about the O.J. Simpson attorneys, to be honest with you. I don't know much about that case. I was a little kid when that was happening. And the other thing I'll say is, by the way, Judge Bev did grant the, and I can cover these if you guys want. I probably should. Judge Bev did grant the, actually, I should do that. She granted the, pro Hawk-Fiche, the motion for additional attorney. So they've got an additional attorney and he's coming in from New York. I forget his name, but we can go over this. And then she also denied the motions for the Verizon records. So we should go over that. I'll try to figure out when to fit that one in, if I can find those documents. So I hate that Massachusetts is not easy with that stuff.
Belize, Mexico, and Canada, of course.
Have you ever worked on cases in the state of Florida?
Yes, I have. I've done somewhere around 40 or more cases from Florida.
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in the area of forensic entomology in courts in Florida?
Yes, I've testified, been under oath in depositions, in hearings or in trials about a dozen times.
Are you also a farmer?
Yes, I am.
And a rancher?
Used to have cattle and horses. Don't do that anymore.
At this time, Your Honor, I would submit Dr. Haskell as an expert in the field of forensic entomology.
What says the defense? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the doctor will be accepted as expert witness in the field tendered. You may continue.
Since we've used the word forensic entomology a couple of times, could you explain to the jurors what that field means?
Forensic entomologist is an entomologist using entomological practices that have been standardized for centuries in a setting where we are dealing with courts and testimony and those kind of things.
Just in case someone doesn't know what entomology means, explain that for us.
Entomology is the study of insects, and it's a very fascinating field. There's so many different critters out here to study, and the forensic aspect of it kind of focuses on some major groups, flies, some of the fly groups and beetle groups, which are fascinating in themselves.
Now, were you contacted at some point in 2008 from someone at the Orange County Sheriff's Office about the possibility of examining some evidence involving the investigation of the death of one Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, I was.
When were you first contacted by someone with law enforcement?
I think it was in either late August or early September.
Right. And did you discuss, who contacted you?
Well, I had opportunity to talk with Michael Vincent with the evidence, and had some conversation with him regarding the possibility of entomological evidence being present in this case.
And would those initial discussions have been involving a vehicle that was related to the early part of the investigation?
Yes.
When was the first time that you received, did you receive some evidence from Mr. Vincent to examine at some point?
Yes, initially I wanted to verify that we had forensically important insects, and so he said, well, there's bugs in the car. And so he sent me the samples. He collected some samples, and I wanted to see what we had to verify if, in fact, these were forensically important insects. So he sent me a couple samples that contained larvae and maggots, larvae, and pupae, the cocoon stage of the life cycle of flies, the higher flies. And that was what was in the two samples that he sent me at that time.
And approximately when did you receive the first two samples?
Again, I think it was sometime in September.
After you looked at those, did you have additional discussions with Mr. Vincent about the possibility of additional evidence being sent?
Right. The problem with the group was Foridae, the humpback flies or coffin flies or scuttle flies. The common names aren't really too important, but it was the family Foridae, which contains a couple hundred species or different kinds in North America. Well, the problem is that it's very difficult to identify the species unless we have an adult of the species. So I asked Michael if there was any possibility that he might have materials that would contain adults of these specimens. And he was thinking for a minute. He said, well, I remembered a lot of these specimens, larvae and pupae, being on evidence that was in the trash bag in the car. And so it had been sealed and stored, I think back in August or September, or August anyway, when they had done the initial inventory. And I said, well, it's worth a shot. He said there was a lot of stuff in there, and my thought was that if it's sealed up, then the adults can't get out, so the adults should be in there. So he sent them up, and so I did additional work going through an animal,
there's a hole in the back
examining those materials. There were some napkins, napkins, or not napkins, paper towels, and the trash bag itself, and we found...
So as far as she has not weighed in on the continuance yet, has not weighed in on that I know of. Again, it's hard to find all those documents, but I've not seen anything about that. As far as I know, the only thing she ruled on was the Proc Vice and the Verizon records. Oh my God, the OJ, yeah, I know, right? 10 years, that's true. Yeah, 9-month trial. Jesus. Yeah. I don't know about that. A 9-month trial. Oof. Yeah, I mean, it would have to, if I ever did anything like that, it would have to be not the whole thing. It would have to be like, highlights of the day or something like that. I mean, even then it would still last forever. Okay, hope you drive safe, Cece. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully you're still going to be listening, but if not, hope to see you next time. We will have Sarah Boone's sentencing on Monday, and then I'll probably do a Karen Reed either tonight or tomorrow with those other with that news. So.
A number of adults, 15 or 20 adults. And so we had the means then to do a positive identification of those specimens.
Let me stop you for a second.
I need a glass of water, some water.
Let me show you State's Exhibit in Evidence 126. Ask you, is this the item you just mentioned you were sent, the napkin which contained the specimens? If you need to open it, go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
All right. Now, when you received this item, you said that you did find some entomological evidence.
Yes, I did.
So what did you find?
Literally hundreds of these very tiny phorid flies. And once I contacted an expert out in LA County at the museum, Brian Brown, who is an expert in these particular flies. I sent him some adults of the specimens, and then I retained larvae and puparia, the puparia again being the cocoon stage of the life cycle, and sent him the adults for positive identification. And he sent me back identification stating that
I believe it's part of his opinion in the case, Your Honor.
Overrule at this point.
Just, if I may, as a predicate, is this the kind of information that someone in your field would normally use in developing an opinion?
Absolutely.
All right. Go ahead.
It was the species of this group known as Megacelia scalaris. And in his report to me, he stated that it would be found regularly in decomposition, human cases and other animal cases of human and animal decomposition. They're very, very common in that.
Now, what you've just told us about where these particular variety of flies are found, is that just from him, or is that from your own knowledge as well?
Oh, well, I've had 30-some cases where we've had phorid flies. Some of my most noted cases, high-profile case from Vegas a few years ago with solely the
proper bolstering.
That's fine. Thank you. I'm sorry. Now, so I just wanted to establish that the knowledge you're giving us about the particular fly is from your own knowledge, not from what you were told by some other expert.
No, in addition, it supported what I already knew.
Very good. Now, the flies, you said, describe how it is that, you found them, how you opened up the paper towels, what the process was, and where they were.
There were specimens in the bag itself, in the white plastic bag, and then there was a bag containing these paper towels. And so I started going through, there were a number of paper towels, I don't recall how many, but a number. And I started gently pulling them apart, and obviously there were abundance of puparia and larvae, all of them dried, of course, and dead.
Let me interrupt you. What is a puparium?
Puparia is the cocoon stage of the life cycle of a complete metamorphosis, complete life cycle insect. It's a cocoon stage. We call it in the flies the puparium.
Okay, thank you. But go ahead. I just wanted to get that defined.
So as I'm opening these paper towels, I'm noticing that there is an abundance of larvae and puparia, and I even found some adults, a few adults, on these paper towels. As I shook them out into, individually shook them out into these white porcelain pans so we could see them, because these are very small, white porcelain pan, and they're very small. larvae are anywhere from maybe 1 millimeter to 3 or 4 millimeters, and millimeter being somewhere around a 4 millimeters being around about a 1/16 to an 1/8 of an inch, very, very small.
Now, when you opened up the towel and you found all of these, or the towels or napkins, whatever you want to call them, and you found all these preparium, did there seem to be something on the towels that the flies were attracted to?
Yes, I associated the presence of the flies with the presence of a substance that was on the towels.
And what did you recognize the substance on the towels to be?
Well, I thought it was a good possibility because the flies were there. The larvae were there, obviously feeding and completing their life cycles, that it most likely was decompositional fluid.
Did you do anything in order to further that belief that it could be decompositional fluid?
Absolutely. We go to the next step, and that was to suggest that, or request that this material be analyzed by somebody that could analyze this type of material.
And did you send this item to Dr. Arpad Voss at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory?
Dr. Voss.
Yes, I did.
Great. Wonderful.
And did you receive back, did you learn what his evaluation of those was? And did you use that in your opinion?
Yes, he stated that the material was adipocere. The eventual breakdown of fluids that originate from decomposing material.
This witness is attempting to testify as to findings of Dr. Voss and exactly what his findings are.
Objection overruled.
Are you familiar from your own work in what?
Flashman, you asked me this question before, and I can't remember what I said. I feel like I answered it, but I can't remember what my answer was. I'm trying to think. Dang it, maybe it'll come to me, or maybe I didn't answer it, but I remember this question. I remember we talked about this. Maybe we segued into talking about vintage trials, but I thought that eventually I came up with an explanation, like a possibility, a possible reason why, but I don't remember what it was now. Maybe it'll come to me.
What adipocere is?
Absolutely.
Is that something that you frequently deal with in your forensic entomological evaluation of crime scenes?
Absolutely.
All right, so you have looked at the flies, you have gotten the report back from Dr. Voss. What is the next thing that you do in the case?
Well, in this particular case, we had some timelines with regards to the whereabouts of these paper towels and this bag. And so I started to make the determination of the impact of decomposition, impact of the temperatures, and impact and presence of these insects at a different given times. Okay, when would we have expected to see these, given that we have decomposition present? And so I developed a timeline based on what I had used entomologically in my analysis.
Now, in addition to the the Megacelia scalaris, that's the majority of the tiny flies that you found, did you find any other entomological evidence in your examination of the evidence from the trunk?
In these paper towels was a leg, only a leg, and I can't tell you which leg, because there are 6 of them on an insect. It was a leg of a fly that we find.
I don't know if this is the same answer I gave before, or if I have answered it. That's okay. But just thinking about it, I wonder if part of it has to do with DNA. And here's why. Because as DNA and just forensics and okay, a couple things. So let's just start with the forensic technology. As that has progressed, I think that 2 things happen. One is that potentially in older cases where that forensics was still in the process of being developed, it would have taken potentially more people to come in and explain how something happened, but also you could see how maybe they would have to rely on circumstantial cases more often, right? Or circumstances more often. Or maybe they have to rely on like crimes, like blood spatter, like other stuff that's like soft science right? Without DNA. And then you've got a lot longer cross-examinations, and you've got a lot of other, everyone is going to bring in opposing experts. The thing about DNA that I guess to this point is that, when you get a DNA match, it's kind of hard to really find problems with it, right? Unless there was a problem with getting the search warrant to take a buccal swab. But in terms of the science of the DNA, that's pretty cut and dry. And I think that does two things. That could speed up the trials, because if you've got really solid evidence like that, you don't have to bring in a bunch of other, probably, right? More, it just in a case by case basis, but think about how different that is in terms of like, well, there you go, right? But to that end, I could also see a lot of cases now because of DNA evidence, and not just that, but because of like, cameras being everywhere. Like, it's a lot harder to get caught, it's a lot easier to get caught now and a lot harder to get away with things. And I think that between that and then the DNA evidence, what you have is you have a lot more people taking plea deals probably than back then. Now, I don't know if that would affect the length of the trial. It's just a side note as far as how the development of technology, like in the forensic world, but also even just like our social world, has impacted the justice system and all that. But another thing I was going to say is that in terms of the court process, right? Because we know that lawyers are terrible with technology and that they're like 100 years behind the modern world at any given moment. So imagine, and you look at how far behind they are now, where they're still struggling with getting stuff going on, and they're always having computer difficulties. But imagine back then when these vintage trials were happening, I'm sure they weren't even using any of that stuff. So they would have to have physical, like a lot of stuff they're still doing on paper, right? But imagine like if so much more is on paper, or they're actually going to present, I don't know, just in other words, if they can get it working, and even when they can't get it working, I would imagine using a PowerPoint presentation, or being able to use a projector, or a computer, having the technology, even when they're fumbling around with it, I'm sure would speed things up, dramatically. But also even just being able to find something, right? Like being able to find a particular exhibit. I don't know. So that's just another thought too, like just changes in technology and changes in like the DNA evidence could potentially be a reason for that. Because again, when it's really more conclusive, there's less you can do, right? To like try to refute it. And I unfortunately, I don't know, like during these different time periods, like where exactly the DNA testing was at, because those are all different time periods, and, but it's changing rapidly all the time. So, the thing is that, it was probably still in its infancy, I would imagine, back then, right? Like when I was a kid, I think it was probably still in its infancy, and maybe not even enough to even use in trials yet. They might have been relying on fingerprints and saliva and stuff like that. So, I mean, I guess they couldn't really do saliva. They might have been doing like bite mark analysis. I mean, all kinds of, who knows? But, but all those other things, they've gone the way of the dinosaur because they've been replaced by this more reliable, forensic evidence, such as DNA.
One of the species of a group of flies, which we find almost all the time on forensic cases, and that was the blowfly. It was a leg of a blowfly. There are about 90 different kinds of blowflies in North America, and they're regionalized to some degree. And so it was a leg of what I believe one of the southern species of blowflies that were present at that time of year.
Now, the flies that you found in the trunk, are any of them forensically specific to human decomposition?
No.
Are these flies...
Well, there you go, guys. You heard it there first. Jesus Christ. What is the point then, right? Because, so I think that question right there, I mean, any last little sliver or glimmer of hope they thought they had in terms of trying to say there was a dead body in that trunk, I think is really gone now. It was iffy to begin with, but my God, I mean, we're going to hear a difference between the type of bugs they found within that trash and the bugs they found at the crime scene. So.
Frequently found in cases of human decomposition.
Yes.
But also in cases of non-human decomposition.
Right.
Are these, particularly the Megacelia scalaris, is that also a common fly for even non-mammalian decomposition?
That's correct. The Megacelia scalaris is it likes to feed on about anything.
All right.
Not a picky fly.
Let me present to you a hypothetical. That the body of a young child was stored in the trunk of that car for a period of time, and then removed and deposited in another location. Does that fit with the entomological evidence you found?
Absolutely.
Okay, can you tell the jury how it fits?
Well, as at the time of death, decomposition begins, and it progresses through different stages. Or I don't like to specifically say this is stage oriented, but there's a progression as the tissues of the body go from one biochemical and change to another and to another and to another throughout the whole progression of decomposition. The interesting thing about this and the insects is that associated with these different biochemicals and the changes in the biochemistry of the body decomposing, we have different insect groups coming in and feeding at that particular time. The term we use is partitioning of the food resource, and it's a well-known ecological survival mechanism for different organisms. And so the blowflies are one of they're the bright, shiny green and iridescent blue-colored flies that you'll find around trash cans and around the dead deer that's laying out along the highway.
Sorry, dear.
And they're usually the first ones in. They're there if the body is accessible and the conditions are favorable. They're there almost immediately, within seconds to minutes if the temperatures are high. And you have plenty of high temperatures down here in Florida. As that body progresses in decomposition stages, the biochemistry changes. And so there's a point where, well, the mother blowfly is no longer interested in that food resource. Mother flies, whether you're a blowfly or whether you're a humpback fly, a forward fly, mother fly is interested in getting her next generation started by laying eggs on a reasonable food source that she thinks it can support her next generation. So there will be a point where mother blowfly says, "Hey, this is changed too much biochemically. So I'm going to go out and find a fresh kill deer, a roadkill deer, or I'm going to find a little mouse that's out here and it's freshly dead, and I'm going to put my eggs on there, and that's where the next generation is going to come from." And so as the blowflies drop out, for instance, other groups will kick in, and the forward flies are a group that it comes early, but not as early as the blowflies, for instance. And so there will be some decomposition to have progressed to before the forward flies would really be interested in calling this the home for the next generation.
And how advanced does decomposition have to be for the forward flies to become the more dominant fly?
Well, with my experience with the forwards, we can see them, particularly in the heat of the summer, we can see them within just a few days, or they may come much later, weeks, even months later. And the interesting thing about the forward flies are that they're very tiny. As I related the size of the larvae, mother fly is not very big. Anywhere from the group can be as small as 1 millimeter in length to maybe 4 or 5 millimeters in length. Maybe a few that could be a little bit larger, but the particular species that we're dealing with is a very, we would call them gnat-sized flies, and they have this tremendous ability to get through cracks, get through very small openings. I've seen them work down through cracks or recovered them under concrete that had just a few cracks in it. They had gotten down and developed larvae and or adults, and it's amazing where they can get into and how they can get into things. But they come a little later in the decompositional process.
So in this circumstance, you found a relative absence of the early first decomp flies.
Yeah.
Overrule at this point. Wait till you finish asking the question, and doctor, do not answer the question until I instruct you to answer the question.
And a greater number of the slightly later decomp flies. What does that tell us about whatever was decomposing in this trunk?
Just a second, doctor. Is there an objection now?
Yes, sir. I would still say that's leading.
Overrule. You may answer the question, doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor. It tells me that the body would have had to been deposited very quickly into the trunk, and the first flies that come would have had to been excluded. And as decomposition progressed, these little tenacious forward flies found a way to get in and begin colonizing in the trunk of the car.
Have you had experience in the past in dealing with bodies that were decomposing in trunks of cars?
Yes.
And have you found in your experience that trunks do exclude the blowflies, the very early flies?
They have. The blowflies are pretty tenacious too, and it depends on, of course, it depends on whether you got a junky old car with rust holes in it, or whether you have a well-made car that can exclude. I've seen exclusions. I've seen access in trunks also by the blowflies, but there seems to be obviously a delay in those blowflies getting in.
What would the effect of wrapping the body in, say, a plastic bag or two, would that have the effect of lessening the amount of the early flies?
Oh, absolutely. I've done experiments where there's been a question: was this victim in a plastic bag or not? And we found that if the plastic bag is totally closed at the mouth, tied off and or wraps, it can delay several days, and it may delay to the point where the body had, and the pigs in our experiment, had decomposed to the point where, again, the blowflies are no longer interested and went someplace else.
Was there any other entomological evidence of significance sent to you from the trunk?
To my recollection, no.
Were you able, based upon the entomological evidence you found, to come to an opinion or an estimate of the amount of time that if there was a body, or the decomposing material would have been in the trunk of the car?
Well, in my opinion, the decomposing material, the source of the decomposing fluids, in my opinion, that were in the trunk, could not have been in the trunk very long because of the heat of Florida at that time of year. And obviously, whatever was in the trunk had to be out of the trunk by the time the vehicle was abandoned. And in doing some calculations based on energy units and decomposition, I was able to make an estimate that 3, 4, 5 days in the trunk of that car with that heat would have certainly produced enough of the purged fluids from the remains to have had the amount that would have been present to attract the forward flies that we had, these little minute flies that we had on these paper towels in the trunk of the car.
You mentioned about the significance of heat. What is the significance of heat in this process?
The flies, the insects, and all the arthropods, the group that of insects are in, are cold-blooded creatures, and they are dependent for their metabolism, their growth and development. How fast or how slow that goes is dependent on your environmental temperatures. And the environmental temperatures, if they're warm, will drive these enzymes to work quite fast. And so you'll get growth and development very rapidly. If it's cool or cold, it can slow it, or it can halt it, or even if it gets too cold, it may actually kill the specimens, the little growing maggots or puparias.
So based upon whatever the heat the temperature might have been in the trunk when this item was decomposing, it would either speed up or slow down decomposition and this entomological process you've talked about. Is that?
That's correct.
Now, at some point in the November, December of 2008, had you made arrangements and plans to come to Florida to inspect the vehicle yourself?
Absolutely.
Around that period of time, did you receive some surprising news from Florida?
Yeah, the remains of a little girl had been found.
Did you go ahead with your plans and travel to Florida during the week that the body was found?
Yes, I did. We'd already had plane tickets, so I chose to just go ahead and use those and come down a few days. I think I came down on the 16th of December. The body was found, and they were processing the scene sometime around the 11th, 12th, or 13th, and then continuing on. So I just waited until my tickets were good and didn't see any real need to be down here any quicker than that, because we had, I felt, adequate folks that knew what they were doing with the entomology and so forth. And so when I got down here, I had an opportunity to do what we'd planned to do at that time, plus other things, obviously.
Between the 11th and the date you came, will you continue to consult with law enforcement about collecting entomological evidence and how they could help you in your work?
Absolutely.
And when you came down, did you actually travel to the scene where the remains had been found and inspect some of the area?
Yes, I traveled to the scene. I also went to the impound yard where the vehicle had been impounded for a number of days, and talked with the impound, with the manager of the impound yard and the person that actually picked up the vehicle.
Did you also go to the medical, excuse me, the medical examiner's office and actually examine some of the evidence that was found with the remains?
Yes, I did. I made collections at the ME's office.
And through that process, were you sent, or did you take away from that a large number of entomological specimens from the scene?
We had specimens from the scene, and we had specimens from the medical examiner's office.
And did you also examine those items?
I certainly did.
Would you just describe to the jury what the process is for examining an item of entomological evidence? What do you have to actually go through to do that?
Well, obviously, first of all, you need to maintain chain of custody and make sure that the samples are correct. And then once I've recorded what sample I was looking at, we have sample vials based on protocols that my colleagues and I have established somewhere around 25 years ago or so. And then we will do a microscopic examination of the specimens, attempt to make identification to at least some level.
I mean, I know, right? It's
of the
a lot. And it's been going on for a long time. I mean, it started like day 6, day 7 or something, and it's like, what the heck? And it really is. It's a lot.
Etymological taxa or group that it is found in. And then once we have the specimens identified to certain levels, then we can go ahead and begin to relate that species identification or group identification with known growth and development standards for those different species. In other words, species A may grow at 80 degrees constant temperature, it may grow at a certain rate. Species B may take 10 days longer, and so on. And so that was important if we could get a species identification valuation on this, and then we do our analysis and write-up based on how long we would expect those insect specimens to have been present on this remains.
Now, you mentioned before that decomposition is temperature dependent. Is the life cycle and growth of insects also temperature dependent?
Yeah, decomposition is temperature dependent. Insects are temperature dependent because this is all cold-blooded, and the enzymes are driven by those environmental temperatures that the remains or the carrion is placed in.
Now, when you
placed in, carrion placed in.
when you examined the entomological evidence from the scene and from the medical examiner's office, can you just tell the jury, summarize what you found?
You know what? That's
I found a number of,
there you go. Now there's a point.
species that and groups that I would have expected on a advanced decomposing remains. I found, of course, a few blowfly puparia again. I'm going to talk about this puparia as the cocoon stage of the life cycle of the flies. So I found at least 2 species of blowfly puparia. I found, of course, some of these gnat-like flies. And I found housefly relatives in the housefly group, Mussidae.
I love how he's looking at the jury as if the jury's like, yeah, bugs, yeah. You know, this dude is like super into bugs, but I don't know that he realizes that not everyone is super into bugs. Now, I know they need to understand this information, but there's so much background here that's not necessary. And this dude, a lot like we see this with experts, you know, he's not the only one, but he loves to talk about his subject. Like Miss Dr. Voss, I love my subject, he says. You know, he wants to they don't need to know all this. They don't. Yeah, they really don't. But he really wants to talk about the bugs, and but the thing that's just so funny is how he's looking at them as if they're like so into it. Dr. Voss did the same thing.
That were present, 2 or 3 species there, or groups there, or genera per se. And then I found a real long grower known as the black soldier fly.
No one cares,
Hermatia lucens.
They're not going to remember.
And
the other thing is all the stupid names and the differences between the bugs. Why does he think the jury or anyone is going to dude, this is why I'm like, I don't think it really matters to spend so much time differentiating them, because the names are all these Latin names. No one's going to remember. The poor court reporter doesn't know how to spell it. And, you know, better off with just like maybe some pictures, right? And name them Fred, Bob, and Ginger or something, and like leave it at that, right?
These were all past the end of their growth and development. They had all long hatched out, left behind their telltale puparia, which I've found puparia in some cases that are hundreds, if not thousands of years old, so they can be very persistent and last a long time.
Wow, I would say that is persistent.
And all of these were consistent with advanced extended postmortem interval remains.
Great.
Do all of those insect remains that you found tell you a story about these remains, how they got there, at what stage they got there, and how long they've been there?
To within certain degrees, yes. Since we had gone clear through the life cycles of all of these species and specimens, we have established a minimum time, but it doesn't mean that it couldn't have been much earlier than what the minimum time suggested.
All right. First question, does the relative presence of different kinds of flies tell you anything about whether this body, in your opinion, was placed there quickly after death, or was there some delay?
Again, the specimens from the scene suggested, in the absence of large numbers of the blowflies, the caliphorids, that most likely there had been an initial placement that excluded these guys right off the bat. Because had the body been placed initially, immediately upon death, out in this environment, we should have seen literally thousands of blowfly puparia left behind, and we didn't find that many.
Now, did you find flies, as you did in the trunk, that would reflect decomposition of 3 or 4 days, after 3 or 4 days, something like that?
There were Megacelia scalaris present on the area where the body.
No one understood. Okay. If this is important testimony, there's no way of knowing. Okay. But if this was important, there's so many other ways they could be doing this. Again, Don't use all these names. Give them another, like a substitute name, like whatever, or even just A, B, C, D, right? And show the jury little pictures, right? Or I guess make them bigger so they can see. Send like, this is fly A, this is fly B, this is fly C, and then like maybe a chart, like this one is found here. This, like, because this is just completely pointless, man. I know, right? I totally agree. I agree. Although they would just be overruled, but you know.
The remains were found.
Does that allow you to render an opinion about how far along in decomposition the body was when it was placed there?
Well, given that the point that we probably had initial decomposition in a place where we had excluded.
One thing that I will say that Mr. Baez is just so much better than any of the prosecutors here, because I feel like we see this in a lot of trials where different attorneys, it could be defense or prosecution, but attorneys forget what it's like for the jury, right? Where there's missed opportunities of a really simple exhibit that could be done, you know, or just the list would go on and on. But whether it's in terms of making it concise or whatever, even if you just think about demonstrative aid, right? A demonstrative aid. You know what it does for a jury when they're falling asleep because it's a long expert, blah, blah. And then this is what I think about all the time with Mr. Baez, for example, where the jury's falling the fuck asleep. He gets up there and the first thing he does is there's a change of pace. And even just going and getting that easel and pulling it out, and now all of a sudden that jury, now they're waking up, right? Now they've got something to look at. And now the expert's coming down off the stand and now they're going to circle things. And it's so smart. And, you know, whether it's an easel or whether it's a power, you know, anything, but for him to just talk about all these bugs with their long 50 million letter Latin names is completely pointless when you could use, here's what this bug looks like. I mean, even that would be something, right? Because they got to get so bored and tired of just sitting there and being talked at. And that's why you can get this information across in a much more effective way, in a much faster way, and in a way that the jury would actually pay attention to with a simple picture of the bug. Like, we don't need to know the whole life history of the bug, just the picture. So they know which bug is which. And then now you know, and I just don't understand it. But again, Mr. Baez never misses an opportunity to bring up a picture of the gas can, to bring out that easel, to do something that is, again, it's just so that it's not just answering questions and talking, you know?
The initial colonizers and then placed out there.
Things, and thankfully
I have no question that body had been out there for many months.
And when you say many months, can you give us, is that as specific a range as you can give us?
Yeah, that's
just many months.
Based on the recovery from the scene, I believe I stated June and or early July, something like that.
Now, when you say the body was deposited there,
you know, you would have already known when she went missing.
is it your opinion the body was deposited there as a skeleton, or that it was deposited there as a complete body, but just in the early stages of decomposition? What can you tell us about that?
Well, I believe since we did have blowflies, a few blowflies come in my opinion, that we did not have skeletal remains being deposited there. The insect fauna, the group of insects that we found, was consistent with a body that was partially decomposed, purging fluids, bloat, that in somewhere in that realm.
But still with soft tissue.
Oh yes, with considerable soft tissue.
Does the findings at the scene and the findings in the car, in your opinion, tell a consistent story?
Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing for me about that case. So there were a lot of other trials happening at that time, which is one thing. I know about the case. Well, hold on. I think I watched parts of it. I think I watched clips of like her testimony when she was testifying about what happened. I saw bits and pieces, but I didn't follow. I mean, for me, the way I understand following a trial means you've watched the entire trial, you know? So no, I did not really follow it that way. And part of it for me is that, you know, that's one of those things where they're, you know, they give it a nickname, right? They give it a nickname, and sometimes the nicknames fit and sometimes they don't. And the thing that really annoyed me from the get-go about this, whenever I first heard of it and they first started calling it the Black Swan case, I looked into the defendant and in terms of her history as a dancer, and she never danced that role. And I danced growing up, like, so it's like, just because somebody dances or tried to open a dance studio, and apparently I think it failed or something. I don't know too much about it, but it seems like she wanted to have a dance studio and it wasn't working, and it was because she was maybe not so successful as a dancer, whatnot. So just because you danced doesn't mean you can be called the Black Swan. In other words, to me, it's just, it's not fair to the ballerinas and dancers, they're not all ballerinas, but dancers who work their tails off for their entire lives to dance a role like the lead in the Black Swan. And to be called the Black Swan, that's what that means. So anyway, it's a very challenging role. And so I feel like it's almost like this has nothing to do with the fact that whether she committed a crime or not, right? For anybody, it's like giving her an achievement that she didn't earn. And that, just as a former dancer, bothers me. So I don't know enough to say. I honestly don't. I don't know any of the details. I just saw parts of her testimony. I think Gloria, was talking about it. And again, I had it on in the background. I think it was more about, for me, the part that was interesting is the elements of self-defense, right? That's what I cared about, because I wasn't following the trial. So like fact-specific things was not something I was paying attention to. It was more about the elements of self-defense, because it relates to Sarah Boone, it relates to the Menendez brothers and other cases, and Ezra. And I find that legal analysis more interesting, especially if I'm not following the whole trial and don't know the facts of the case. So I can't say. And I didn't even ask that question. That wasn't part of my thought process at all. So
yes, they certainly do.
And what is that story?
That decomposition had begun, that the early colonizers had been excluded for the most part, that at some later date, a few days, and the body couldn't have been in the trunk of the car very long because of the progression of decomposition under those temperature regimes, that body would then had to have been removed and placed out and could have been initially placed where it was finally found. And it had to be quite...
For anyone that did watch it, feel free to weigh in on what you thought, if it was believable or not. I can't say, because I know literally nothing. I wouldn't even feel like I could weigh in on that unless I watched the whole trial. Because to believe somebody, you have to know all the facts of the case. And the only way to know that is to watch the trial. So I can't, in other words, I wouldn't think it's fair to just watch a defendant testifying without having watched the rest of the trial and then trying to assess whether they're believable or not. I don't think that's the way to go. So, and again, I wasn't even watching it. I think I was in a different room and it was playing. So I was hearing parts of her testimony and then thinking about it, and breaking it down from the standard of, the elements of self-defense. So
quite fast and rapid.
No further questions.
Oh my God.
Cross-examination.
That was so pointless.
May it please the court.
He didn't even
Mr.
offer, unless I missed it, but I didn't even hear him offer like a final expert opinion, which is the point of these experts. They say what their final opinion is. Did he even say anything like that?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Dr. Haskell.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Baez.
Pleasure's all mine, sir. I want to take you back to the very beginning of this case and ask you in reference to your first knowledge or contact about this case. You actually first heard or were first consulted about this case with Dr. Voss, were you not?
I guess the initial contact would have been through Dr. Voss. He had, we were talking, I called him on another, I think I was talking about another case that he helps me on a regular basis on decomposition and so forth. And he had mentioned that Michael Vincent had seen fruit flies come out of the trunk of the car.
And you had told him that those fruit flies could possibly be coffin flies.
They would be the forward fly group, yes.
Okay. And you and Dr. Voss are old colleagues.
We go back a good 25 years to the body farm in Tennessee.
So you know each other very well.
Wow.
Well, I see him intermittently. I've had dinner at his house.
That's one of those funny things where it's like, they always do that, right? He's like, yeah, we go way back 25 years. And then it's like, so you know each other very well. And it's like, well, no, I wouldn't. It's like, dude, we see this all the time. It's so annoying, right? Where they say something like that. And it's like, they're trying to bolster I think he's trying to bolster himself against Dr. Arpad Voss, which is interesting, right? As if like trying to make it seem like, yeah, like you hear it, right? He's like, yeah, we go back 25 years. So it's like either you guys are buddy or you're not. Like you can't have both. So it's like trying to make yourself look good because you know him so well. But then it's like, so you know him pretty well. Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Like,
And it's your understanding that Dr. Voss is a biochemist, correct?
I knew he was an anthropologist. I really wasn't sure how much biochemistry he had, but he studied biochemistry, and that's what he was studying back in the late 80s at the Body Farm. And but I knew he was studying with Dr. Bass, the anthropologist there. So I was assuming he was getting his degree as an anthropologist.
Say what?
Anthropologist.
Anthropologist. Okay. Do you recall testifying in your deposition that he was a biochemist?
Objection. Relevance. Collateral impeachment.
Sustain.
The statements that you had made to Dr. Voss that these were possibly coffin flies, that was before you saw any evidence in this case, right?
No, you were correct.
Okay. And subsequent to that, Dr. Voss had given your name to Orange County, and that's when they contacted you directly. Is your understanding that correct?
I'm not sure I quite, I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, let's take your findings from the very beginning, if I can. I have a copy of your report. Do you have a copy of your report with you?
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
well, but at least
And which this would be the August 28th?
Correct,
date?
the first report.
Okay.
Okay, so when you first received something, it's your understanding that you received items from the trash that was in the trunk of the car, correct? The first two vials that you received?
I thought that it was from trash bag and trunk of car. That's what the samples suggest, yes.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't from the actual trunk, it was from the trash, correct?
That was my understanding.
Okay. And the flies that you found were the Magacilia scalarius, correct?
That's correct. A forward fly, 4 a day, yes.
And for those of us who aren't bug people, those are gnat-like type flies. They're very tiny.
Very tiny.
They look like fruit flies. So
obviously they look like fruit flies to Mr. Vincent.
Okay. So if those are the kind of flies, like if I go out to a restaurant and I have some leftovers and I leave them in my car.
right there, this description, see what he's doing for the jury? He's like, here's this type of fly. So that now you could be like, oh, okay. This is, in other words, he's painting a mental picture because they didn't provide any pictures of these bugs. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Bias, for this.
And I come back the next day and the car smells and I see these little gnat-like flies running around. Those are the fruit flies?
I don't know. You'd have to collect them for me and I'd identify them.
Okay. But that's commonly what you see, correct?
I don't think so with leftovers from the restaurant because that's processed. That's processed food.
Okay. So if something's left in your car, you kind of see these fruit flies or in garbage. That's what Mr. Vincent thought he saw.
If we're talking garbage, that could be.
Okay. While we're talking about garbage and trash, the Magacilia scalarius is also found in trash, is it not?
Garbage.
No. Garbage. Okay, now we're doing that again.
Yeah, he doesn't even know what's going on with all that. Scary. Something matters.
Okay.
Something matters here. Let me back it up because actually they're joking, but there's a thing that matters because it's gonna come up on redirect. Let me back it up. Hold on.
If something's left in your car, you kind of see these fruit flies or in garbage. That's what Mr. Vincent thought he saw.
If we're talking garbage, that could be.
Okay, if we're talking garbage, that could be. Now, here's the thing. He's going to end up having to define trash and garbage, and he's going to contradict himself. And I think it's a Freudian slip, but that happens on redirect. So he said if it's in garbage, it could be. Now, remember, the reason this is a funny thing is because this has come up with Mr. Oh, my God. Gerardo Blasey, right? Mr. Blasey. the numerous times he's testified, because that was it. It all started there because he's like, he used the word garbage in his report, and so whenever the defense would call it trash, he would correct them. Now, when the prosecutor called it trash, he didn't correct them. They were allowed to call it trash, but the defense had to call it garbage because that's what he wanted. And he said he wanted to be accurate. So there was a couple things. It's notable that he used the word garbage in his report. So let's just see where this goes, because I remember thinking this was interesting with the contradictions here.
While we're talking about garbage and trash, the Magnocelia scalarius is also found in trash, is it not?
Okay, good.
Garbage.
That's good.
Garbage. Okay, now we're doing that again. Okay. Magnocelia scalarius is found in garbage, sir.
It's found in like I said, it eats anything. And it can be found in rotting seaweed. It can be found in decomposing vegetable material. It can be found in fungus. It can be found in dead insects. If you have a pile of insects, you might find it in that. You can find it about anywhere.
About anywhere. Okay, so keep in mind, remember when Mr. Blasey used the word garbage and they asked him, why does it matter? Why does it make a difference? You know, because again, it is kind of silly, right? But he's like, well, I use the word garbage in my report. I want to be accurate. Okay, I don't know that the prosecution isn't even doing that, right? But okay, fine, fair. But what's going to happen on redirect is he's going to actually be asked, is there a difference between trash and garbage? And he's going to say what in his opinion, what the difference is. And it's something different. It's not just, oh, well, that's what's in the report. It's like he actually thinks there's an actual meaningful distinction. So this is why this matters. But he's saying so far, this particular bug can be found in garbage, but this bug can be found anywhere, I think is where we're at. It's not a big bug. Yay, evil.
I'm just gonna look for it. That's all right.
That's good.
I can see this hilarious.
Now, even in your report, you indicate that these flies, sorry, can everyone see that okay? Even in your report, you put down that these flies are also found in, I want to use your exact word, other organic material, correct?
I didn't want to mislead you, sir.
I'm not saying you would, sir. So
Weird. Where's up with that smirk at the jury? I don't think the jury likes him. I'll be honest. I don't think the jury likes him. He's kind of coming across as quite arrogant, you know?
forward flies can be found in trash.
You know, it's one thing to be arrogant if you're an expert, but it's another thing when you're arrogant and like literally the way you explain things made no sense to the jury and they didn't learn anything from you, right? Like, because there are expert witnesses who might be arrogant and egotistical or whatever, but like they do their job really well and they explain things really well. So you know what? That's the point, right? You know, even if it's an annoying demeanor, like if the jury can at least learn something from them and follow it, then it you know, it matters, right? Sometimes it's like, okay, to a certain extent, if you're good at what you do, you deserve to be confident. Now, you don't have to be arrogant, but you know, but this dude is like coming across, at least to me, as arrogant, but like, why? Because literally you did nothing for I would imagine he didn't do anything for the jury. I think this cross-examination, if anything, is going to be more helpful because he's actually trying to break it down in a way that makes sense. And he's actually using a demonstrative. So, you know.
Garbage.
And okay.
Look at that.
And they were found in a
funny.
And they were collected from a garbage bag.
And it says trash bag there.
Dickhead. That's a dick move.
Yes.
You look at him smiling, but like he's got to be so annoyed because this dude's just being that's so like everyone's laughing, but you know how they must be really uncomfortable because this is just he's like, dude, Mr. Baez is trying to humor him by because he'd already written trash. He crossed it out and put garbage to try to humor him because he used the word garbage and now he's being a dick about it. I don't like that.
Sure.
You changed it.
Well, I lined it. I crossed it
really?
out for you.
Well, I was looking at a trash bag.
Okay.
I think that's
What is wrong with this
what I
guy?
referred to, did I not?
No.
So now he's saying he said trash bag. He said garbage bag. That's why I said listen to what he's saying. This is insane. He said garbage. So here what we're already getting is A, he's being a dick, but B, it sounds like he's not even sure what the difference is between trash and garbage because he's saying he said trash. He said garbage. Look, this is crazy. Let me back it up a little bit.
That's good.
Listen, he says garbage.
We're talking about garbage and trash. The Magnocelia scale.
Identify.
Okay. But that's commonly what you see, correct?
I don't think so with leftovers from the restaurant because that's processed. That's processed food.
Okay.
Not
So
always. You don't know what it is.
if something's left in your car, you kind of see these fruit flies or in garbage. That's what Mr. Vincent thought he saw.
You go a little bit back further.
Some leftovers, and I leave them in my car, and I come back the next day, and the car smells, and I see these little gnat-like flies running around. Those are the fruit flies?
I don't know. You'd have to collect them for me and I'd identify them.
Okay. But that's commonly what you see, correct?
I don't think so with leftovers from the restaurant because that's processed. That's processed food.
Okay. So if something's left in your car, you kind of see these fruit flies or in garbage. That's what Mr. Vincent thought he saw.
If we're talking garbage, that could be.
Okay. While we're talking about garbage and trash, the Magnocelia scalarius is also found in trash, is it not?
Garbage.
Garbage. Okay. Now
All right. He wants to say garbage. Now we're going to go back. I can't stand this, dude. This is annoying as fuck.
the car a second time, did you not?
Yeah. I wanted to see if he could find some adults.
Correct. You wanted the adult flies to be able to make the species identification.
That's correct.
To be more scientific and more precise.
I think I went ahead too far. Hold on. Let me try. Yeah, there is the smile. Okay.
You changed it.
Okay. Hold on. You guys heard him say garbage.
Garbage.
Garbage. And
even there, he says garbage. What is wrong with this guy? He says garbage. He just says garbage. That's when he's going to cross it out. Watch. The dude told him garbage. This is stupid, man. This is stupid. What is going on?
And they were found and they were collected from a garbage bag.
And it says trash bag there.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You changed it.
Well, I lined it. I crossed it out for you.
Well, I was looking at a trash bag.
Okay.
I think that's what I referred to, did I not?
Okay. So
Wow. What is going on?
you find these in garbage bags and trash bags, and
like,
that's
were you
where
not-
they came from, correct?
I don't understand that.
These?
Was he trying to be a dick, or was he? Or it's like, were you not there half a second ago when you said garbage and he crossed it out and put garbage? I don't understand.
This came from the trash bag from the
Now
front of
he's
the car,
saying,
yes.
and now he's saying trash bag. What is going on? What is going on? Now he's saying trash bag. So notice that this is going to make more sense, although it's nonsensical. It's going to make more sense on redirect because he was very adamant about it being garbage, right? Initially. Now he's like, it's trash. It's trash. So.
Vincent to inspect the car a second time, did you not?
Yeah. I wanted to see if he could find some adults.
And you know why I think that is? I think it's because he's figuring out, you know what, now I get it. I think he's figuring out where Mr. Baez is going with this. And I think that that's why he changed it, because he's going to want to make a distinction later. Interesting.
You wanted the adult flies to be able to make the species identification.
That's correct.
To be more scientific and more precise.
Yes.
Okay. And he checked the trunk, and that turned up negative results.
That's correct.
Okay. Then after that, he told you, hey, I remember I saw some,
And this is the point.
some more,
This is the point I made earlier, right? How they did not have any results of any bugs in the trunk initially, when they initially tested it, right? But then they test the trash from the trunk weeks later. Surprise, surprise, there's bugs. This is why this whole thing about testing, like, this shouldn't have even come in. They should have just stuck to the bugs that were found at the crime scene, because this is pointless, honestly.
insect activity in the garbage or trash.
Trash bag.
Yes.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
And that was sealed, and he went in there and got it. Correct?
No, he got the package where it was sealed, sent it directly to me, and I opened it.
Okay. And he sent it to you, and that's when you were able to find more of these forage flies in the garbage.
Trash bag.
Whichever one you want to call it.
Right.
Okay.
It's awful. I hate that.
So he basically sent you trash or garbage, and you found more of the same thing.
He's going to
But
try to
this
be
time you found
accommodating. and be as accommodating as possible by using both. Because when he used garbage like the dude wanted, he switched it to trash. So he's just going to always say both. And he shouldn't have to do that.
I found adults that made it possible
And
to
you
make
know what? Again, the prosecutors don't have to do that. They can say whatever they want. But he has to say both. I hate
a
that.
species identification.
And that was the conclusion of your evaluation of the materials of the car, correct?
Not quite. I think I mentioned that we looked at paper toweling, and this is where the majority of the forward specimens were found.
Right.
And they were associated with the material that was, that I believed at that point was probably decomposition fluids because of the high numbers of these specimens on these paper towels.
Now, you also know that, of course, DNA can be grabbed from any cell material other than red blood cells, correct?
I know that DNA is prevalent in a lot of stuff.
Okay. And in fact, you can get DNA from some insects, can you not? From some maggots?
The insects have DNA, and some of my colleagues have done research to be able to extract human DNA from mosquitoes, from bed bugs.
I have seen this. This came up in a trial. They can do this. So you see where he's going with this is why did you not test these bugs for DNA if you truly believe that the bugs were eating whatever stuff, fluid that could have been from a human? That's where he's going with this because they could have tested it and they didn't. That's what I think.
From lice and even maggots.
Okay. And these top paper towels weren't sent for DNA analysis, were they?
I don't know.
Okay. You didn't send them for DNA analysis.
I requested a biochemical assay on these to determine if we did have decomposition fluids on these paper towels.
My question to you, sir, is you didn't send them away for DNA analysis?
No.
Okay. Instead, you sent them to Dr. Voss.
That's correct.
Your old colleague. Your old colleague.
My trusted colleague and
okay.
Yes.
And then Dr. Voss, are you familiar with the actual studies that he did?
Well, I've read several of his studies. He's done a number.
On the actual paper towels is what I'm referring to.
I believe I got information that it was adipocere.
Okay. No, my question is, sir, are you familiar with what exactly he did to determine whether that was adipocere? What tests he ran on it?
No, I trusted him to do the right test.
Okay. So you can't testify intelligently as to what actual exams were done and so forth from that. Just what he told you.
I can testify intelligently, but I will say that, no, I don't know.
What?
Sir, I'm not insulting you in any way. I'm just saying, I'm just saying you can't give this jury any solid facts as to what exactly was done with these paper towels, only what Dr. Voss told you the results were.
That's certainly correct.
Okay. Now, subsequent to that, you also found on this paper towel one blowfly leg. Correct?
That's correct.
Now, a blowfly leg was found in the garbage or trash.
There it is.
From the paper towel.
From the paper towels. Now, it's very common. Now, you stated that blowflies are the number one, I guess they're the most prominent of the early colonizers for decomposition, correct?
Absolutely.
But they're also found in your house.
I found one last week in my house.
Okay. And you can also find them in trash or garbage.
Only if we have unprocessed meat present. Sometimes some processed meat, but primarily unprocessed meat that would be in the garbage itself.
And these are the flies you can often find on your windowsill when you don't clean it for a while.
My wife does a pretty good job of cleaning my windowsill, so no, I wouldn't find them on my windowsills.
What a dickhead. I have to just say, there's a problem with what he's saying. Because here's the thing. He's talking about those flies. This sounds like they're those big black flies, right? The thing, the not gnats, but the other flies you get in your house, right? Here's the thing. I am vegan. I've been vegan forever. There's no meat in my house, processed or otherwise. And there's those flies in my house. Okay. I get those. I mean, I get those flies just like normal people where there's a fly there, you know? So the thing that he's trying to do is make it seem like this fly would only be present if there was something that could resemble, like, because he can't say, okay, he's saying he already had to say that this fly is really common, right? But then it's like, okay, but in order to try to bolster the case for the prosecution, he has to try to make a distinction then that this is still some sort of indication of human decomposition because there isn't any, and they're grasping at straws, right? So his way of doing that, because there's been this whole thing about what was that fluid on the napkin, and we know that they had been eating pizza and whatever. Could it have been meat residue? Whatever. It's garbage. It's trash. Whatever it is, you know. But to decipher that, and that's why it was weird when he was like, "Well, process meat." I'm like, "What? The flies? What? Don't know if it's been processed. Like they're not like, oh, I only eat organic, natural. You know, it's just." Anyway, but he's trying with all this to try to make a distinction to say, well, make it as narrow as possible, right? Like they're only going to be present if you've got raw meat, like a fresh dead animal or a human, right? But my point is that A, that's stupid, and B, it's annoying and grasping straws, and C, I have those flies in my house and there is no meat of any kind and never have, or animal products of any kind. So
Not yours.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, right?
But houses will have some blowflies in them.
Okay. And what you look for as an entomologist are a large number of these blowflies, do you not?
Well, I can look for one or I can look for thousands.
But my point is, when you usually have a decomposing body, there are generally speaking many of these blowflies, do they not?
That's correct.
And they lay hundreds and hundreds of eggs, rather.
Each female can lay up to 300 or 400 eggs, yes.
Okay. And it gets to the point when a body is decomposing that you will have thousands and thousands of eggs and maggots.
Right.
Tens of thousands.
I'm sorry?
Tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands.
that's the same as thousands and thousands. Dude, this guy is really, yeah, I'm not a fan. Because he's trying to make it seem like he's correcting him, but he's saying the same thing. Like that happened just a second ago when he was like, each female can lay whatever, many eggs or whatever he said, whatever he used to somewhere. And then he's like, yes, each, he says yes, but then he has to try to one up him, right? Can lay up to 3,000 or 4, however many eggs it was, right? And then it's like, okay. And and then he's like thousands and thousands. He's like, yeah, tens of thousands. He's like correcting him, but they're saying the same thing. That's really annoying. But the point that he's trying to make is that when you have a handful, a couple of bugs, right, in the trash, that's like what you would expect in a regular household. That's his point, right? Like a handful of flies, 6, I think it's like 6 of them or something crazy. And like that could be found in like any household, regardless of what they have in their trash. Like I can say that for a fact. And he's making that this is an important distinction, that it's really not good that he didn't make this distinction himself first, because it's so true, right? When you think about a decomposing body, the number of flies would be like a ton of flies, right? It would be like flies everywhere. Even if you just unfortunately, pass a dead animal on the side of the road that's been there, or even if you're watching a nature documentary, right? You watch a nature documentary and there's some poor dead animal, y'all know what it looks like, right? I mean, unfortunately, it's like the flies are like fuck tons, right? So that's a big difference than like 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. So that's the point. Oh, and now it's
okay. And in this trash bag,
the state is still trying to prove that there was ever a dead body in that trunk. But with every witness they bring on to try to prove that, all they're doing is proving there was never a dead body in that trunk. It's clear, right? I mean, because here's the thing. One thing I know is if there was a dead body in that trunk, there would have been bugs in that trunk. That's the thing. And so I think that's why they're doing this, is because they know that. And everybody said when they opened that trunk and pulled the trash out, there were no bugs, right? It smelled, but there were no bugs. And that's where this whole thing about what was it trash or was it not trash? Was there a body? It's like, yeah, it smelled because of the trash. But if there'd been a human in that trunk, there would have been a lot more bugs, not just a handful of flies like you find in your household, right? And again, the flies that they found at the crime scene where there were remains and the other bugs, right, were different. Why? Because those are the types of insects that you find when you've got a decomposing body. That's what they should have found in the trunk and didn't. And that's the point. Like they didn't find things they should have found. And the things that they found were in very small numbers, and they were things that are in your common household trash or just on your windowsill. So that's the same reason why they brought in our PODVOS, to try to say that the smell from the trunk and the air from the trunk could have been from human remains, although he again couches that just like everybody else because they can't ever say any of that for sure. So, but that's why, because the state is grasping at straws and they're getting ready to wrap up their case in chief, and maybe they're getting desperate.
You couldn't even find a full one. You found a leg.
One of them lost her leg, I guess.
Yeah.
He couldn't even find one full blowfly. That's right. It was just one leg. So I wasn't even, okay. When I was saying, oh yeah, they found a couple of flies, they didn't. Sorry, I misspoke. They didn't even find a full fly. It was one blowfly leg. So, you know, any of us at any given moment can probably find an entire fly in our house. And that's the point, right? That this is just stupid that they are doing this in the state.
And that is not unheard of, to find a blowfly or a part of a blowfly in trash or garbage.
Wow.
Or no blowflies in trash or garbage, yes.
But the answer to my question is yes, right? It's not unheard of.
Oh, no, it's not unheard of.
Okay. So this is everything that, as far as entomological evidence is concerned, that you were able to obtain from the from the car. Were you given any other entomological items?
Yeah, we did have some. Later I examined some filters from vacuum cleaner where they had vacuumed the trunk of the car itself. I think before removal of the carpet, and there were wasn't a lot, but there were some forward flies consistent with Megacelia scalaris, that species, and some other carrion insects that were in the trunk of the car itself.
Like a mosquito?
Could have been.
Okay.
That's not a carrion.
Would you like to see it, sir?
That's why he said it, because he's like carrion insects, as if to try to make it seem like it's insects that would only be there if there's a dead body, like a mosquito. I mean, this is why this shit matters, because some of these people, some of these experts, right, or just even like, you know, other women, they will do anything to exaggerate. And really, it's honestly, it's in a lot of ways, in my opinion, it's pretty false, right? It's misrepresenting to find a mosquito and then call it a carrion insect, as if, and not to say, and not to first couch it or explain a mosquito is a type of carrion, and to just say that to the jury so that the jury only hears the word carrion and then thinks it's a certain type of bug, when in fact it's a mosquito. Like, the fact that you're not willing to say mosquito, that's the point, right? If you're sure of your findings, why won't you just tell them it's a mosquito?
I think I have mine someplace, but that would.
You may.
So he's providing him now with a list of these quote unquote carrion insects. And why do you guys think that is?
Now, this was sent to you in wasn't it 2011, early 2011?
It could be.
Yes. Okay. So almost 3 years later, you got the vacuumings of when they first processed the car on the 16th of July, correct?
That's correct.
So what happens is CSI gets there, they collect the car, after the garbage or trash bag's been removed, and they vacuum the entire car, and that goes into a filter, and that was sent to you.
Well, a filter interrupts the suction into it.
And you're able...
Collected in the filter, yes.
And as you mentioned...
Again, same thing where he's agreeing. That's the same thing. He's trying to make it seem like he's correcting him. I just can't stand this shit.
You were able to pick out a few more insects, correct?
Correct.
Not a great deal, just a few more. Okay. And this, of course, could be consistent with these falling out of the trash or garbage bag.
No, they could have been, that would be consistent with them coming into the decomposing fluids that were in the trunk of the car itself.
And also falling out of the trash, correct?
I don't think they were falling out of the trash.
Okay. In my opinion. So it's your testimony, sir, that flies can get in the trash bag, but they can't get out.
Yeah, this is insane.
Like the Roach Motel.
Objection, move to strike.
Objection sustained. Objection sustained. No. Let's continue.
So So it's your testimony, sir, that the flies can get in, but they can't get out.
No, the flies get in the trunk. They hadn't gotten to the trash bag yet.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
But that's my question, sir. Is there any way for you to?
This expert is not. It's like, again, it's just like that thing. He will not concede anything, even when it's like, come on, man. Like the example I gave about Dr. Ross, where it's like, he's like, yeah, he's been my friend or we were colleagues for 25 years. And he's like, so you guys are good friends. He's like, no, I wouldn't say that. It's like, this shit is awful and I can't stand it. And we know, they haven't even gone into this, but we know, and the jury knows, because it came up so much early on, that that trash bag was not tied all the way shut. In fact, it was open. Like the handles weren't even pulled all the way. Like when we saw pictures, it was like, in other words, the trash could have easily fallen out. It was not a sealed trash bag. It was not even drawstringed all the way or tied. So, but they haven't even gotten into that, because even if it was, bugs could still get out anyway, right? Because that's what bugs do. The fact that he won't even say that is so frustrating.
Track the flies as to whether they got in the trash or didn't make it in completely to the trash bag.
That's another good point.
In my opinion, the collection from the vacuum cleaner was flies that had gotten into the trunk that hadn't gotten into the trash bag.
Okay. So you don't know if they ever made it in. You're just saying they didn't get
Obviously, they didn't get in because they were in the trunk.
Okay. Otherwise, they would have stayed there. They wouldn't have left.
Well, once they hatched out, the adults would have been leaving, and there were some adults here.
Okay. And again, this wasn't very many insects, correct?
No.
Okay. Part of your job is to do what's called a PMI, which is called a postmortem interval, correct?
That's correct.
And you do that on certain occasions, in some cases, correct?
Interesting. I don't know if I like
I do it on almost every case I've done.
And what that does is that allows you to see insects, both live and hatched, and the maggots that.
So he says you do that on almost every case, right? And instead of saying yes, he says I did that on every case I've done. That's a yes. Why does he say it like that? A, to be a dick, B, to be annoying, and C, to try to bolster himself up to the jury as if he's done a lot of cases. I bet this jury hates him, honestly, because Mr. Bias is being so patient with this bullshit, and he's not engaging. He's letting the bully be the bully, and he's not engaging. But every now and again, the bully does something where he has to comply, like calling it both trash and garbage. That whole thing was so weird. That was so weird. Anyway, so it's just
come from them to be able to determine exactly how long a person might have been deceased.
That's correct.
Or in possibly in this case, how long an item or how long these insects would have been attracted to a specific item.
That's possible.
Okay. So on July 16th, 2008, when this car was collected, you would have had live insects, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you would have had
there it is.
hatched maggots and everything you needed to develop a postmortem interval, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you could have been able to determine right down to the day as to how long that item had been in the trunk of the car.
Not within maybe a day, but normally our postmortem interval consists of a range of time to deal with the biological variability of natural occurring biological occurrences.
I guess what I'm trying to say, Dr. Haskell, is if you got something on July 16th,
here we go. This is the point.
2008, you could have tracked that back exactly.
Objection to the hypothetical of something. Hypotheticals must be based on facts and evidence.
Overrule at this point.
Yeah, that was dumb.
Answering the question.
Sir, if you had gotten entomological evidence on July 16th, 2008, you could have tracked that back almost to the day when that item was placed in the trunk of the car, correct?
Objection.
Why?
Hypothetical is inspecific as to what entomological, from what source, and what type.
Stop.
So just my hypothetical, I think.
No.
Overruled. Doctor, can you answer the question?
Yeah, that's
raised?
stupid.
Could
You know what it is?
rephrase that?
I'm sorry. This actually matters, and here's why. Because Mr. Ashton knows this is their last freaking hope, and it's being destroyed. Because he's right. The thing is what the evidence is showing is there was not any of the bugs present that should have been, again, at that time, if there had been a body in that car. And he does not want this to come out. And that's why he's trying to object. Let's just hear that bit again. I can't stand it when the state tries to hide the truth. If you believe in your case, you should want this information out.
Sir, if you had gotten
And
entomological
if you don't believe in your case, you shouldn't be brought the charges. Oh, and by the way, you shouldn't be charged with that penalty.
evidence on July 16, 2008, you could have tracked that back almost to the day when that item was placed in the trunk of the car, correct?
Objection. Hypothetical is specific as to what entomological, from what source of what type.
So just my hypothetical, I think.
Overruled. Doctor, can you answer the question this phrase?
Could you rephrase that or ask it again, please? I'm
Sure,
sorry.
no problem. I understand.
Yeah.
He can
If
do
you
it.
got entomological
He can answer
evidence on
it. Ask
July
the question
16, and you testified that you could pretty much track it back to more or less a day or two.
No, I said a range.
A range.
A range.
You could give a range. You could have traced that evidence back to a slight range as to when that item was placed in the trunk of the car. Could you not have?
Depends on what item we're placing in the trunk of the car.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we're talking about the phorids, flies that you ended up finding, because that's really all you found, correct? Other than the blowfly leg?
That's correct.
Okay.
Like, sad, really.
But you weren't given items on July 16th, even though they were collected, were you, sir?
No.
In fact, you weren't contacted until September of 2008, correct?
That's correct.
Now,
I'm so excited for the defense's case in chief because I don't know how it can get any better for them. They have made every single witness a witness for them to the max. That I don't think they even need a case in chief. I can say that without question. They don't need a case in chief. They could have just said, nope, they didn't prove their case and we'll sit down. They could have done that, but we know they have a case in chief. It's like, I can't even fathom how this can get any better for them and any worse for the state, to be honest.
you got these items that were sent to you, and then in December you came down again and conducted an examination of the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, this scene was very thoroughly processed.
It was the most intensive scene processing I'd ever seen.
In your, I don't want to.
Right. You see what he's going to do here? He's going to speak to his ego because he threw that in there. Now, this is what's so funny. This is where his ego, Matt, is going to overrule because this actually is going to just point to the fact that there isn't this evidence, right? Because sometimes you've got people that do a sloppy job. So it's like that evidence could be there, but we didn't find it. The point of this question is they would have found it if it was there. And this dude is such a stupid, arrogant asshole that instead of picking up on that, he tries to bolster his freaking experience. And Jose Baez picks up on it when he's like, it was the most extensive one I've ever seen. And now Mr. Baez, I can see where this is going. He's going to be like, and you have all this experience and you're so expert. Let's see what happens.
Date you or age?
Don't want to make me too old, sir?
No, sir. With all due respect.
About 30 years.
30 years.
30 years
So
of
you're-
forensic entomology work. Yeah, this is the best.
Just a second. Mr. Baez. Okay, she cannot take down when both of you are talking. Question, then answer. Question.
Sir, it's in the 30 years that you've been practicing
Mhm.
entomology.
There you go.
This scene was processed with a fine-tooth comb.
I've been doing entomology for over half a century. I've been doing forensic entomology for about 30
Jesus.
years. But yeah, this is the best.
So
Fucking
you
hell.
feel confident that what was collected there is all that could have been found? Or you feel very confident that
See, now he's like, wait a second. That was a trap. It wasn't a trap because you were being honest, right? Or were you lying? Was it a thorough investigation or wasn't it now? Because, anyway, it just goes to show you, right?
I was there and observed the collections and the sievings and the re-sievings, and I thought they did an excellent job.
He can't really backtrack on that because he made such a big point about it. And also, I think that would push it in terms of lying on the stand, right? Because it did seem like they were very thorough at that crime scene. I still don't know why there's no pictures of the swimming pool, but that's again at the house. That's different set of people that came out to different things. To the Anthony home, like when Kaylee was first missing, versus the people that, the forensic people seem to have done a pretty good job. With only a couple exceptions. I'm trying to remember. I think we had one last time, but I don't remember what exactly it was. Somebody had something that wasn't ideal, but it wasn't like it wasn't, anyway, relative to what can happen in trials, I think this was a pretty secure and thorough, in terms of, again, the crime scene itself and collecting all the evidence there. So
there was Orange County Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
The FBI response team.
Yes.
Okay, and they were there processing. And when you got the blowflies, you actually did find blowflies then, correct?
Puparia.
Okay.
The
right.
coon stain.
Okay. Now making the distinction between what did they find when they actually were at the crime scene. What would you expect? Again, like I made this point earlier. What would you expect when you're actually where there's been a human decomposing body? And here we go.
All of the blowflies were recovered from the bag at the scene, was it not?
I don't recall. I do have the listings of all of them.
Would you like to?
Most of them, I think most of them were covered from the medical examiner's office.
Would you like to look at your notes to see exactly?
Yeah, could I, if I have any blowflies from the scene? No, that's not quite right. I do have a couple specimens, Puparium, Chrysomia megacephala likely. Specimens, Chrysomia megacephala, and I have a vocabulary spelling list for you too. Just didn't get it yet. And yeah, I've got 4 specimens of the calophorids from the scene. Yeah,
Certainly not tens of thousands, correct?
that's right.
Okay. And a majority of what you found as it relates to early colonizers and blowflies was in that.
Yes.
With the exception of the one that you just mentioned.
Right.
And just so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury know, and we all know, sir, when the early colonizers, I guess after the maggots feed, they then leave, correct? After they feed on something and then...
The maggots?
Yes.
They can. They don't have to.
But they generally leave at the food source to go hide somewhere to, I guess, hibernate until they can...
No, they're doing their metamorphosis, a change of form.
He said that earlier, though.
So what you would commonly see, and what you do see, is sometimes the hatched viperium all over as far as how far away from the location.
I've seen the maggot migration go out to over 100 yards away, depending on the situation.
Right. And this is like the type of thing I was describing. You see like on, sadly on the animal documentaries where there's like a dead animal. I can't stand it when there's dead animals, so I can't look at that stuff. But, I've seen it unfortunately on it, without meaning to, where you can see like, the maggot, the field of the maggot thingies or whatever he's talking about. I know exactly what he means. And it's like something out of a horror movie, really.
You see that away from where, and you see, be able to collect hundreds of them, would you not?
You can.
Okay.
Sometimes you may not find it.
In this case, all that were found were inside of that.
Other than those that we mentioned.
And this
Now, why does that matter? This is going to matter because remember, this goes back to the opening statements. We've not heard much about this, and it's the state, right? So there was in the opening statements, it was talked about Roy Kronk, right? And I keep thinking, when is the state going to call Roy Kronk? Because he found the body. He found the body, and the defense made a big deal about him and that he was such a mess and he is not trustworthy. And that according to the defense, apparently, Mr. Kronk had made statements to other people numerous times that he'd found that body earlier or whatever, and then apparently took it because he thought it was going to was going to get a reward, and then he learned that the reward was only for a live body. He like put it back in the woods or something along those lines. And there was a lot more information than that. I'm just summarizing. So I keep thinking, when is the state going to call Roy Kronk? Because even if there wasn't anything fishy, right? You always call the person that finds the remains. In every trial, the state calls the person that finds, or if it's the person who came upon a victim, right? Whether they're whatever the state is, or they're still alive, but they're whoever's the first person to find the thing, right? Or if it's even just a shoe, whoever the first person to find the piece of evidence, whether it's a lay person or whether it's a law enforcement, they have to testify. And Roy Kronk found the remains and called 911. And there's a lot of questions about it, right? About this whole thing with Roy Kronk. And I'm like, when is the state going to call Roy Kronk? But part of the reason he's asking these questions, Mr. Bies, is because, think about it, right? If the body had been there in that one location for that entire time, that's also the thing about the vines and all of that. If that body had been there the entire time, the point is that it would have been a lot more of like what we were just talking about, the stuff in nightmares, right? Where you would have had a lot more insect activity. I think that's where he's going with this, is that the only possibility would be that the remains, right, Katie's remains, were somewhere else. And I guess the state is trying to say that somewhere else was in the trunk, but it's clear that, a one blowfly leg, yeah, sorry, no. So you take that and you compare it to what we haven't heard from Roy Kronk yet, man. I'm saying it's the state time and time again does this. They're not getting out ahead. If they call a witness and there's something that needs to come out about this witness because it's going to be a big deal, they don't get out ahead of it. And so far, this is the same thing. They need to call Roy Kronk. They need to. Even if he wasn't a sketchy guy, even if it wasn't something like, oh no, what's going to come out, even if it wasn't for that, I feel like, how can you not? Because for even just laying the foundation, because he found the remains, like it's crazy to me, right? It's crazy. Like, don't you have to call him, even if he's not a mess? You have to call him regardless, right? And if he's a mess, you just get out ahead of it. That's the point. So. But he's not been called yet.
The main reason that led you to conclude, or this is part of the reason that the body decomposed elsewhere than where it was actually placed, correct?
That's correct.
So
wow, all that, and he says it. So that's really funny. Let me back that up because he just said exactly what I was saying. I didn't know that he was going to state it point blank. So anyway, yeah, there you go.
And this is the main reason that led you to conclude, or this is part of the reason that the body decomposed elsewhere than where it was actually placed, correct?
That's correct.
And I want to just add one thing real quick, right? So what are the options, right? If the body was somewhere else, what are the options? The options would be, well, we don't know. There could be infinite options, but in terms of what's come up in the trial so far, A, in the Anthony backyard, B, in the car, C, in the woods, but maybe in a slightly different location in the woods. And again, that hasn't come in yet from the state, but that is related to the Roy Kronk stuff I just mentioned, right? But there's been talk of it from opening statements from the defense. So, but even if you go with A from the back, even if you go with the state, what the state's presented so far, the state has presented so far, the options are, it was in the backyard, but that got kind of shut down. But that was something that was sort of suggested, or it was in the trunk, right? That's the options. Now, here's the thing. They searched the backyard and there was nothing found, right? So that was shot down. And then the trunk, I think, is clearly also not a possibility. So the state's left with nothing, with no explanation for what's going on with this then, right? It just shocks me that this is, where we're at here, because they should have had an explanation for this. They should have, because this is something that really matters. Like, there's no way around it, right? He's saying point blank, this body was not there that whole time. And he was the one to come to them and say, hey, this body was not decomposing here because it doesn't have the right number of bugs. And that's where all this started from. And the thing that bothers me is instead of them trying to find the truth of where the body was before, instead they just checked things related to Casey. They're like, well, let's search the backyard, let's search the trunk, or let's test instead of actually trying to find the truth. And that's the thing that's really sad. Because you know what we still don't really know is we still don't know. Well, I know we're still in the middle of this trial, right? But even at the end of the trial, I don't know that we're going to know for sure what happened to Kaylee. Maybe we will. Maybe the defense will present information that now it's going to make sense. But at this juncture, we still don't know what happened to Kaylee. My thought is that it was either an accident and George was definitely there in my opinion and involved. My biggest thing on this is I think it was probably, it could have been an accident or not, but I think where Casey's at, and this is really evident to me in the video jail calls, is that she doesn't know either. That she doesn't know if it was an accident or if it was on purpose, but she can't say anything. So anyway, it's clear that there's something going on with that. And again, I don't know if it was an accident or on purpose, but that's what I think. So, but to me, that doesn't count as knowing what happened, right? That doesn't really tell you. That means we don't know, right? That's just getting a little bit closer. So, and again, that's my point is like, had the state, instead of narrowing down on only Casey, like there's a lot of mistakes here with all that they focused from her from the get-go. Even the ME was like, zeroed in on homicide, zeroed in on Casey. We went over all that earlier tonight. It's like, and then again, even with like this whole thing, when they get this bit about not having all the bugs there, what do? They don't say, well, let's go look and see if we can see a bunch of maggots somewhere and go, oh, there's where it was, Instead, they just go and check the backyard of the house and the car. It's really unfortunate.
Where the bag was not the place where the body decomposed.
Yeah, it did decompose there.
Okay. Well, what you just said about the body decomposing elsewhere, that leads you.
Well,
let me see if I can rephrase the question.
Right.
You have evidence, entomological evidence, and lack of entomological evidence that gives you the conclusion that the body decomposed somewhere else or partially decomposed.
Initially, yes.
Okay. And that's what you would base that on, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And all of the other entomological evidence, in fact, the majority of the entomological evidence are late colonizers, correct?
Yes.
These would be beetles and black soldier flies.
Yes.
And the reason you feel so confident with these findings, sir, is because you got to personally see how thorough the scene was processed.
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicate in your report that water would not have accounted for this lack of blowfly activity, correct?
If the water was rising and falling, yes, that would not. Yeah, if that's in my report, that's what I said.
Yes. And in fact, even if someone had tried to wash away the maggots, you would still see.
Objection assumes fact, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Because this is included in the expert's report. Sustained.
Try to rephrase the question.
Sure.
This phrase is improper.
I'm trying to rephrase it. Tell us, Dr. Haskell, does submersion or intentionally trying to water or wash away certain blowfly evidence, would that change your opinion?
Objection compound assumes fact, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Isn't it true, sir, that eggs or larvae, if eggs or larvae had been manually washed off or submersion of the remains occurred during the early portion of the period at the recovery site, that the initial blowfly colonization could be delayed, but this likely would not result in the reduced numbers as seen here?
If that's what I said, yes.
He's reading directly from the report, so.
You gave you wrote 2 reports, actually 3 in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The first report was to cover the inspection of the items in the car.
That's correct.
And then the second report was to cover the items that were found at the recovery site.
That's correct.
Okay. And a third one was like a supplemental that you got from the vacuum sweepings of the trunk.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were hired in September of 2008. Correct?
That's when I started working on the case, yes.
And that's when you did everything in the car?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay. And then in December 2008, we came down and did everything at the site.
And ME's office.
Right. And then you submitted a report. Do you recall when you submitted the report for your work in September 2008?
I think I submitted both reports, at least they're signed September 22nd, 09.
September 09?
Yeah.
And when did you do the report for December of 2008?
I think both of them were signed off at that time.
Okay. When you say signed off?
When I sign it and put the date.
That's when you sign them, and then you send them to the prosecutor,
then
right?
I send it, yes.
That's when you sign them and you send them to the prosecutor.
To my recollection, yes.
Okay. And both of these dates are almost a year after you did the car.
Yeah.
And 8 months or 9 months after you did the site work.
That's correct.
And the result was your opinion that you've testified here today.
That's correct.
You have been retained by the state attorney's office, have you not?
That's correct.
And how much have you been paid to date?
To my recollection, about 22, 23,000.
Okay. Jesus. And that was before you've ever even had your deposition taken by the defense, correct?
The defense deposition?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Baez, I haven't collected from that yet. You haven't.
You haven't billed for that
You haven't sent me the. I have sent you a bill, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm still waiting. I'm hoping.
This is not appropriate at all, but I just want to note that Casey was declared indigent, so any payment has to go through the JAC. I think they had a different name for it at the time, but basically he's not responsible for that. That has to be approved through the government. So honestly, he should be blaming the government if he hasn't been paid.
I don't have to wait till next Christmas, you know.
The check's in the mail, sir.
Thank you.
Wow.
Coming from an attorney, I appreciate that and understand it.
And that doesn't include your testimony, sir, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. And how much do you charge for your testimony?
$400 an hour.
Okay. And that includes travel time?
No, that travel time is $150 an hour. Case workup is anything that I have to do with research, whatever, is $200 an hour.
So by the time you've sent your final bill for this case, you would be in the area of $30,000-$40,000?
I don't know. I haven't.
Hi, Mom. Shout out to my mom.
Worked up the time yet.
Schmotters.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Dr. Haskell. It's a pleasure seeing you again, sir.
If you could leave that up there, Mr. Baez, I'd like to use it.
So this is like what I was saying.
Redirect.
That then the prosecution's like, oh, here, I'm going to use his exhibit that he made, his demonstrative exhibit.
We've all been laughing through this trial about the difference between trash and garbage. Is there an actual...
Well, that's not a laughing matter necessarily.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. Is there actually a difference in scientific terminology between trash and garbage?
In my opinion, there certainly is. To my thinking, garbage is primarily decomposing organic material, whether it's plant, whether it's...
And remember, that's why he switched. He first called it garbage. Remember, that's why I played that. He first called it garbage, and then he switched it to trash.
Whether it's stuff you throw out, like your lettuce and your French fries or whatever,
So stuff that is
versus
trash.
trash, which can be any non-organic stuff that you're throwing out, and have the trash guys pick it up.
Now, in this particular case, is that distinction significant?
Absolutely, because what we're dealing with is the insects that I'm dealing with. They don't go to an empty cardboard box. They don't go to an empty can of aluminum can.
No,
they go
correct.
if they,
Correct, because he already testified. Remember, all of those bugs can be found in your household, like on your windowsill and whatnot.
if there is organic material, these little guys, these little phorids, will go to that and colonize and try to raise their kids in that.
And you're aware of the contents of the trash bag.
That's correct.
And
Flash fan, I totally feel you. I know you. It would take tremendous patience. It's hard, isn't it? It's hard. And Mr. Byes does such a good job.
any food in that trash bag?
Not that I could see at all. It was trash. It was inorganic materials, and
Yeah, but
they
you
weren't
called it garbage
decomposing.
initially, sir. You called it garbage.
Correct.
Piece of paper,
Correct.
empty food container with no food.
Correct.
I guarantee you the jury picked up on that. I guarantee you. Because he made such a big deal about it. He made such a big deal about it. The whole crossing it out and putting garbage instead of trash. That visual, is going to hammer this point home that he called it garbage initially.
Did you find these forward flies in anything other than the atmosphere on the towel?
Of course, there were some loose in the plastic bag itself, the white plastic bag. But the majority of the phorids that I found were on those paper toweling, and in my opinion, that is the adipocere was the source. And in my opinion too, I think that it's very likely that rather than the phorid flies, mother flies coming in and, oh, here's some adipocere on this paper towel, I think that a number of these specimens could have been picked up in the fluids when they tried to clean that material up. Eggs and larvae, because they're very tiny, could have been swept up, mopped up with that as the paper towels are used to clean up the material.
But
That's
okay.
my opinion.
So the fly eggs and larvae that were in the fluid in the trunk, if the paper towels were used to clean it up, would have gone with the
And this is
fluids
the
into
point.
the garbage bag.
This is the point. The fact that this is normally what you see from defense attorneys is they're like, here's all the other possibilities. This is not normally what you would have from the state. What we're seeing here is them trying to find another way to explain something because they don't know. They don't have an explanation. So it's like, oh, could this be possible? You know what that is? The notion, could this be possible? That is not beyond a reasonable doubt. Not even close. That means we don't know.
Absolutely, and that's why they were successful in growing to adulthood through their life cycle in those paper towels.
Now, even if the phorid flies were not attracted to human decomposition, they would have to be attracted to decomposition of something.
Absolutely.
And
it could be plant decomposition. It could be any animal carrion.
But was there any plant decomposing in that bag?
No.
Now, the council has brought out the interesting absence of the early decomparable blowflies, either in the trunk or at the scene. Do you agree that there was an unusual lack of those flies both at the scene and in the trunk?
Yes.
Is there any explanation for that other than that the flies couldn't get to her?
We have exclusion, and then the time passed where the food material was no longer attracting mother flies to come in and lay eggs.
So even if the body had started to decompose at another location and been moved, would the flies and larvae have come with the body?
That is possible, yes.
But there don't seem to be that many.
No. And the few that were there, I mean, that one leg could have been from a mother fly that laid a few eggs
Could have been.
while she was there. I mean, one mother fly can lay up to 400 eggs.
You know.
And we certainly didn't have 400 puparia.
Now, just so we're clear here, you indicated that your opinion was that a portion of decomposition had occurred at another location. I just want to make sure we're not confused about that. Are you talking about the 3 or 4 days of decomposition at another location?
That's correct.
Right. So you're not talking about a body almost skeletonized being moved to this location?
Absolutely not.
Recrosses to those issues and those issues alone.
The thing is that doesn't even matter. Like, that question is pointless because the state clearly has not proved where they think the body was prior to where it was found. So.
So you weren't present.
How quickly he whipped, let's watch that again, how quickly he whips that microphone over. He's like chomping at the bit, so to speak. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
Right. So you're not talking about a body almost skeletonized being moved to this location?
Absolutely not.
Recrosses to those issues and
Watch
those
Mr.
issues
Bias grab the
alone.
mic. There you go.
So you weren't present when they collected the trash or garbage, were you, sir?
No.
And trash or garbage depends on the person and how they interpret what it is, correct? You're just giving us your definition of what you
That's
consider
my
different.
opinion of what the difference between trash and garbage would be.
But your definition could certainly be different than mine.
It probably is.
And it could certainly be different than Mr. Ashton's.
Could be that too.
Okay.
What I want to know is, like, if his wife, okay, let's say that his home, let's say that they eat meat, they eat vegetables, organic materials, right? And let's just say that that's in the trash can because they were cooking dinner. And like, if his wife asks him to take out the trash, says, "Honey, can you take out the trash?" Do you think he would say to her, "What trash? There's no trash." And she'd be like, right here, the trash in the bin. And he's like, "There's no trash there." Like, do you think he would like quibble or quarrel over that? No.
Now, again, you weren't present when this bag was collected, were you not?
No.
And you don't know if it was soaking wet with organic material.
This part is crazy because this matters. This part about it being wet, this is insane.
Or not?
There's nothing to suggest that it was.
No.
He just said there's nothing to suggest the trash was wet. Oh boy. Oh boy. Really? They didn't tell you or show you. This is crazy. This is crazy. And the prosecution really messed up that they did not provide him with this information. Oh no. I think that this was a surprise even for Mr. Baez because he was expecting him to know that the trash was wet and then have to concede that if it was wet, then there could have been, other things. But the fact that he didn't know, that's got to be a surprise to him. Boy, the prosecution.
If his seed hadn't been admitted in evidence, you want to use it as a demonstrative aid and reference it to the two exhibits that.
I don't have an objection to showing that.
Okay, there are photographs
If they're in evidence.
of two states exhibits. You may approach.
By the way, sir, have you ever inspected this trash or garbage?
Yes, I looked at some items when I was down on the 16th or 17th of December.
And the trash and evidence that you inspected.
I thought we were going to show it to the witness, Judge.
I'm trying to show it to everyone.
Well, can I get to where I can see it then? If I may, Judge. May I move?
Yeah, you may move. You probably need to show it to him first so he can see what he's looking at if you're going to ask him.
A long way over there, Your Honor.
Okay.
Why don't you show it to him first so he can see what's on it since you're going to be asking him questions?
Yes. The item of trash that you inspected were these items, correct?
But I did, but I looked at obviously I had the bag at my laboratory.
Okay. You had this bag, correct?
Yeah, and the paper towels.
And the paper towels here.
Mm-hmm.
And these items here is what you looked at.
That's
Just
correct.
a second. Here are the two items.
Thank you.
And then you can use the demonstrative aid.
Let me identify for the record, Dr. Haskell, the photographs. Perhaps would you just put them on the...
What a mess.
So everyone can see?
If they can pull them up and put them up.
I don't know why this is such a big deal and why there's so much struggling here.
This will be brief. Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
States Exhibit 128 and States Exhibit 133. 133 is the actual items of evidence that you inspected, correct?
That's correct.
And you did not inspect them, the items of evidence as they were in item 128, correct?
What, okay, refresh. What do you mean as they were? You mean like this?
The condition of photograph 128.
Probably not.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
And you would agree, Dr. Haskell, that the items on 133 are wet and moist?
I don't know.
You can't make that determination.
Objection asked and answered.
The thing is it doesn't matter whether he admits that he can tell they're wet or not. The jury knows they were wet. There's been only, countless witnesses that came in and all the talk about the trash being wet. Like, they know, right? And in fact, the whole point, the reason they laid it out like that on that table for the picture on the right is because it was wet and they laid it out to dry. So the jury knows.
Photograph speaks for itself.
Overruled, he can answer the question if he can.
You can't make that determination, sir, by looking at this photograph that these items are wet and moist.
I don't know.
When you inspected the trunk of the car, you didn't do any tests to see if there was easy access when the trunk was closed, did you not, sir?
No.
Okay. So you don't know how difficult it would have been for blowflies to get in the trunk of that car, since you really never tested whether there were any openings that a blowfly could get to?
No.
No further questions.
Just one. May I have that to the board, please? You see any organic material in this photograph?
Nope.
No further questions.
May the doctor be excused.
I have one question. Is this photograph spread out as the other photograph?
I'm sorry?
Are these items spread out like the left photograph?
Obviously not.
So you don't know what's in there, correct? Of course, you never.
Well, to have organic material to the extent that we would have the decomposition would be a pretty good pile of garbage.
My question to you, sir, is you can't testify as to what's in there since you never saw it. You can't, sir.
Well, I saw the items when they were inventoried.
My question, sir, these items here, you can't testify as to what's in there because you weren't there, you didn't inspect them at that time.
No, I didn't do it at that time.
May the doctor be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, doctor. You may be excused.
You're very welcome.
My name is Jennifer Welch, Welch.
Again.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Like the fifth time.
Ms. Welch, you are the crime scene investigator that testified about arriving at Suburban Drive on December 11th and beginning the photography process, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury how long the Orange County Sheriff's Office crime scene personnel, as well as FBI evidence response team and other agency members, were at the scene on Suburban prior to its being released?
Yes. With it beginning on December 11th to the last day, we were there a total of 10 days.
Now, during that 10 days, it was your responsibility to photograph things as they were discovered or collected, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, how many people, just an estimate, how many people do you believe were there assisting?
I would say 50 or over. I'm not sure of the number.
Now, in order to try to document the collection process, what did you all set up out on Suburban Drive?
In order to document the process, we began with setting up a baseline. From the baseline, we then set up search lanes. And then later, during the period of being out there, we set up wooden stakes that helped to serve as a grid.
And as items were found, within that grid or on the search lanes, would that item be flagged and then photographed by you prior to its collection?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury a little bit more about the environment where this was taking place? We saw the initial photographs of the wall of vegetation. Once you got past that, was that an open clearing? How would you describe it?
I would describe it as an area of dense vegetation. There were the hanging vines, there were trees.
Remember, the medical examiner, Dr. G, called it an open field. How?
There were palmetto trunks. As we began searching and clearing the scene of the leaf litter.
It's like, how do you even get that wrong? And she said that many times. She referred to the open field several times. And actually, now I'm just realizing the contradiction there, because she mentioned the open field, which is incorrect, but also that you would leave it there so that it couldn't be found. But it's like, if you leave anything, I don't care what it is, in an open field, that doesn't sound like someone trying to obscure it, right? Wouldn't you actually put it somewhere where it's covered up? Anyway.
Getting down into the actual surface, there was roots, and then going deeper, there were larger roots.
Is this a situation where it's actually difficult to walk on the surface because of all of the roots of various sizes?
Yes, initially with the large amount of vegetation, it was difficult to walk around. As we began to clear and we started coming across the large trunks and large roots, then yes, it was still difficult.
Now, in order to assist in clearing the area, you all normally are provided with certain instruments. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What are these items that are shown in this photograph?
It appears to be on the far left a machete, and then to the right, when viewing the photo, it looks to be sheaths.
The sheath for the machete?
Yes, the cover for the machete.
All right. Are those standard issued items for crime scene investigators with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, machete with the sheath is issued to crime scene investigators.
All right. When you were documenting this scene, was that something that was at the scene when you got there, or do these items belong to somebody with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
These items may belong to someone at the Orange County Sheriff's Office because while out on the scene, I don't recall seeing a machete already out on scene.
Can you describe what we are seeing here for the members of the jury?
Yes, this is a photograph showing palmetto trunks that we were able to see after searching and doing some clearing. And in this photograph is also an evidence flag indicating an item of evidence.
Now, how much clearing has been done prior to when you took this photograph?
We would have cleared to the west of the baseline that we had set up, and this photograph is representing approximately clearing from the surface of 0 to 4 inches.
Did you draw the attention of Dr. Schultz at some point to this bone?
I don't recall if I did or if the person who located had.
Did you ultimately collect that bone?
Yes, I did.
Did you endeavor to make some measurement of how far into the dirt or the surface that bone resided was?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to photography, were you responsible for the for the documentation and collection of other items of evidence at the scene?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect how many different items were documented and collected?
Yes. Actually, on the scene of Suburban Drive, I collected over 390 pieces of evidence.
All right. Did the majority of that consist of bottles and other types of trash?
Yes, it did.
Does that number include pieces of black plastic bag that were scattered about the scene?
Yes, it does.
Did you collect a piece of duct tape that
Yes,
was at the scene?
Sorry, yes, I did.
Where was that in relationship to the main site where the skull was recovered?
Okay.
That piece of duct tape was located near the area where the skull was collected to the.
So this is the thing, because you know what's crazy is that we're going to hear later on the prosecution try to say that there were 3 pieces of duct tape on Kaylee. I don't know how they even get away with that, because it's factually not true. And that's what we're hearing right now, that there's 3 pieces of duct tape, yes, but only one was actually on the remains. The other 2 were away from the remains. We're about to hear how far away those are.
Southwest.
Let me show you what's been marked as LB for identification, as I had indicated. Tell me if this is something that you recognize that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I recognize.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the label, and I recognize it by my initials on the evidence tape.
Is there an item inside the package that you recognize as well?
Yes, I do.
All right, and what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a piece of duct tape that was collected on the scene.
So these are the other 2 pieces of duct tape.
All right, Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce LB for identification into evidence.
His duct tape, by
No
the way.
objections.
His duct tape, by the way.
You may publish.
The insanity that it's George's freaking duct tape kept in his stupid garage, and they connect it to Casey. The other thing is, we're going to get into the thing that is so, okay, the trash bags, right? Just wait, because after this witness is the witness who examined the garage and took all the pictures of the garage. And wait till you just see the deal with the trash bags. And here's the thing, like the trash bag that was in the trunk of the car is a white trash bag with like yellow drawstrings, right? We just saw a picture of that not that long ago. And that the trash bags where Kaylee's remains were found were black trash bags. And we've seen those trash bags also. They had black trash bags with bright yellow handles. And we're going to see what they found in the Anthony garage. And remember, guess who was not living there at the time? Casey. So it's like they find these things, and it's not enough. It's not really affirmative for any, it's not enough to tie anybody to anything really without having something like DNA on those items or fingerprints or whatever. But again, the crazy thing is that these are in George's garage and it's his stuff, and they tie it to Casey. It's just insane.
Okay, can you extract that from the bag and show the members of the jury? Are there markings on that piece of duct tape?
Yes, there are.
And what do they say?
The imprintations on the duct tape say Hinkle Consumer Adhesives, Avon, Ohio, 4401, max temp 200 degrees F, and that's all I can read.
Did you also collect on the scene plastic pink
Honestly,
strips?
The thing is that the prosecution might have been better off with a theory that Casey did the murder but tried to frame her dad. Honestly, like that to me is the best theory that you could make. Like if I were the prosecution now, I wouldn't bring it, but let's just say I had to, right? Or whatever. Let's just say I'm them. That's what I would have gone with, is Casey did it and she tried to frame her dad. I would have gone with that, because that would actually make a lot more sense than anything they've suggested. Let me know
Words.
Yes, I did.
If I may have LC for identification. Have you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize the packaging.
To that end, you could actually run with that a little bit, because you could say she was trying to get back at him for the alleged abuse, potentially, right? I don't know, or just frame him because she didn't want to get caught. But anyway, I think that would have been a better theory than what they've gone, because this doesn't make any sense with this duct tape and with the trash bags.
Is something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize this by my initials on the evidence tape, and I recognize this as I had placed in this in this brown paper bag a pink wording strip of packages and in.
There's another item inside the exterior packaging. Do you recognize that?
I don't recognize the brown paper bag.
All right, let me tell me if you recognize what's contained within the bag?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those items to be?
I recognize them to be lettering that I had collected out on the scene.
Your Honor, may the witness publish the items in the package to the jury?
She may. Can't see it. It may be helpful if you put the document camera up and then have them placed on the document camera.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go, Elmo. I have no idea what that says. Packagoos? I have no idea what that says.
Thank you, Ms. Welch. Your Honor, I have no further questions of the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Welch.
Good morning.
Do you see that, Ms. Welch?
Yes, I do.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see that? Okay. This is a photograph of the street, correct?
It's a photograph of wooded area with a section of the street. That's correct.
Sorry. How far from the edge of the street to the first area where the weed line begins would you say that is?
I don't know. You would have to ask Supervisor Murdoch with the diagram.
Okay. Did you document in your report how far that is?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you recall approximately, and I'm not asking for an exact figure, but how many feet from the edge of the cement before you get into the woods?
Before I get into the woods or to the grass line?
To the, I guess, the weed area where there's more vegetation.
I would have to guess 10 feet.
Okay. And
possibly.
How far from the cement to where the skull was found, how far from the street, from the cement, was the skull found?
I would have to refer to a report that I brought with me, another CSI wrote up.
Please go ahead and refer to the report.
According to the report written by the other CSI who took the measurements, the skull was approximately 19 feet, 8 inches from south of Suburban Drive.
Your Honor, may I have the witness stand down to demonstrate for the jury how far that is?
So this is going to how the implausibility that she wasn't found sooner, and the fact that this area was searched and nobody had found it initially.
Can you please step down and
Love this.
we'll use the edge of this brass area so all the members of the jury can see that. Now, you testified up to the main area was 10 feet, correct?
That was a guess.
Guess. Okay. So if you were standing or walking on the grassy area, this is how far away you would be from the skull.
For what you had asked about the actual vegetation, then yes.
Can everyone see? Okay, you can take. Now, the piece of duct tape that was just introduced into evidence, and I'm referring to State's Evidence 277. Where was this item found?
That piece of duct tape, again, was to the southwest of the area from which the skull was collected.
Okay. How far away?
I don't know. You would have to ask Mr. Murdoch with the diagram.
Okay. Do you have any reports or indication as to how, was it in Area A?
No, it was not.
Okay. So, is it your understanding that it was approximately 10 feet away?
I don't know. You would have to ask Mr. Murdoch.
Okay. But it certainly wasn't in the area where the bag and the skull was found.
That's correct.
And that duct tape appears to be the same make of, or the same kind of duct tape with the same insignia as the one found near the skull.
It had the same imprintations. That's correct.
Can you see that, Ms. Welsh?
Yes, I can.
Can the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see? Okay. These items here that I'm pointing, these items that I'm pointing out, do you know what they are?
Yes, they are stones.
Okay. And were they found throughout the area where the remains were found?
Yes, they were.
In fact, there were some that were very close to the remains, were they not?
I recall one that was close to the remains.
And they are like stone pavers?
I don't know what type of stone, but yes, it could be consistent with pavers.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Recross? Redirect, I'm sorry.
No redirect.
Okay. May the witness be excused?
You may.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you.
It's Ronald Murdoch, M-U-R-D-O-C-K.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Please tell the members of the jury your occupation.
So first of
I'm a
all,
forensic supervisor with the Orange County Sheriff's.
imagine this, right? They say Murdoch and it's spelled Murdoch. Incredible. So I think the thing about the bit with the papers, because let me back it up a second, because it's interesting.
Recross?
Throughout the area where the remains were found?
Yes, they were.
In
I
fact,
find it really interesting that she's trying to call them stones. They're not, it's paper. They're just dirty papers. You can't call them, it's stone paper is not, that's the thing that doesn't exist. Stone paper does not exist. That's not a
there
thing.
were some that were very close to the remains, were they not?
I recall one that was close to the remains.
And they are like stone pavers?
Oh, he's saying stone pavers. Oh, stone pavers, not papers. Okay.
I don't know what type of stone, but yes, it could be consistent with pavers.
That is really interesting. I thought they had said papers. See, they said pavers. Oh man. Again, that just connected to George. Like, what is going on? If you remember, they had just paved over, they had just paved their backyard or whatever. We heard Cindy talk about it. And it was because George was getting annoyed with something. That's what she said. George was getting annoyed with something and George wanted it paved, so they were paving it. Those are pavers. Again, I ask myself or anybody, how do they not make the connections to George? It just doesn't make any sense, honestly. It does not make any sense.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Recross?
Look at Mr. Ashton's face. Look at his face. Look at his face. That looks like a man who wishes he didn't bring this case to me. Like that is insane. And look at Mr. George looking at him. Look at Mr. George looking at him. Fuck.
Redirect,
Wow.
I'm sorry.
No redirect.
Okay.
And no redirect. And look at Mr. Ashton's face and no redirect. They don't want to get into it with the pavers. Oh man. The jury's going to remember because Cindy made such a fuss about it. Oh dear.
May the witness be excused? Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Wow.
It's Ronald Murdoch, M-U-R-D-O-C-K.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Please tell the members of the jury your occupation.
I'm a forensic supervisor with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff?
I've worked for the Sheriff's Office for approximately 11 and a half years.
Now, this isn't nearly as bad because even though it's Miss Jane Burdick and she sucks, he actually, has a voice that's, he speaks in a more normal cadence, reasonable cadence. And also there's a lot of pictures that are really interesting. We're going to get into from the garage, right? This is some good stuff right here.
As a forensic supervisor, what are your regular duties or obligations?
I supervise.
As a supervisor, I go to major crimes such as homicides or officer-involved shootings to act as a supervisor to ensure that all the work that needs to get done gets done, and also administrative duties as far as reviewing reports, other administrative payroll, that type of stuff. But I also take call and work calls myself.
Did you have any supervisory responsibility over the scene on Suburban Drive beginning December 11th of 2008, where the recovery of Kaylee Marie Anthony's remains was ongoing?
I didn't respond on the 11th, but I did respond to that scene on the 12th.
Okay.
And would you like me to expand on what my duties were there? Okay.
Exactly. What was it that you were responsible for at that scene?
I was assisting the other supervisor within our unit, but I assisted with clearing debris like vegetation, trees from the area, getting supplies that were needed. Primarily, my duties was diagramming that scene and all the evidence that was located within it.
Did you utilize any particular programs to assist you in documenting or diagramming the scene?
Yes, I used what we call a total station, which is similar to what you see surveyors use on the side of the road when they have it up on a tripod. We'll use that to create a two-dimensional or a bird's eye view diagram of that scene. So we use that total station. It gathers all the evidence, the points or the measurements of the location of those items, and then we put it into a software to create an actual diagram.
Where are you getting the information that you ultimately put into the total station program?
I got the information from the evidence that was marked by crime scene investigator Jennifer Welch. So when she would mark an item, then I would come in and take the measurements from that item, and then that was the information that I got. And then also placing items such as just the roadway, lights, just other auxiliary stuff that she may not have marked, but as far as evidence, that was strictly what she marked.
Would that have included documenting the location where, say, each bone that was first flagged and then recovered was located?
Yes.
Did you group those bones once you placed the information from the measurements into the total station into various areas?
Yes. When we looked at the amount of bones that were located, and some of them were so close that they're very densely populated, so it would be very hard on a diagram to see them in separate locations. So I met with Dr. John Schultz at UCF, and it was determined to go ahead and circle areas where there was a lot of bones together. That way it would be easier to see, the distribution of the bones, but then place within the report what bones were in that circled area.
Did you also mark other evidence items? For example, we saw a piece of duct tape that was recovered away from some of the bones.
Yes.
Well, wait for a few minutes till the train passes by.
Yes, sir. The total station program, is that one that is available to you on your laptop?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring that with you?
Yes, I did.
The program that you utilized enables you to print out some of the screens, the various screens that you can go through as you testify, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this point, if I could show the witness QJ and QK for identification.
You may.
Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Okay, the first item marked QK.
Yes.
What is that?
It's a diagram of the scene. It has the
Somebody needs to do a good job, right? No, he does a good job testifying. I think he seems to know his stuff, and yeah. But she's I don't know that what happened to her, but I feel like at some point she lost a number of brain cells somehow.
Circled area, but it also has all of the bones shown that were in those circled areas, as well as the roadway, the light posts, brush line, base line, and duct tape.
Right. Now, even though it shows all of the bones collected, is there such density of the bones within the area that you cannot make out each individual marking for a bone?
That's correct.
Okay. The other item
That's a good question. I thought the same thing, Flashfan. Flashfan's asking what made him as in Judge Belvin do that. Usually he does not care when the train passes. I really don't know. I have no idea. I thought the same exact thing because the train has come every day, you know?
Handed you.
So, I don't know.
Is that QJ?
Maybe he wanted a break from hearing her voice. So they actually do wait for quite a bit. I cut that out because it's like, you know, they're just sitting there waiting for the train. But it did take it's almost like he wanted a break from her voice or something.
Okay, what is that?
It's very similar to the first one that we just discussed. However, the actual location of the bones are removed, so it's just the circled areas.
Do those two diagrams fairly and accurately represent screens of the total station program that you have available to you on your laptop?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, may the witness publish those items from his laptop that is hooked to the monitor?
Any objections from the defense?
No, sir, no objections.
He may publish from his laptop those two exhibits.
All right, let's start with the first that you had described, QJ. All right, can you, first of all, explain to the members of the jury what they are looking at?
Okay, we're looking at basically an overview of the scene. You can see the roadway here of Suburban Drive, and then within here is the location of the bones, and you can see the red circles are the circled areas, and then all the black marks within there are representing the individual bones.
I know.
Is there any way to zoom into the specific location marked with the red circles?
Yes.
All right, explain that again, if you will.
Okay. So again, these are the circled areas representing the areas where bones were found. And as you can see, some of them are very densely populated, meaning there's a lot of bones within those locations. Specifically, if you look at like areas A, H, and I, there's a lot of bones within there, almost to where it looks like an ink blot. So that's why those areas were circled. So the circled areas in red.
A lot of this speaks also to, because, so the thing is that it came out on Redirect or something with Dr. Neal Haskell. And I didn't point it out at the time. I'll make sure it's in the recap where he says, like, he's grasping at straws, trying to explain why he's trying to prove that the body was in the trunk, but also explain why there weren't enough insects or the correct insects. And so this is a mistake, I think. This is a mistake. What he asked, Mr. Ashton asked on reread is like, so then how would you account for the fact that you said the body was moved, right? And it was in another location, and he's trying to suggest that the location has to be the trunk, right? It's like, but yet there wasn't enough insects and whatnot. And he says something like, oh, well, if it was only in there for 3 or 4 days. So keep that in the back of your minds, guys, that then what they're saying, because they were trying to prove the trunk theory, right? Keep that in your minds, because this is problematic, because what they're saying, he was reacting to something he was reacting to what came out on cross and recross because it was so good, right? He was reacting and trying to explain it. And I think he built himself a trap, because he's saying, okay, so what their theory is 3 to 4 days in the trunk, right? And then moved to the location. So that's a problem, right? Because, you know, the whole period of time from when she went missing to when she was found was like 5.5 months. Is it plausible that a 3 to 4 day difference would make the difference between having what they should expect? Remember when he was talking about all the different bugs that would be there normally if it had been in one place? So it doesn't work, right? Like, it needs to be substantially longer at another location and then put there. Now, here's the other thing, right? Beyond even the lack of bugs that should have been present at the crime, where the remains were found, beyond that, the other thing is if it had been in one place for the whole time, or for the whole time minus 3 or 4 days, the other thing you would have is the remains would have been more dispersed because of animals, right? That's the other thing that you would expect. Then, they keep talking about, we've heard all the stuff about the articulation. So much of this was still intact, right? Things were still articulated. We've heard this from all the different multiple people, the medical examiners and the forensic anthropologists. That speaks to not only it being somewhere else prior, that really almost in a way speaks to it animals not having access to it. And remember, I'm thinking back again to opening statements, the defense says that Roy Kronk took those remains And I don't know if he put them in his garage or put them in a house. I don't know. We're going to hear all that when Roy Kronk testifies, because that could explain how there's still going to be bugs happening, right? But that the animals couldn't have come and dispersed or distributed those remains. So again, now we have, the remains being found, right? And there's not the right bugs and enough bugs that should be present. But not only that, the skeleton is still pretty well intact. And that's what we're hearing here. So, oh my God, I did not mean to do that. I'm sorry. I accidentally clicked the thing and it went backwards. So let me see if I can find where we were.
Bone that was first flagged and then recovered was located.
Yes.
Did you group those bones once you placed the information from the measurements into the total station into various areas?
I think we were, so.
Yes. When we looked at the amount of bones that were located.
Right. I think we were just a few seconds ahead. I'll go for it because the reason I paused is because he was talking about how there were so many all in one place. And that's the point that I was making about the lack of dispersion.
UCF. And it was determined to go ahead and circle areas where there was a lot of bones together.
Yeah,
so that way it would be easier to see, the distribution of the bones, but then place within the report what bones were in that circled area.
Your laptop?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring that with you?
Okay.
Yes.
What is that?
It's a diagram of the scene. It has the circled area, but it also has all of the bones shown that were in those circled areas, as well as the roadway, the light posts, brush line, baseline, and duct tape.
Right. Now, even though it shows all of the bones collected, is there such density of the bones within the area that you cannot make out each individual marking for a bone?
That's correct.
Okay. The other item that I handed you, is that QJ?
Yes.
Okay. What is that?
It's very similar to the first one that we just discussed. However, the actual location of the bones are removed, so it's just the circled areas.
Do those two diagrams fairly and accurately represent screens of the total station program that you have available to you on your laptop?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, may the witness publish those items from his laptop that is hooked to the monitor?
Any objections from the defense?
No, sir, no objections.
He may publish from his laptop those two exhibits.
All right, let's start with the first that you had described, QJ. All right, can you, first of all, explain to the members of the jury what they are looking at?
Okay, we're looking at basically an overview of the scene. You can see the roadway here of Suburban Drive, and then within here is the location of the bones, and you can see the red circles are the circled areas, and then all the black marks within there are representing the individual bones.
Is there any way to zoom into the specific location marked with the red circles?
Yes.
All right. Explain that again, if you will.
Okay. So again, these are the circled areas representing the areas where bones were found. And as you can see, some of them are very densely populated, meaning there's a lot of bones within those locations. Specifically, if you look at like areas A, H, and I, there's a lot of bones within there, almost to where it looks like an ink blot. So that's why those areas were circled. So the circled areas in red represent that grouping of those bones.
If you zoom into area A specifically, can you see any of those markings?
Yeah, so you can make out a few of them, but not very many. I mean, really the only one we can really see here is bone 3, 26. And the skull would also be one of those dots there too.
Okay.
Because we can see the letter S, but other than
That's not the live stream. That is their computer software. That is how it is.
that, I'd refer to my report.
You'd have to refer to your report to tell
Yes.
us exactly which bone is where.
Which bone was in which circled area, yes.
All right. If we could just go back out to the unzoomed. Did the system
that you utilized enable you to give us the distance from the edge of Suburban Drive to Area A?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury what that distance is?
It's approximately 19 feet from the edge of Suburban Drive to the center of that Area A. I can actually demonstrate it if you would like.
On the,
Yes.
go ahead, with the court's permission.
Right.
Again, him doing her job for
First
her.
I'll
Thank you,
zoom
Ms.
in.
Murdoch. Thank you.
So
He's like, let me just try to save this.
to the center, roughly 18.8 or 19 feet.
All right. Now, your screen displayed 19.0, I believe.
Yes.
What is that representative of?
19 feet.
From what point to what point were you
I'm sorry.
utilizing?
From that point there, which is the south edge of Suburban Drive. So the roadway.
Now, you have another line prior to getting to Area A. What is that line representative of?
Kind of represented the brush line or the area that's kind of maintained by the county where they'll cut the grass and just kind of keep that clear. So that area from that line to the roadway is representing that clear area, and everything else.
Now that is interesting because he's just answering the question, but that actually is significant, right? Because this goes again to the thought that the county, right, is managing that brush line and mowing that grass regularly. Add that to the fact that that area was searched, right? And Kaylee was not found until, 5.5 months later. So not only do you have, again, the search parties, which would have been there for some period of time, but even after the search parties maybe had moved on or whatever, you would have still had the county maintaining that area with the shrubbery and whatnot, and they didn't see it. So
It was just kind of free to grow.
All right. And what would the measurement be between the edge of the roadway and the brush line or the tree line?
So approximately 4.9 or 5 feet, so approximately 5 feet.
All right. If we could publish the other screen, which is now 280 in evidence. And if you could just zoom into these red circled areas with the one black marking. You have a letter and number D1 indicated in black near Area A. Do you know what that is representative of?
Yeah, that represents duct tape. That was the code that I gave for any duct tape that was found in the scene was a D. If I can look at my report, I can tell you specifically what that duct tape was.
Your Honor, may he refresh his recollection as to what D1 was?
You might.
Okay, D1 refers to a piece of duct tape with the brand name Hinkle Consumer Adhesives.
Now you have two other D markings over to the right, D2, D3. Is
Yes.
that duct tape also?
Yes.
Did that have any marking on it
again,
to your
I just have to
recollection?
say again, the fact that they got this duct tape and still connected it to Casey. You know what that means? You know what that is? Because they didn't have that until they found the remains, right? But they already wanted Casey to be the suspect. That's what it is. Because I was just thinking, it doesn't make any sense that you would find this duct tape and know that it's George's duct tape and then not connect it to George. It doesn't make any sense. So that's what it is. They had already decided who they thought did it, and then they find the duct tape, and then they are like, oh, well, that connects it to Casey. It doesn't make any logical sense, But what I was thinking is, let's just say that they had found the remains earlier than they did. That it still wouldn't make any sense to find that and be like, oh, like, let's just say, like, for example, let's just say that they weren't biased. And let's just say it was a fair investigation where they weren't looking to find something that would fit a certain theory, right? Let's just say that that was the case. And then so regardless of how much time had elapsed, let's just say that they were doing their job properly and they had an open mind. They didn't know anything, and they found the remains, and then they found that duct tape. There is no way that they wouldn't have looked into George as a suspect. That duct tape connects to George. So this just the bias here just blows my mind, really.
No.
Did you supply photographs and measurements to a surveying company, Allen and Company?
Yes, I did.
Were the photographs supplied and the measurements fair and accurate representations of the scene as you documented it using your total station equipment.
Yes.
In addition to your responsibilities at the scene on Suburban, did you participate in a search warrant at the Anthony residence on December 11th of 2008?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you the individual who was responsible for collecting items of evidence located at that residence?
Yes, I was.
Do you see what I'm showing you marked as AY for identification?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what is depicted through the use of photography?
Yes.
Was this a photograph taken in the evening hours of December 11th of 2008 at the Anthony residence?
Yes.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition or the items enclosed within one of the sheds on their property?
Yes.
Investigator Murdoch, do you recognize what is shown through the use of photography and AZ for identification?
Yes.
Is that the interior of another shed located on the Anthony property as it existed on December 11th of 2008?
Yes.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition and the items inside that shed?
Yes.
Is there an item in that photograph that was collected?
Yes.
Can you circle the item on your telestrator? If I may approach the witness with what has been marked as JV for identification.
You may.
Investigator Murdoch, do you recognize the item marked JV for identification?
Yes, it does appear to be the item collected and photographed there.
What is it?
It is a red metal gas can.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce JV with conditional introduction of JW for identification since it's attached.
No objections.
If I may have BA for identification. Sir, do you recognize what is shown in BA for identification?
Yes.
Is this a variety of stickers that were collected at the residence on Hope Spring?
Yes.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately show those?
During the approach, you may have objections.
You may. You may proceed.
Thank you. Before I attempt to move BA in for identification, if we could switch over to AW. Investigator Murdoch, can you see AW?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
Appears to be the bedroom of Casey.
Casey Anthony?
Anthony, yes.
Okay. Is that the condition in which you and other crime scene investigators found it on December 11th of 2008?
I don't recall exactly how that room was that night. I'd have to refer to the photographs that were taken that evening.
May the witness have an opportunity to refresh his recollection with photographs taken during the search warrant on December 11th of 2008.
He may.
Okay. Yes, they do. It does appear to be the same condition.
Okay. May I also show the witness AX for identification?
You may.
Is that another photograph of the same room?
Yes.
Is that the condition in which it was found during the search warrant on December 11th of 2008?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce AW and AX for identification into evidence.
I have to say her bedroom is
What
very
says the defense?
Your Honor, we would object as to relevance. It would have been approximately 7 months before since Miss Anthony had lived in that room.
Objection will be overruled.
Investigator Murdoch, can you say that the picture in BA for identification was a picture taken of items that were found in Casey Anthony's room?
I don't believe that photograph was taken on the evening of the 11th.
When was this one taken?
I believe that was taken during the search warrant on December 12th of 2000, or December 20th of 2008.
Do you recognize what is shown in BB?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph of the bedroom of Kaylee Anthony,
Right? Do you know when that photograph was taken?
the evening of December 11th.
Okay, does that
2008.
photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of the room belonging to Kaylee Anthony on that date?
Yes.
Now, did you collect items of evidence from that room?
Yes.
If I may show the witness KF and KE for identification. Do you recognize KF? I'm sorry, did I show KE first?
Yes, I do.
Which, the item that you are holding, is that KE or KF, since I have
It's
to
KE.
come to here? KE, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It is Winnie the Pooh bedding from Kaylee Anthony's bedroom.
You see KF right there next to you?
Yes.
Was that an item collected on that date?
Yes.
And what item is that?
It's also Winnie the Pooh bedding items collected from the guest or office dresser drawer.
Did you collect items from the garage of the Anthony residence on December 11th of 2008?
Yes.
If I may show the witness BD for identification.
Oh, so, okay. Well, I guess I didn't entirely misspeak. So he did the garage and the sheds. Okay, gotcha.
Do you recognize what is shown in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of the garage of the Anthony residence on December 11th of 2008?
Yes.
Your Honor, did you take a close-up photograph of items that were on the shelf in that garage?
I didn't personally take the photographs, but close-up items were taken of the items on that shelf, yes.
All right. Did you see the items in the position that they were in, and then you were responsible for the collection
That's
and preservation of those items?
That's correct.
Are those, is that photograph taken of items enclosed in bags on the top shelf in the garage?
Yes.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of the condition of those items on December 11th of 2008?
Okay, another thing. So in addition to the duct tape, this is what I was saying. Look at those bags. This is what's so crazy. That's the same exact type of trash bag or garbage bag, freaking confusion with that one, that we saw in the pictures of the bags, where the remains were found. Again, the insanity to me that they see this shit and they're like, oh, that's proof of that Casey did it, when she wasn't living there. And this is her dad's freaking garage with his stuff in it. I just, oh.
Were the items that were in those garbage bags on that shelf removed and photographed?
Yes.
If I may show the witness BF for identification.
You may.
Is that an item that was removed from the garbage bag on the shelf?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate picture of that item?
Yes.
Investigator Murdoch, what is that item?
It's a canvas type cloth laundry bag with the brand name Whitney Design.
Another one. That's like the exact same type of bag that, again, the remains were found in. Why did they have two of them? I don't know. But again, this is in the garage. I don't get it. Y'all.
Recognize the packaging of KD for identification?
Actually, the only part of the packaging I recognize is the sticker that's on it here, which is produced by our evidence section, which has the tag number and item number of that item that we're looking at in the photograph.
All right. Can you open the item and tell us if the item in the photograph is in the bag?
Yes.
And we're not bothered to put on gloves. What is happening?
Yes, this bag does contain that item.
All right.
Oh, I
So we had a
guess-
package inside another package.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
All right. How is it that you recognize that?
I recognize it by the label that I made to depict what was in the item, as well as the evidence tape that's on the back that has my seals.
Did you also collect various garbage bags from the residence?
Yes.
The thought that they think that this helps them, this is insane. Look, there's George. They're like, yeah, look at these garbage bags. We could, like, I don't think this is proving what they think it's proving. I mean, that's the thing.
Let's start with KA. Do you recognize KA for identification?
Yes, I recognize the packaging. It has my seals across.
Okay. And did you affix a label to some part of the package that tells you where that item was collected within the residence?
Yes. Well, written on, it looks like the label itself is no longer on here, but written on the bag itself, it does say it was taken from the garage wall.
Do you recognize KB for identification?
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
It's also a black garbage bag.
Where was that collected from?
From the east garage area inside of a suitcase.
Do you recognize KC for identification?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a black garbage bag with yellow handles from the north garage inside of the cooler.
Do you recognize J?
Sounds like George was just, this is insane, man. Like, he was like hiding these. Like, why are they inside other things? That's so weird. And remember, when they took these pictures, we just heard that objection from Mr. Bias, and that's probably why he made that objection. Because I think the point of that objection, when he said we object because Casey hadn't been living there for 7 or 8 months or whatever it was, I think it was because he wasn't, it was really smart. I'm sure that was strategic. I don't think it was to say we object to the pictures coming in because she didn't have anything to, like, she hadn't been there. I think that's exactly the point, actually, right? Like, he's making a different point with it, which is that all these trash bags stored in random places and stuff, she wasn't the one that put them in these, it's very, and in fact, didn't they even say that one of the laundry bags was in one of those trash bags? Like, that's like exactly how the remains were found. It's kind of insane, really.
Why?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
This is a black garbage bag with yellow handles from the south garage wall top shelf.
JX?
It is a black garbage bag with yellow handles from the south shed.
Do you recognize JZ for identification?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
2 black garbage bags with yellow handles from the north garage wall, upper shelf, inside of a dog crate.
Inside of?
A dog crate.
May I publish the photograph that is currently displayed, which has been introduced as 292 in evidence?
You may.
Investigator Murdoch, was that laundry bag that's in 292 in evidence inside one of those plastic garbage bags?
Yes, it was.
There we go. I don't know why she's asking this question. I mean, I guess I could say she's getting out ahead of it, but that's not why. That should be why. That's not why. She's asking this question, thinking it ties this to Casey, and this is insane. This is insane. Even, you know what? I would say this much. Even if Casey hadn't been living at home, even if Casey had been living at home, all right, prior to her being detained, like, because we know she was living at Tony Lazaro's for a while before, everything else happened. Even if she'd been living at home during that time, and even if her family actually posted bond and got her out because she was able to have that, and let's say she'd been even if she was living at home the entire time until she was finally arrested for real, even still, this does not connect. In my mind, it's like, this does not connect her to these items. This is a garage filled with tools and all of George's stuff. And we know he was really possessive over that. Remember the whole thing about the gas cans? Remember how he was like, I don't want her going in the shed and taking my gas cans? Like, I'm just not dawning on me how much evidence has come in that even shows, like, she's not allowed to go in the garage. She's not allowed to go in the shed. And it's George's domain. And he's storing stuff in weird places. But the biggest thing of all, he's storing a laundry bag inside of a trash bag. And that is exactly how the remains were found. That is insanity. That's insanity. It's insanity.
Okay. Do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect which of those items in front of you contained that laundry bag?
That laundry bag, actually, the garbage bag that was around the laundry bag was packaged with that laundry bag. So they should be in the same packaging.
Thank you. I have no other questions of the witness. I'll retrieve.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Murdoch. Nice to see you again, sir.
Thank you.
The diagram that you showed us earlier, it showed us a piece of the Henkel duct tape
I was gonna say
outside of.
I was gonna say, if I were Mr. Baez, I mean, you can tell I'm like, he must be so excited to get to this witness, because what did we get? Like, not because the witness is like, witness is is not credible or whatever, not because of that, but because this witness did his job and has just shown, again, like I was just explaining, all this evidence that connects this to George. The duct tape, the trash bags, the laundry bag, all this. So that's why I'm like thinking, oh my God, he must be so excited to just get in here and literally just get this information. So let's see what happens.
Area A, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know the measurements between where the skull was found as to how far away that duct tape was?
Not off the top of my head. I mean, I could
Is there a way
retrieve it.
Can you?
Yeah, I could the same way that we just did it earlier.
Okay. With the court's permission, can you go ahead and do that?
Yes.
You don't have to put it on screen. Just
okay.
Go ahead and do it yourself and let us know. Unless it's easy to put it on screen.
I can do it just right here. It's fine. Sure. So you said from the skull to the piece of duct tape?
Yes.
Oh. So it's approximately 6.27 feet.
6 1/4 feet away?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the search warrant, when you went to do the search warrant on the Anthony.
Like, and this isn't, I'm not even saying this is what anyone's theory is. I'm saying this is what it's looking like with, I'm just thinking through all this information with the evidence and like, again, just trying to figure out what I think maybe happened. I think that what maybe is going on, right? Okay. Because the duct tape on the mouth seems weird, right? That was found on the mouth. I think that what I'm seeing here is there's something, what do all these things have in common? The trash bags, the laundry bag, the duct tape, all these things that they have in common is that these are all things that are stored together in the sheds and in the garage and whatnot. And we know George had been using that duct tape to put up flyers and stuff. And even the pavers, remember the pavers found at the crime scene. I wonder if we're going to get into that at some point where that they find extra pavers somewhere in that garage. I would bet money on it. In the garage or a shed, right? I wonder if the thing that is happening here is like, again, if we think about like, what if it was an accident, she drowned, or what if George drowned her on purpose? I wonder if the whole thing is like the duct tape was there just because it was there. Like, you know, remember the whole thing about the piece of duct tape on the gas can? And I'm sure that'll come up more in the defense case in chief, but the piece of duct tape on the gas can and the gas cans are stored in that same shed. I think it's just sort of like, because remember, he talked about, it came up how George hadn't actually used that duct tape for anything that you normally use it for. Like, it wasn't like he was using it to fix a pipe or fix a thing, but like you found a piece of duct tape on the gas can and he was using the duct tape to put up the flyers. So it's sort of like the notion that, and George is a weird dude, right? That George just like had pieces of that duct tape around or whatever. I wonder if that's sort of what happened. And that's why some of the duct tape just got stuck maybe to the trash bag or to the laundry bag. I don't know. I'm talking about the ones that were actually found with the remains versus them having any type of purpose. Maybe they just were there because he's, you know, got a messy shed and a garage with stuff that's all in the same place. And, you know, and that's how the duct tape got on the gas can maybe, right? Me too. I think he would make an amazing judge, honestly. He has oh, did it freeze again? StreamYard. Yeah, I would love to see him as a judge. So it's hard because sometimes it looks like the StreamYard's messing up and I don't know it if I have it paused. But anyway, so yeah, so I just wonder if it's just because those items were all in the same vicinity, you know? And by happenstance, that's how pieces of duct tape got involved with the remains.
Home. You knew you were looking for a special kind of duct tape, correct?
Yes, I knew the brand name that was found on the scene, yes.
Something distinctive, correct?
Yes.
It's a little different. It's not your average duct tape, which is just plain gray.
I just knew that it had a brand name on it.
And that's what you were looking for?
It was one of the items, yes.
And when you did that, you didn't find it in the garage? You didn't find any duct tape in the garage?
None was located, no.
Did you find an area where there was a lot of tape, other types of duct tape, or other types of electronic tape or things like that?
I don't. Honestly, I do not recall.
Okay. You didn't find it, the Henkel brand, wrapped around any items, like wires or anything like that?
No, if we had seen that, it would have been collected.
Okay.
And again, that's kind of what I was just saying that had come up earlier. But it sounds like, yeah, that like in other words, it wasn't being used for way you would normally use it.
You didn't find it wrapped around any pipes somewhere in the house?
No.
Okay. And you searched the entire garage, correct?
I didn't personally search the entire garage. I was in charge of the collection.
You were in charge of the recovery.
Right. So when items were discovered, they were photographed, and then I would collect them.
And they would call you over because you're in charge?
I was in charge of collecting, yes.
Okay. And you even went up to the attic?
I did not personally go to the
Not
attic.
you, but your team went into the attic?
Yes.
And searched that area and didn't find anything wrapped up with Henkel duct tape?
No.
You went throughout the house, your team, correct?
Yes.
And nothing was found in that house, correct? As far as the Henkel duct tape?
No, not on the inside of the house that I know of, because it was not collected.
Then you went out by the backyard area?
Yes, we were
Okay,
searching
that was
there.
also searched?
Yes.
Searched around the pool?
Yes.
Searched in the sheds?
That's correct.
And every item was taken out of those sheds, weren't they?
Yes.
And it was thoroughly searched?
Oh, okay.
my knowledge, yeah.
I just thought that they found the duct tape also along with all the other stuff. I think the point is the opposite. Interesting that they did not find it anywhere. Okay, so and that's the reason why they're saying it wasn't used. Interesting. Oh, okay. I think I see where this is going, right? I see where this is going. So again, we know George was using that duct tape to put up the flyers, right, for Kaylee being missing. What I think they're saying is that once the remains were found and there was mention of the duct tape, George got rid of it, and that's why the questions matter about it wasn't like he just used it all up, because he may have even said something like that when he was on the stand, and I just don't remember because it was such a long time ago. But that actually, I feel like now maybe I think he did say that. He did say that. And that's why this matters, because it's like used it on what? Because all the stuff you normally use duct tape for, there was no duct tape. So I think that's the point, is that he got rid of it once the remains were found, and that Casey couldn't have because she was in custody. And you know what else? That makes a lot of sense as to why, you know how oftentimes in trials, they will not let the jury know that the person's in custody, right? Like normally you avoid it, right? In this case, it came out from opening statements. It came right out that she was in custody. And I think that shows twofold. I think it shows, like, the targeted, that they, the way they targeted her, B, it could also show, like, because I thought it was weird how her family didn't bail her out when they had the chance, and that was in the video jail calls. That was really weird. They didn't want her to get out. But 3, the other point that this serves that I'm realizing now is that it just, again, it shows like she hadn't been at home for so long. And so any of this other stuff that they're finding at the house, where was I going with that? Oh, I lost my train of thought. Oh no. Maybe it'll come back to me. It'll come back to me.
Yes. And there was no Henkel duct tape there, except for the one that you recovered.
Oh, right. Yeah. I know how I was going with that. Right. Because the fact that the duct tape the fact that the duct tape went missing and was, I mean, that's what this is looking like, right? Like he got rid of it. My point was that it couldn't have been Casey, right? Because Casey wasn't at home. It's not like Casey's like, oh no, I've been caught, and then hid the duct tape or whatever, got rid of it, because she was in custody. So the fact that the duct tape went missing, it could only have been George. That was the point I was getting to. So Flashman is saying, didn't a bounty hunter get her out? So my understanding is, like, she was out very briefly for like 5 days or something. But she could have been out immediately, because initially she was only brought in on like the false statements or whatever, and her family chose not to bail her out. And then finally the bounty hunter got her out. And, but then after like 5 days or something like that, close to that, they, that's when they served her with the other upgraded charges. And then I think what happened was her bail was like astronomical, either that or they just removed it entirely. But I feel like they never said no bail. I feel like it was just really high, but I feel like they did give her the opportunity, like, which is a big deal because we see this in cases all the time where they're denied bail. I don't think she was ever denied bail. I think it was just, yeah, actually, no, now I remember I looked into it and I remember there was something about them trying to get the bail reduced. So yeah, she was never set on like no bail. It was just they upped it and then they tried to get it reduced and it was denied. So it was revoked. I thought, well, maybe it was after that. I remember thinking she still had that possibility.
On the gas can?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So after an extensive and exhaustive search, how many people were there searching?
I don't know the exact amount. There were 3 people from the forensics unit there. There were other investigators with our agency as well as the FBI there as well. So I would say approximately 10 to 15 people, I would imagine.
So between your agency and the FBI searching the entire Anthony home.
I remember we talked about this when we were doing the Orange County Sheriff's Office investigative report, because the thing that they brought her back in on was like the checks, like the checks that she fraudulent checks from Amy Huizinga, which again, I think was really a ruse because it was only something like $200 or $300. It wasn't like a lot of money or anything, right? I think it was an excuse to just put her back into custody. Okay, so on July 22nd, 2008, a judge set bail at $500,000. That's before the remains were found. So anything that would be, the thing that would be notable is if that tape was missing after the remains were found. September 5th, she was out again. But again, when did they find? They didn't find the remains until December. So let me see. I'm just looking for the things. Where the heck is that part about the bail? Yeah, the remains were found on December 11th. So anyway, I can't find more specific stuff, but yeah, so it looks like though she was back into custody permanently well before the remains were found. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
This is the only item where you found Henkel brand duct tape.
And that's the point. That's the only, let me back that up. That I didn't even know I was pausing it at that moment. Hold on, let me back that up. That's what matters. That's the point I was trying to make earlier.
I would say approximately 10 to 15 people, I would imagine.
So between your agency and the FBI searching the entire Anthony home, this is the only item where you found Henkel brand duct tape.
That's correct.
And it was attached to this gas can.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I show the jury evidence item 282?
You may publish states 282.
Can you see that, Mr. Murdoch?
Yes.
Can the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see the photo? Now, while you searched for the duct tape, you, of course, all of these items were taken out?
From my knowledge, yes.
Including these shovels over here?
Again, my knowledge, they were.
And there was no Henkel duct tape wrapped around the shovels or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
And none wrapped around any of the other yard items, like the rake?
Again, not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. This weed eater here, nothing was wrapped around that for Henkel duct tape?
Not to my knowledge.
And is that like a saw?
I'm not sure what that item is.
All of this lawn equipment, none of that contained duct tape, Henkel brand duct tape, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And this lawnmower as well.
I just found some more information about Miss Dream Burdick. So what happened was Jeff Ashton became a state attorney. And so it looks like, hold on. So Jane Burdick was one of 23 candidates being considered to fill a vacant judicial seat in the Ninth Circuit Judicial Court. She was not appointed. In August 2012, State Attorney-elect Jeff Ashton named Jane Burdick as his chief assistant state attorney. Jane Burdick returned to the courtroom in 2013 to prosecute another case. And then it says she remains the chief assistant state attorney under State Attorney Jeff Ashton. But I don't know why this is state attorney, because I know he's a judge now. So I'll have to look into that more. Hold on. I'll come back on it.
Nothing there.
Correct.
Do you know if there was a lock on that shed?
Yes, I believe there was.
And how was that open, sir?
Not sure, to be perfectly honest with you. There was people searching, collecting. I mean, I was notified when something was found to be collected. I'm not sure how that was opened.
Okay. And all of the items that you found were black garbage bags, correct?
All of
the items that you just finished introducing today, with the exception of the blankets and the bedding and the bag, were black garbage bags, correct?
Yes.
Including the one right here in this garbage can.
I'm assuming that was one of the ones here. If I could refer to, can
Sure,
I refer
go
to my
ahead.
report? Okay. Yes, I do have a black garbage bag that was collected from that shed.
So what, as it relates to any duct tape, I know you've already testified, this is the only place you found it in the home. Did you ever find the roll anywhere?
No.
Did you search the vehicles that were in the home?
The vehicles were part of the search, yes.
Okay. And that includes a green 4Runner, Toyota 4Runner?
I believe that was the make of the vehicle.
Okay. And also a black PT Cruiser?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't find any duct tape in any of those?
Again, I didn't personally search every item in the home, but nothing was brought to my attention that was found in there.
And you would have been notified if that were the case?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
No redirect, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, he may.
Thank you. You may be excused.
Thank you.
My name is Gerald M. Johnston, Gerald M. Johnston, Johnston.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Could you tell us how you are employed?
I am owner of a land surveying firm in Winter Garden, Allen and Company.
Okay. In connection with that,
This is the last witness of today, but I was just looking into this. I'm wondering if he got removed from being a judge. So he's had a lot of issues. There were some sort of child abuse allegations made against him, apparently. And then, yeah, it says that he was scolded for lacking the patience, dignity, and courtesy required of being on the bench. And it looks like they were going back and forth about disqualifying him. And then the commission said, quote, your repeated unwillingness or inability to govern your behavior raises questions about your fitness for judicial office. This is the most recent thing I could find. And it says this is from October, beginning of October. And then it says Ashton has 20 days to respond to the allegations, but it's been more than 20 days. So that's what I'm wondering. And then here's the other thing. He also faced hot water while state attorney when it was divulged that he signed up for the Ashley Madison website for men looking to have an affair. He's up. Oh, it looks like, well, here it's saying that he's up for re-election this year as judge. Interesting. Wow.
employment, were you contacted in December of 1998 by the Orange County Sheriff's Office in order to provide a survey and 3D animation of a location off of Suburban Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Were photographs and measurements supplied to your firm to accomplish that task?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to see the,
Can we do the correction? It's 2008?
did I say something other than 2008?
1998.
She's done that throughout this entire trial. It drives me crazy. One of many things about her that drives me crazy, she always does that. She always gets the wrong decade, and she thinks it's still the 90s, apparently. I don't know.
I don't know why I'm a decade off. Wishful thinking, I guess.
Yeah, you've been like this the entire trial, though.
2008, December
Yes.
of 2008. Have you had the opportunity to see the video and the animation produced by your company for the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes.
And that video is accurate based on the photographs and measurements provided to you or to your company?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce QI for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
And may we have permission to publish this item to the jury and then have the witness ultimately explain what it shows?
You may.
All right, so I've asked that that be paused. Can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at?
That is a combination of a point cloud and photo merged together, and it's representative of the ground topographic conditions at the time we were on the scene that day. At the top where it's cut off for clarity to showing just the existing ground conditions only, we stripped away the trees, probably a couple of feet above ground level, just for clarity to show what's going on there on the ground.
Okay. Is the surface of Suburban Drive higher than the ground level in the areas depicted? Is that what is being
Yes.
shown here?
Yes, the edge of pavement curb line are several feet above the ground as it falls away from the road.
What is a three-dimensional fly-through?
Basically, you are in space, if you will, and everything actually has three-dimensional qualities as if you're in this room, puts you actually in there in a virtual environment, not unlike being in a video game three-dimensional environment. And then you just go through with a bird's eye view as we track you through to see different elements.
All right. In the three-dimensional fly-through are elements that were present at the scene removed again for clarity's sake? Trees
Yes.
and other ground cover?
Yes, trees were removed. A lot of the ground cover, I believe, was already gone as a function of the CSIs.
To the witness testifying to matters of which he has no knowledge of.
He indicated he was provided photographs by the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Judge Novaru.
You can finish your answer, sir.
Okay. The area, much of the existing ground cover, except for the trees and root systems, were all gone at that time we were there.
There were some purple markers in the three-dimensional fly-through. What were those representative of?
Bones that were recovered by the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Right. They had Ron Murdoch with the Orange County Sheriff's Office provided you with data from his total station program to enable you to place those purple markers in the fly-through.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no other questions of the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. May Mr. Johnston be excused.
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the time is now approximately.
Y'all see what she was doing? She was like making that symbol, like, you know, like around her neck, like saying we don't have any more witnesses. So he's going to be dismissing the jury for the day, it seems. So.
11 to the hour of 1. That will conclude today's presentation of evidence. Please remember all of my previous admonitions. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anyone discuss this case with you. Do not read, watch, listen to any news accounts, nor engage in any internet searches or any other form of electronic media. Any additional instructions on behalf of the state or the defense?
None from the defense, sir.
Okay, see you Monday morning at 9 a.m. Have an enjoyable weekend.
Okay, that is it for this episode. So, yep, there you have it. So, guys, I tried to find the documents for Karen Reed that just came out from related to the ad hoc or Pro Hoc Vice and the Commonwealth's motions for the Verizon records and whatnot. I can't find them. I know they're out there. I don't know why. I don't know why you can't find them. Like, I don't know if it's just people that are on like Twitter that are getting them, because I'm not on Twitter. I don't know if that's, but again, a Google image search should still yield the same results, because sometimes that's where I've gotten other ones is I do a Google image search and then it leads me to Twitter, stuff on Twitter. So, yeah, good job, Flashman. Woo! Thanks for being here the whole time. We love it. So because I want to cover those. So if anybody finds them or knows where to find them and can let me know in the Discord, that would be awesome. And you know, they're not long or whatever, but it would be nice to just see it, because apparently it's like, got her handwritten notes on it. And maybe that's part of it, is that they're not like fully published, but I mean, Runkle, had referenced them. So they exist on the internet somehow. Again, maybe it's not her official order, but like it's got her handwritten like minute notes. But I don't know, maybe we'll just wait for the official thing to come out. But regardless, I've got a lot of other stuff planned coming up. I want to do another stream with BK. I've delved more in depth into the whole trash situation and the search and the privacy. I've got a bunch of case law saved I want to go over. But I figured I may as well wait until the next documents come out for Idaho, and then cover it with that. But then if nothing else, I'll definitely be doing Monday for Sarah Boone. I already updated. I made my thumbnail. I just have to schedule the stream. So Flashman saying, what's it called? So it would be, well, the official thing would be an order denying the Commonwealth's motion to receive Verizon records, right? But if it's just the minute notes, I don't know. It might be that it's just on the original order. I mean, I tried searching for it specifically, like order denying motion and Commonwealth's motion. I also just did it more generally, like Karen Reed, new court filings, November 2024. You know, I tried to get creative and switch up the different ways that could possibly be found with the searches. Now there's news reports on it, right? Which you gotta love this when they give the news report and they say it was denied, but then they don't include any type of link to back that up. It's crazy, right? It's like sometimes they'll actually include, you know, at least a picture of the document, if not a link to it. But here they're all just saying it was denied, but they're not showing their work. They're not including a link or a picture or anything. So it's kind of crazy. Yes, thank you so much for that. I don't know when I'll get to it, but we'll go to, the trial's not happening until, what does it say, October 2025. So we've got time, but at least it's there. So that way at some point when we wrap up with something else, we'll delve into that. Maybe closer to trial. I don't know. We'll just have to see. But yeah, but if nothing else on Monday, we'll do the, Sarah Boone's motion for a, what was it? Mistrial, something crazy like that. And then her sentencing. It's expected that she will speak because James Owens has indicated as much, and that shouldn't surprise anybody knowing her. So yeah, but guys, that's it for this one. Thanks so much for hanging in here, especially you Flash fan here the whole stream. Motion for new trial. Right. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for being here, everybody. Love y'all, and see you guys on the next one.